The Elixir of Life, Sam Reilly, Book 31. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Chapter 1. T-7 days. Abuna Yemata Guh, Ethiopia. Kelly Robinson knew she was going to die. She stood at the edge of the dusty trail, her head tilted back as she gazed up at the sheer, imposing cliffs of the Gibraltar Mountains. The sandstone peaks rose like ancient sentinels, their jagged edges glowing warm amber in the late afternoon sun. The sky above was a vivid blue, unmarred by clouds, making the mountains seem even more daunting. What had seemed like such a good idea and an incredible challenge just a few weeks ago now felt more like an act of self-harm. She shifted her weight uneasily, her boots crunching against the dry gravel below. What am I doing here? The thought hit her like a punch to the gut. She had traveled halfway across the world, chasing an idea, a dream that might as well have been a mirage. And now, staring at these vertical walls of stone, she wasn't sure whether to feel awe or dread. Yet even as she asked herself the question, another voice in her head answered with equal clarity. Because I had to do something, or else I would go insane. Kelly's gaze traced the narrow path snaking up toward the base of the cliffs, where the climb to Abuna Yemata Guh, a.k.a. the Chapel in the Sky, seemed to disappear into the rock face and the realms of professional climbers. Her stomach twisted at the thought of trying to reach the summit. She hated heights, had always disliked them for as long as she could remember. And yet here she was, about to trust her life to her grip on weathered rock and a guide she'd only met that morning. "This might be the worst idea I've ever had," she said out loud. Her strawberry blonde hair was tied back in an intricate French braid. She had intelligent blue eyes and a determined gaze. A couple of loose strands of hair caught in the wind, and she ran her fingers across them, tucking them behind her ear. Lost in her thoughts, she caught her breath and smiled, revealing a nice set of teeth. Her teeth weren't perfectly aligned, but they were unique to her. They added charm to her smile, a smile that had gotten her into plenty of trouble with the wrong sort of boys over the years. "Now you have seen such glory," Tesfaye, her guide, said with a bemused grin. "You are certain you wish to ascend?" Kelly nodded without hesitation. "Yes." His eyes widened with surprise. "Truly?" he asked. "Absolutely," she replied with far more confidence than she felt. "Very good, then. We must continue if we are to reach it and return before nightfall." With a nervous swallow, she studied her guide. Tesfaye was lean and wiry, his frame built for long treks through rugged terrain. His skin was a deep, rich brown, weathered by years under the harsh Ethiopian sun, and his sharp cheekbones framed a face that seemed carved by the very cliffs around them. His close-cropped black hair was streaked with the faintest hints of gray, and a neatly trimmed beard accentuated the thoughtful set of his jaw. Kelly had been surprised to discover that over 67% of Ethiopians identify as Christian, and Tesfaye was no exception. A devout member of Tewado, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, one of the oldest Christian organizations in the world, his dark eyes held a quiet intensity, and he often came up with sayings like, "God can heal a broken heart, but you must give him all the pieces." Tesfaye was someone who had seen much, but spoke little, and only to the point. He wore a faded green jacket over a simple white shirt and bare feet. "Wait," Kelly said, pulling out her GoPro from her pack. She secured the head strap and positioned the camera, adjusting it until it pointed directly ahead. "Might as well record this. If I don't make it back, someone might want to know how I died. Tesfaye chuckled softly. I will keep you safe, miss. The climb, it is difficult, but not impossible. Either way, it'll make one hell of a story on TikTok. Miss? Tesfaye asked, his tone confused. She shook her head. Never mind. With the camera now recording, Kelly followed Tesfaye up the winding trail. The lens captured the breathtaking beauty of the Geralto Mountains, the towering sandstone cliffs bathed in amber light, and the treacherous path ahead. Her breath came in labored gasps, more from nerves gnawing at her than physical exertion. Once she reached a vertical climb, her guide told her to remove her shoes. It would improve her feeling in her feet and improve her grip on the rocks. When she tried to argue that she had very good boots on and they would do the job nicely, he refused to let her climb. She wasn't sure if it was a religious thing or a safety thing, but in the end she quietly removed her shoes and started to climb. The climb grew steeper, and soon they reached the base of the vertical ascent. The sheer sandstone face loomed above Kelly, its golden-brown surface etched with cracks and crevices worn smooth by centuries of wind and weather. She tightened her grip on a small handhold, feeling the rough texture dig into her fingertips, and took a slow, steadying breath. Don't look down, she muttered to herself, her pulse hammering in her ears. The GoPro recorded every moment, the tremble in her hands, the sharp intake of her breath, and Tesfaye's calm, guiding voice. To your left, he instructed, pointing to a divot in the rock. That is a good handhold. Kelly obeyed, her muscles burning as she hoisted herself up. The camera caught the dizzying drop below, the jagged outcrops and dry shrubs far beneath her. She fought the instinct to glance down, knowing the sight would only deepen the knot of fear in her stomach. Her feet felt clumsy against the rock, natural footholds worn by centuries of use. Tesfaye's bare feet, in contrast, seemed to mold effortlessly to the stone, his every movement purposeful and assured. He reached out once, steadying her by lightly touching her ankle as she fumbled for a foothold. Just a little higher, he said. There is a good ledge above. Another guide, an older Tigrayan man named Tekle, called down to her in a calm voice, urging her to trust the ancient footholds carved into the rock. He made the climb look effortless, his bare feet finding purchase. She reached up, her fingers trembling, and found another hold just above her. Her muscles burned from the effort, but she pushed herself upward, her focus narrowing to the next move, the next step. A gust of wind whipped past, pulling at her strawberry blonde hair, which she had hastily tied back into a messy ponytail. She pressed herself closer to the rock, heart pounding as the sharp edge of fear threatened to overtake her. You've got this. One move at a time. Her mind flashed back to her childhood, clinging to the climbing ropes in gym class, her classmates laughing as she froze halfway up, paralyzed by her fear of heights. The memory spurred her on now, not with shame, but with determination. Kelly had decided long ago that she would never let fear define her. She glanced up, her blue eyes locking onto him. Tekle was just a few feet above her, standing on a narrow ledge that jutted out from the rock face. The entrance to the church was visible beyond him, a weathered opening in the cliff, its shadowed depths a stark contrast to the bright Ethiopian sun that blazed overhead. Summoning her courage, she shifted her weight and pushed upward again. Her muscles screamed in protest, but she focused on Tekle's outstretched hand and the promise of solid ground. Finally, her fingers gripped the edge of a wide ledge, and she pulled herself up with a grunt of effort. The moment her feet found solid ground, relief flooded through her. She leaned against the rock wall, catching her breath as her gaze wandered to the sight opening wide before her. The golden sandstone cliffs stretched out in every direction, glowing under the afternoon sun, while the horizon melted into hazy blue. It was breathtaking, and for a moment all her fear and exhaustion melted away. The GoPro's red light blinked steadily, capturing her awestruck expression as she took in the spectacle before her. "This," she said, her voice trembling, "is why I came." Tesfaye smiled, his demeanor as steady as ever. "Not far now," he said, gesturing to the narrow path leading further up to Abuna Yemata Guh. With one last glance at the view, Kelly turned to follow him. Despite the adrenaline still coursing through her veins, she felt a quiet pride settle in. She hadn't done it alone, but she had done it. The final section of the climb was the hardest. The rough sandstone scraped against her fingertips as she shifted her weight, her muscles shaking with effort. She felt Tesfaye's presence close behind, not intrusive but reassuring, his proximity an unspoken promise that she wouldn't face this climb alone. Each time she hesitated, his encouragement came without judgment, a reassuring, "You are doing well," or "Take the time you need." Kelly pressed herself closer to the rock as a sudden gust of wind swept along the cliffside, tugging at her shirt and making her heart leap. Below, the cliff dropped away into a dizzying expanse, the terraced rock and patches of dry, thorny bushes far below, looking impossibly distant. The path narrowed to a near vertical ascent, where even Tesfaye moved with caution. Kelly's GoPro recorded her trembling hands and determined expression as she navigated the precarious ledge. Sweat beaded on her brow, trickling down her temple and mixing with the dry grit on her skin. She nodded without looking back, focusing on the ledge Tesfaye had pointed out. Her jeans scraped against the rock as she pushed upward, her arms trembling as she reached for a higher handhold. Tesfaye moved in perfect sync behind her, his presence constant and unyielding, like the rock itself. Finally, her fingers gripped the edge of a wide ledge, and she pulled herself up with a grunt of effort. Her muscles screamed in protest, but once again she sighed with relief as she found herself on solid ground. She leaned against the rock wall, catching her breath. As ever, the view was stunning. Tesfaye ascended after her, his movements as fluid and effortless as ever. "You climbed well," he said, his tone warm and encouraging. He gestured to the narrow path leading further up to Abuna Yemata Guh. "Not far now." The camera captured her shaky laughter as she looked back at the climb she had just conquered. "Never again," she muttered, though part of her knew that wasn't true. The thrill of the challenge, the allure of the unknown, it was in her blood. "You did do well," Tesfaye simply said. Kelly turned toward the church, its weathered entrance beckoning with the promise of history, wonder, and the fulfillment of her daring journey. Kelly's hair clung to the back of her neck, damp with sweat. She cursed the summer heat under her breath, wiping her brow as she forced herself to keep moving. Her blue eyes flicked upward to the sheer cliff looming above her, where Abuna Yemata Guh perched like a mirage at the edge of the sky. The realization she wasn't at the top hit her painfully. The chapel seemed impossibly distant, even though she was nearly there. It was no more than 20 or so feet across a small bridge and a narrow ledge. She could feel the heat radiating from the sandstone under her fingers as she gripped the rock, steadying herself before taking another step. The path ahead narrowed into a near vertical section, where the worn stone steps gave way to a ledge barely wide enough to accommodate her feet. Kelly's heart thudded loudly in her chest as she edged sideways, her back pressed against the rock, keeping her eyes fixed on the surface ahead. Once more, she refused to allow herself to look down. Yet her mind betrayed her. Images of the steep drop flashed in her head, the empty air that stretched out beneath her, the jagged rocks far below. Her breath hitched, and she froze, gripping the rock so tightly her knuckles turned white. "You've got this," she mentally repeated, her lips barely moving. "Keep going. Don't look down." The wind, hot and dry, picked up suddenly, blowing strands of hair across her face. She brushed them away with one hand, the other never leaving the rock face. Step by step, she inched forward, feeling every pulse of her heartbeat in her throat. The sun beat down mercilessly. Her skin was slick with sweat. The sandstone beneath her hands felt like it might burn through her palms. Finally, she reached another small plateau, a brief reprieve in the relentless ascent. Kelly allowed herself a moment to stop, catching her breath. She glanced over her shoulder, regretting it instantly. The valley below seemed impossibly far away, a sprawling expanse of rock and desert, the landscape shimmering under the heat of the midday sun. Her legs wobbled, and she turned her gaze back to the safety of the stone wall in front of her. "Never again," she promised herself. "Next time I'm taking a helicopter." But Abuna Yemata Guh was just above her now. She could see the entrance, carved into the cliff, bathed in the golden glow of the sun. The ancient steps wound their way upward in a final steep climb. Kelly took a deep breath, steadying herself. This was the hardest part. Fear clawed at her, but there was no turning back now. Summoning the last reserves of her strength, Kelly climbed up the final steps, her heart racing faster with every inch. She reached out, gripping a handhold carved into the rock centuries ago, and pulled herself up onto the ledge. The chapel entrance stood before her, shadowed and cool, offering refuge from the burning heat and the terrifying heights she had just conquered. For a moment, Kelly stood at the threshold, her chest heaving, her eyes wide with a mixture of relief and disbelief. She had made it. She glanced down again, this time with a bit more confidence, and took in the sight from the top. It was stunning, breathtaking in its vastness. Worth it. Kelly froze mid-step as a shrill staccato "clee, clee, clee" pierced the air above her. She glanced up, shielding her eyes against the sun, and spotted two huge birds circling overhead, their wings extended like dark silhouettes against the brilliant blue sky. Another sharp "cree, cree" echoed, seeming almost like a call to attention. It was a pair of tawny eagles soaring above her, their powerful wings stretched wide, catching the thermals that spiraled up from the sun-baked cliffs of Tigray. Their feathers glinted golden brown in the afternoon sunlight, blending with the hues of the rugged sandstone below. With a wingspan of nearly 2 meters, they moved with effortless grace, gliding and soaring, each beat of their wings purposeful. One eagle dipped slightly lower, its sharp eyes scanning the rocky terrain for movement. The other trailed just behind, its head turning in subtle, fluid motions as it surveyed the vast landscape. They soared in perfect harmony, as though connected by an invisible thread. Occasionally, one would let out a piercing, high-pitched cry that echoed against the cliffs, a sound both commanding and wild. It was a call of sovereignty, a reminder of their place as masters of the sky. from the ledge of Abuna Yemata Guh. The sight of them was mesmerizing. The eagle's flight was a dance of freedom and power, their silhouettes striking against the Ethiopian sky. Below them stretched the undulating terrain of the Geralta Mountains, a patchwork of shadow and light where life persisted in even the harshest of conditions. For a long moment, time seemed to pause. The world below stilled as the tawny eagles drifted effortlessly across the heavens. Kelly could watch them all day. Tesfaye said, "Nearly there, miss. Simply cross the bridge and take a few steps along the ledge. Then you may enter the church." "Are you coming with me?" she asked. "No. We will wait out here for you. It is small in there, and better for you to do this on your own." She felt disappointed, but equally happy for the solitude. Kelly's nervous gaze slid to the edge of the crude bridge. Her stomach tightened as she stared at the narrow wooden branch that spanned the chasm. The makeshift crossing, worn by years of use and the unrelenting elements, was nothing more than a weathered tree trunk, gnarled and splintered in places, with one precariously balanced stone attempting to steady its base. The thought of trusting her weight to something so fragile sent a wave of panic through her, her heartbeat quickening as she unintentionally glanced down. The drop was dizzying. "Don't look down." Far below, jagged sandstone outcrops jutted out like ancient teeth, interspersed with tufts of hardy green shrubs that clung to life in the barren landscape. The faintest trace of a winding path carved its way along the cliffside, but from this height it seemed little more than a scribble in the earth. The air felt thinner here, the wind tugging at her loose shirt. It carried a dry, earthy scent. She inhaled sharply, forcing herself to focus ahead, instead of looking at the yawning void beneath her. The sandstone cliffs rose in majestic formations, painted in swirls of amber and rust, their textures a testament to millennia of erosion. In the distance, a soft haze blurred the horizon, where the warm tones of the earth met the pale blue of the sky. "You can do this," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind. Her bare foot hovered above the branch, her toes curling instinctively. She clenched her fists, summoning every ounce of courage she had. Each step would be a test of balance, of trust in herself and the structure beneath her. Kelly had always been the adventurous type, but this was different. The stakes were much higher. She set her foot down, feeling the texture of the wood beneath her sole. It shifted ever so slightly, a creak groaning from deep within its core. A breath caught in her throat, and she shot a glance at her guide, Tekle, who stood calmly on the other side of the gap. His face was serene. No doubt he had crossed this bridge 1,000 times without a second thought. Her second step was slower, her arms outstretched to steady herself as she shuffled forward. Every nerve in her body screamed at her to stop, to retreat, but the view ahead was too compelling. Just beyond the bridge, the ancient rock-hewn church of Abuna Yemata Guh awaited, its weathered entrance beckoning. Halfway across, a gust of wind swirled around her, tugging her hair and making the bridge sway. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as she instinctively crouched, pressing her hands against the rough wood. Vertigo threatened to overwhelm her, but she closed her eyes and focused on the solid wood beneath her palms. She counted her breaths, slow, steady, purposeful, before daring to rise again. With her final steps, Kelly felt a surge of exhilaration mixed with relief as she reached the safety of the ledge. She turned back to look at the bridge, her chest heaving. It seemed impossibly fragile now, a relic of survival and determination, much like the church it led to. Tekle gave her an approving nod, his weathered face breaking into a grin. "You did well." Kelly nodded back, her smile shaky but genuine. The fear that had gripped her moments ago melted away, leaving in its place a deep sense of accomplishment. She turned toward the church, ready to uncover its secrets. She looked back expectantly at her guides, but they both stood outside, indicating that they wouldn't be following her inside. Kelly nodded. With her GoPro still running, she stepped in through the narrow opening that led to the interior of Abuna Yemata Guh, her chest tightening as her eyes adjusted to the dim light. The church, carved into the side of the vertical sandstone cliff, felt otherworldly and ethereal in its isolation. As she moved deeper inside, the rocky floor beneath her feet transitioned into smooth, worn stone, shaped by centuries of devout pilgrims who had made the same treacherous climb. The walls were adorned with vibrant frescoes that seemed untouched by time, scenes of biblical figures, saints, and angels, their expressions knowing and eternal. The colors, rich with deep reds, golds, and blues, shimmered in the muted light filtering through narrow slits carved into the rock. Kelly marveled at how such beauty could be preserved in a location that was so remote. The ceiling, low in some places, rose in others to reveal intricate cross vaults and arches, their outlines softened by the passage of time, yet still conveying an air of sacred grandeur. She inhaled the cool, musty scent of the rock, mixed with the faint, lingering fragrance of incense. Candles flickered in the corners, casting long shadows that danced on the ancient walls. In the center of the church a small altar stood, carved from the same stone, its surface adorned with simple offerings, small wooden crosses, colorful stones, and a few worn-out prayer books. Kelly felt a quiet reverence settle over her, a connection to the countless lives that had passed through this church, leaving behind a sense of their faith etched into every corner. It was a place frozen in time, suspended between heaven and earth, where the divine and the mortal intertwined in a sacred balance. She stood frozen, her breath shallow as she watched the old monk hobble along the narrow ledge outside Abuna Yemata Guh. How in the world had he climbed up here? His gait was slow, but sure. His long gray beard swayed with each step, blending with the worn robes that draped over his weathered frame. His skin was jet black, representing generations of people who lived in the Sahara. His face, deeply lined and leathery, told stories of time, faith, and the relentless persistence of a life lived at the edge of the world. It was such an interesting face, deeply ascetic. Yet, almost in a direct and jarring contrast, Kelly saw that his deep-set eyes were a striking lavender. No, not lavender, purple. The man had purple eyes. She'd never seen anything like it. They gave him a mythical appearance. The monk walked, hunched over, with the aid of a black walking stick. His long cane was intricately carved with 4 swirling patterns that seemed to shift as the sunlight caught them, reaching the length of the stick like the vines of a forgotten forest. They reminded her of the symbol for infinity, called the lemniscate, or the lazy 8 curve. Then, as the monk got closer and began to pass her, he said nothing. Kelly realized that the images on the staff were of a snake with its tail in its mouth, etched into the side of the small staff. Her eyes narrowed on the symbols. There was a name for it, she recalled. Ouroboros, the Egyptian and Greek symbol representing the eternal return, the unity of all things and the interconnectedness of opposing forces through the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. The monk's staff was unlike anything Kelly had ever seen. The monk himself still didn't say a word. At first she thought the staff was made of some sort of hardwood that had been charred black, but that was wrong. The slender rod seemed to drink in the flickering light of the candles scattered around the cave. The surface under the symbols was so polished it reflected the faintest glimmers of gold and red from the frescoes on the walls. Yet its true wonder lay in the intricate carvings that spiraled along its length. 4 figure-8s encircled the staff at equal intervals, crafted from what looked like the same black stone. At first Kelly thought they were simple symbols of infinity, ancient representations of eternal life or divine balance. But as she stepped closer, she could clearly see the Ouroboros, 4 serpents swallowing their own tails, each one distinct. Her eyes narrowed as she examined the heads of the serpents. Perched atop each mouth was a figurine no larger than her thumb. One shimmered a deep crimson carved from carnelian. Another gleamed pale and cold, hewn from milky quartz. The third glowed faintly green in the dim light, crafted from malachite. The last was a dark, lustrous blue-black, unmistakably onyx. Carnelian, quartz, malachite, and onyx. Inspired, she filmed the staff. It was probably considered incredibly rude, but if the monk had a problem with it, he didn't show it. Kelly's breath hitched as she traced the lines with her mind. The 4 horsemen. War, pestilence, famine, and death. How interesting, she said aloud, talking to her guides, the monk, herself, or just the camera, as she zoomed in with her GoPro. I wonder what it means. Her guides remained silent. The monk, too, remained silent. He seemed to either not hear, not understand, or simply not care about her interest. Instead, he continued walking. She focused on the staff. It was glassy and completely black. Something about that seemed particularly interesting to her. Her eyes narrowed. Yes, the entire thing was made of obsidian. How had they done that? Every step the monk took echoed with the solid thud of the stick against the rock, the only sound aside from Kelly's shallow breathing. She watched in awe, still wondering how such an old man had made the perilous journey, navigating the cliff and narrow ledge in defiance of his frailty. He made his way inside the chapel and moved purposefully toward a fresco on the far wall, his piercing purple eyes locking onto an image of an angel that Kelly had barely noticed until now. The angel was magnificent, so Kelly filmed it. Its wings spread wide across the stone, detailed with delicate gilded feathers. A golden halo encircled its head, and its expression, both serene and commanding, seemed to watch over the chapel with eternal vigilance. The angel's robes billowed out as if caught in a celestial breeze, with deep folds that shimmered in the light from the flickering candles. Then Kelly noticed something else. Just beneath the fresco, a small, almost imperceptible hole had been carved into the stone, like a secret opening one could easily miss. It was no larger than a coin, but its edges were smooth and darkened, as though worn from extensive use. It seemed to serve as some kind of religious offering, perhaps where pilgrims had placed tokens of their devotion over the centuries. Her curiosity was piqued. Kelly searched her memories for what it could be called. Was it some kind of sacrarium? No, that term seemed too tied to modern churches. Perhaps a sidiya, she thought, recalling the Amharic word for a sacred vessel. Or maybe it was meant for libations, an offering niche. The terms swirled in her thoughts, none of them quite fitting the ancient enigmatic purpose of the tiny receptacle. She glanced at the monk again, who had finished his task and now moved to light a nearby candle. The air filled with the aroma of frankincense, blending with an earthy scent. Kelly leaned closer to the fresco, her fingers brushing the rough surface of the wall beside it. Could this have been a receptacle for sacrificial offerings? Blood, perhaps, or honeyed wine poured in devotion. The idea sent a shiver down her spine, half awe, half discomfort. Whatever the purpose, it had been carved with intent. It was a relic of an older time, one when the line between the sacred and the sacrificial was thinner, more mysterious. Kelly pulled away. The little opening seemed to stare back at her, as though holding secrets she would never truly understand. It seemed ancient, left there for sacrificial bloodletting, yet this one seemed inexplicably alive. The monk's eyes flicked to hers, his gaze sharp, almost knowing. He still didn't say anything. Yet he met her gaze with unnerving calm, his eyes unreadable beneath his hood. She kept the GoPro recording. Without a word, he began to rotate the Ouroboros. One by one, their heads turned until all four serpents pointed inward, facing the same point at the center of the staff. A faint click echoed through the silence. Kelly took an involuntary step back as the top of the shaft shifted, lifting away like the lid of a box. Beneath it, a hollow compartment had been concealed, no wider than a vial. The monk retrieved a small container filled with green liquid. With careful reverence, he stepped toward the libation niche, carved into the stone wall, and poured a thin stream of green liquid into the ancient hollow. The liquid shimmered faintly before disappearing into the shadows. Kelly watched, spellbound. She took another cautionary step back toward the opposite end of the cliffside church. The old monk, with a mischievous wink at her, stepped back too. His expression remained relaxed, although his eyes were filled with expectation. Kelly's heart raced as the church chamber seemed to hold its breath with him. Nothing happened at first, not for a full minute at least. Then a crack appeared. At first it was barely noticeable, a thin line spidering across the ancient angel fresco. But then it widened, fast and furious, as though the stone itself was coming alive. Chip, 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 crack. It reminded her of the way a baby crocodile may emerge from an eggshell. The wall abruptly split open. A deafening rumble followed, and a massive figure began to emerge. A 7-foot-tall, android-like creature, gleaming with a strange red-gold metallic sheen, broke through the cracked fresco. The humanoid figure's arrival shook the entire chapel. Its metallic limbs moved with unnatural precision as it stepped forward, its gleaming surface reflecting the flickering candlelight. In one swift motion, it caught the monk, sweeping him up as if he weighed nothing, before taking several massive strides toward the edge of the cliff. The monk's purple eyes were wide, and his mouth dropped open. It was as though he had been anticipating wonders, but this wasn't anything like what he had been expecting. Kelly gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, as the golem stepped out onto the ledge, the hapless monk still in its grasp. There was a brief moment of silence, then, with a final step, the humanoid creature plunged over the side. Kelly heard a scream. It sounded like, "No!" The monk had finally said something, but not for long. His voice was cut off as the sound of the golem crashing against the rocks 1,000 feet below echoed up the cliffside, mingling with the wind. Kelly stood there, her mind racing, unable to process what she had just witnessed. The angel in the fresco now lay shattered, the chapel quiet once more, except for the distant howl of the wind outside. She turned the GoPro toward herself, her face pale and her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. "Did you see that?" she muttered into the camera, her voice trembling. "What in the world just happened?" Chapter 2. Havana, Cuba. Tom jammed on the brakes. The Soviet-era Lada skidded to a stop, sending dirt and gravel everywhere. He revved the engine, preventing its 1300cc VAZ 4132 Wankel rotary engine from stalling. The sun hung low, its last golden rays casting long shadows. On the side of the road, he stared up at the sign above. They were at the on-ramp to the junction for the A1, also known as Autopista Nacional, a toll-free expressway. The A1 ran the full length of Cuba east to west. He exchanged a glance with Genevieve, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. "Left or right?" "Take the right lane," Genevieve replied without hesitation. "Sam's heading west." Tom looked in the rearview mirror. Hu and Veyron sat on either side, with Caliburn squeezed in the middle. All three were silent. Turning to Genevieve, he asked, "What makes you say that?" "Just a guess." Genevieve zoomed out of her GPS map, studying the maps, searching for something that might stand out as a place Sam would naturally gravitate toward. "Amira mentioned something about getting an Airbnb somewhere a couple of hours away. That would put them somewhere to the west of here, because everywhere east is within an hour drive." "She lied to us about knowing the relic hunter," Tom countered. "No reason to believe she was telling the truth when she mentioned the distance to the Airbnb." "No, she was telling the truth about that," Genevieve said, her voice emphatic. "What makes you so confident?" Tom asked. His tone was curious, not challenging. He had no doubt Genevieve was right. She was generally right about most things. But all the same, with Sam missing, he was keen to hear her rationale. "As you know, I was an enforcer a long time ago. I have done my time interviewing people." "Interrogating?" Tom corrected. She gave an impish and unapologetic smile. "Torturing, if you want to be pedantic." "Right. Anyway, in my experience, people who are working hard to lie about the big stuff tend to forget about lying about the small stuff." "You think she couldn't be bothered keeping an important secret about the distance to the Airbnb, or wherever it is she's taken Sam?" "Yeah, I think her brain had done the simple computation that it was mostly irrelevant information. Thus, she dismissed the effort needed to create a lie." "All right, it's as good a reason as any." Tom shrugged, put the Lada's flimsy gear stick into first, gently let out the clutch, and accelerated down the right-hand turning lane, heading west on Cuba's A1 expressway. Tom quickly worked his way up to the Lada's fifth and top gear. Heading west along the Autopista A1, he began weaving in and out of the sparse traffic. He glanced at the sign indicating the speed limit for the A1, 75 miles per hour. His eyes darted toward the dash. The small speed dial pointed toward 85 miles. Genevieve looked at him. "Can't you get this thing to go any faster?" Tom knew she had grown up in Moscow and would know exactly how fast the old car could drive. Tom planted his foot hard on the accelerator. He watched the dial keep moving to the right. 90 miles, 100 miles. It finally reached its limit at 112 miles. Tom frowned. "You got any idea what we do when the highway patrol pull us over?" "Just keep driving," Genevieve said. "I'll deal with it." "The police aren't planning on abducting Sam," Tom said. "I know," Genevieve replied, her finger resting next to the trigger on the Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine gun. Just leave it to me. I know how to handle the police. Tom swallowed. Genevieve had come a long way since her days in her family's mafia back in Moscow, but at times he wondered if, when push came to shove, she didn't still have a long way to go. He said, "You can't kill innocent police just because the relic hunters made a move to abduct Sam." "I know," Genevieve said, "but that doesn't mean I have any plan of being stopped by them." Tom's lips formed a grim line. "So, you're suggesting I keep going no matter what?" "It's the only chance we have of catching up with Sam." Tom said, "We don't even know he's going this direction." Up ahead, a series of overhead cameras that spanned the width of the expressway indicated they tracked drivers' point-to-point speed. Genevieve grinned. "Perhaps we do." She took a picture of the cameras with a location number and texted it to Elise. She then called her and asked if she could hack into the traffic monitoring mainframe and search for the turquoise 1955 Chevrolet Bel Air Sam and Amira were driving. It would only take a couple of minutes for Elise to get back to her with an answer. Genevieve's cell phone pinged. She glanced at the message, then said, "Elise has it. She ran the car's license plates through the registry. It was a relatively simple program to hack, and then an even simpler program to locate the car, getting an immediate hit as simply as one might use Google to identify the location of the nearest McDonald's." Tom said, "Sam was here?" "Got a good photo of them in their vehicle, too. Sam was driving. Amira was in the passenger seat. Nobody else was visible in the car, suggesting they weren't carjacked or something. They passed here about half an hour ago." Tom kept his foot hard on the accelerator, trying to will the Lada to break its 112 miles per hour ceiling. "When's the next point-to-point speed camera?" "Just before Santa Clara," Tom said. "That's 140 miles from here. Surely they have more cameras than that." "Yeah, but some maintenance issue has them out currently, leaving only the one we just passed and the one at Santa Clara still active." Tom frowned. "Or, more likely, the relic hunter had someone intentionally destroy the cameras so that we couldn't track where Sam and Amira went." "Most likely." Frowning, Tom looked at Genevieve before glancing in the rearview mirror at Hu and Veyron. "What does everyone think?" Veyron said, "You have a little over an hour to catch up with Sam." "Or lose him forever," Hu warned. Genevieve said, "It's possible. Sam was on his way to spend some time with Amira in an Airbnb. He wasn't racing. At our current speed, we might just catch him." Tom said, "If I keep breaking the speed limit, we're bound to be pulled over by the highway patrol. Then we either get to spend the night in jail or cross over to the very wrong side of the law. Anyone have a problem with that? I suggest you speak now." The car was filled with silence. He looked at Caliburn. The dog's somber brown eyes seemed downcast. "What do you say, Caliburn?" Caliburn barked, a single bark, confirmation of yes. "Easy for you to say," Tom grinned. "You'll just plead ignorance, and they'll let you off." The Lada rattled like an old tin can threatening to come apart at the seams, but Tom kept his foot pinned to the floor. The speedometer trembled, wavering just below the red line at 112 miles per hour. The engine roared in protest, yet somehow the ancient Soviet relic held together, devouring the autopista one cracked mile at a time. Tom's hands gripped the wheel with white-knuckled intensity, eyes flicking between the road and the fading sunlight ahead. The sun, swollen and molten, dipped toward the horizon, setting the Cuban countryside ablaze in hues of orange and crimson. Long shadows stretched across the expressway, pulling the night closer with every passing minute. Genevieve sat in the passenger seat, holding on to the dash as if her life depended on it. Her dark hair whipped around her face from the breeze streaming through the cracked open window. "I'm going to kill this car," Tom muttered, his voice barely audible over the wind and engine noise. "It's not dead yet," Genevieve shot back, squinting as the last of the sun's rays kissed the road ahead. She leaned forward, willing the car to move faster. "I drove one of these when I was a teenager. You would be surprised what it can handle." "I am surprised by what it has handled," Tom replied. In the back seat, Hu sat silently, arms crossed, while Veyron checked his sidearm with calm efficiency. Caliburn sprawled between them, his golden fur blending into the darkness now creeping over the landscape. His head rested on Hu's knee, ears twitching at the wind rushing by. Tom's gaze flicked toward the speedometer again, still maxed out. "Come on, you piece of junk," he growled under his breath. As the sunset surrendered to night, the stars began to pepper the sky, dim at first but growing stronger by the mile. The autopista stretched endlessly ahead, a ribbon of black cutting through fields of sugarcane and the occasional flicker of lights from distant farmhouses. At the 1 hour and 20-minute mark, a sign welcomed them to Santa Clara, and they hadn't seen Sam or the car he was driving. Genevieve called Elise, putting her cell phone on speaker. Tom said, "We're at Santa Clara. Any sign of Sam?" "Negative," Elise replied. "Amira's rented Chevrolet hasn't been pinged by any of the speed cameras either. That means they must have turned off somewhere within the 140-mile stretch." Tom's heart raced. That was a big haystack to go searching for a needle in. He'd gotten lucky before, but he had no idea how much time they had left. He said, "Still no sign of the GPS tracker on Sam's watch?" "No," Elise sighed. "It looks like someone's intentionally jammed its signals, blocking all calls in or out, as well as the GPS signal since Sam reached the autopista turnoff. I'll keep pinging the tracker for a response, but I'm not hopeful." "Where do we go?" Tom asked. "I mean, Sam could be anywhere on the island by now." "You'd better get back here," Elise replied, her voice taking a colder tone. "There's been an unexpected development." "What now?" Tom asked. "Something's happened in Ethiopia." Elise paused. "I'm sending Genevieve a link to the TikTok video. I'm just trying to work out its validity, but if it's true, we may have a much bigger problem than finding Sam right at the moment." "Nothing is more important than Sam," Tom muttered under his breath. Chapter 3. Raised Diaz Plantation, Cuba. Amira shoveled the last pile of dirt on the shallow grave. She couldn't look at the unnamed site. The thought of a man like Sam dying, being buried there, was impossible to mentally reconcile. Instead, her eyes drifted out toward the blue-green sea. The estate overlooked the ocean, where a natural rock arch rested. In the center was a unique, jagged rock formation, a dragon, curled up like it was sleeping beneath the arch. The arch formed a portal Sam had said the relic hunter had referred to as Fantasyland, back when she was an innocent 13-year-old child. The rising moon cast its ethereal glow on the natural rock arch. It acted much like the sunset, causing the swell that formed a mist at the dragon's mouth to glow golden like a nighttime version of the dragon's fiery breath. The relic hunter swore. "Wait!" Amira's heart hammered in her chest. "What now?" "Sam Reilly had a watch." Amira frowned. "So?" "It has some sort of transponder or something. A GPS and one of those emergency beacons or something." "A personal locator beacon? So?" "I want to take it off him." Amira paused, her fingers clasping the hilt of the shovel imperceptibly harder. "Seriously?" "Yeah." Amira felt as though she couldn't take a breath. "Why?" "Call it a personal neurosis on my part, but if I left it here, I would be worried the watch would cause some sort of homing beacon. Then it would call his friends on board the Tahila to find his body." "What are you worried they're going to do, resurrect him?" "No, it's just it would bring closure to James Reilly." "And you don't want that." "Exactly. What's more," the relic hunter said with a grin, "I'm going to call it a sort of insurance policy." Amira's eyes narrowed. "Insurance policy?" "Yeah." The relic hunter nodded to herself as though really liking the idea. "Picture this. If we get into trouble, if I get into trouble, it's important to own these things. Perhaps they're gaining on me, who knows? But then I trigger the emergency GPS locator on Sam's watch." The relic hunter shot Amira an inquisitive look, as if to ask what happens next. Amira shook her head, as if she didn't know or simply didn't want to play. The relic hunter sighed, as though Amira was so hard to play games with. Then, not to be put out by such silly things, she said, "James Reilly, Tom Bauer, and the rest of the merry men and women of the Tahila will go running to wherever I send them." She giggled hysterically, clapped her hands together again, and said, "Oh, I like this." Amira drew a deep breath and made a theatrical sigh. "You want me to reach down and get Sam's watch for you?" "That would be so kind." The relic hunter feigned superficial gratitude. "Please do." Amira swallowed hard. Her face scrunched up with pain at the thought of digging into Sam's shallow grave. "Today, please. I do actually have other tasks to attend to," the relic hunter said. Amira closed her eyes, reached down, her fingers digging through the soft, loose soil until she reached Sam's buried, lifeless arm. Touching it somewhere up near the shoulder, she worked her way down past the elbow, feeling the muscles of his forearm until she reached his still warm hand. Then she backtracked until she hit the watch. It had a simple clasp. She unclipped it and slid it off his wrist. Amira withdrew her arm from the soil and lifted the custom-built dive watch up into the moonlight. "Well done," the relic hunter said, cupping her hands like a baseballer's mitten. "Over here." Amira threw it to her. The relic hunter caught it, her eyes greedily examining her new watch as though it were some sort of precious treasure, brushing off the loose soil and happily placing it on her wrist. "See, that was easy." The relic hunter examined the watch. It was a bit big on her delicate wrist, but she seemed to like it. "I bet you're glad you only dug a shallow grave." Amira didn't say anything. "Why didn't you dig it deeper?" the relic hunter asked, her tone curious more than accusatory. "A combination of difficulty and time," Amira said quickly. "Really?" The relic hunter's piercing gaze burned into her soul. "You spent all day yesterday setting this up." 1 foot, 6 foot, what's the difference?" Amira asked. "I hit clay. Sam's dead. We're in the middle of nowhere in Cuba. This place has a history of ghosts. After more than 20 years, you, Sam, and me are probably the only people to have stepped foot on it. So no, I didn't feel the need to dig a deep grave." Avoiding the relic hunter's gaze, Amira placed another couple shovels of soil on the loose gap where she just recovered Sam's watch. The relic hunter said, "That will do. I'm done here. Let's go." Chapter 4. Mission Room on board the Tahila, Havana Harbor, Cuba. Tom sat back in the padded chair, fingers drumming idly on the edge of the round table at the center of the Tahila's mission room. The room felt snug, even with its broad walls and high-tech displays. Veyron leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, while Matthew fiddled with a small drone, his eyes flicking to the screen every few moments. Genevieve stood by the console, arms at her sides, but her stance tense. Hu was seated next to Tom, quiet, contemplative. At the foot of the orichalcum golem, Caliburn lay curled up, his golden fur blending almost perfectly with the ancient metal. The golem itself stood motionless, its reflective form gleaming faintly under the recessed lights. Elise stood at the head of the table, remote in hand. Without a word, she pressed play. The large overhead projector hummed to life, casting bright light across the far wall. The footage sprang into view with a flicker, showing the narrow, dizzying ledges leading to Abuna Yemata Guh. Kelly Robinson, the young woman from the video, was breathing audibly through the GoPro, shaky but steady. The vast expanse of northern Ethiopia stretched out below her, endless cliffs and jagged peaks piercing the horizon. Tom kept his eyes locked on the screen. The footage shifted, Kelly's hand grasping for a foothold as she climbed higher, until finally the entrance to the ancient church loomed ahead. A narrow stone doorway carved into the cliffside, weathered by centuries, but still standing proud. The camera panned as Kelly stepped inside. Tom leaned forward slightly. Frescoes lined the walls in rich reds, deep blues, and vibrant golds. The saints and angels depicted in the artwork seemed to stare down from the stone, their expressions both serene and watchful. The faint candlelight cast flickering shadows across their faces, giving them an almost living presence. Matthew let out a low whistle. "Those paintings are incredible. You don't see colors like that in most ancient churches." "I'd like to know who had the tricky job of convincing Michelangelo to climb that cliff to reach Abuna Yemata Guh," Veyron said, clearly making a joke. "Yes." Elise paused the video and smirked. "It was a task made ever so much more difficult by the fact Abuna Yemata Guh was built in the 5th century, and Michelangelo di Lodovico Buonarroti Simoni wasn't born until the 16th. Tom said, "Wait, that's his full name? No wonder people can only remember the Michelangelo part." Genevieve laughed. "And truthfully, many only remember that name from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Michelangelo had dual nunchakus." Elise said, "Can we keep going? After all, Sam's still missing, and if the Elixir of Life has been found—" She sighed. "Well, we all know what that means." There was a general, solemn murmur of agreement mixed in with apologies. Elise pressed play. The footage shifted again. Kelly and her GoPro focused on an old monk as he hobbled along the narrow ledge outside Abuna Yemata Guh. His gait was slow but sure. His long gray beard swayed with each step, blending with the worn robes that draped over his weathered frame. His skin was black as night, his ascetic face deeply lined and leathery. His eyes were purple. Tom swallowed. He'd seen the video earlier, but the footage on Genevieve's phone hadn't done the image justice. "That monk is a master builder," Elise nodded. "Or he knows about the master builders and is wearing purple contact lenses." Veyron said, "That doesn't seem very likely." "No," Elise said with a shrug. "But if someone wants people to believe this was a master builder, it wouldn't be unreasonable to think they would use such a simple ruse to increase the fidelity of the video." "For what purpose?" Tom asked. Veyron, as the oldest member of the Tahila, rolled his eyes. to get more likes and follows and saves or whatever it is your generation craves on social media. Veyron, you think that TikTok is from my generation? Tom grinned. I'm flattered. Elise said, this video has gone viral on Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, X, YouTube, and WeChat, not to mention all the rest of the smaller platforms with nearly a combined total of 500 million views. Tom kept smiling. Still completely thrilled that you think all of these are my generation. You don't even have a Facebook page, do you? Elise asked, trying to match Tom's age to a social media platform. No. Tom looked around. Anyone else here have one? Meh, Veyron nodded. I don't check it very often, but it's nice to keep in touch with family and friends. Matthew said, Yeah, I've got an Instagram account for the Tahila. Seriously? Tom asked, incredulously. Matthew shrugged. Yeah. Tom looked at Genevieve, who shot him an impish grin. I run a weapons blog on YouTube. I never knew. Tom shook his head. You get the real thing, Genevieve said. You don't need to see my online persona. Tom studied Caliburn. Well, I guess it's you and me, buddy. We've managed to hold out on the whole social media thing. Caliburn covered his eyes with his paws. Tom asked, You too? Matthew laughed. What? We were bored waiting on board the Tahila for you guys to get back sometime, and I decided to set up an Instagram account. It started as a joke. Somewhere to send to those special to him, like Sam's aunt, Colleen, who tends to look after him sometimes. And? Tom asked. Matthew shrugged. Caliburn's always been the most popular member of the crew. Tom turned to Elise. I don't even need to ask if you have an account. You most certainly don't. Elise took on the air of an unapproachable empress. I waste my time on plenty of things, but social media isn't one of them. Tom was incredulous. You don't use anything? Not even one, Elise replied emphatically. Then, returning to the viral video, she said, There's another purpose why someone would want to fool us about the validity of this video that we have to remember. What's that? Tom asked. Someone might want us to believe she has the Elixir of Life. Tom said, The Relic Hunter? Exactly, Elise agreed, and then pressed play once more. The GoPro focused on the monk's small walking stick. It was intricately carved with 4 swirling patterns that seemed to shift as the sunlight caught them. They immediately saw that the images were of a snake with its tail and its mouth etched into the side of the small staff. Tom said, The Ouroboros! That's right. The ancient Egyptian and Greek symbol representing the eternal return, the unity of all things, and the interconnectedness of opposing forces through the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. Elise drew a breath. And a symbol used by the master builders since their arrival. A moment later, Elise pressed pause again on the zoomed-in section of the monk's staff. What do you see here? Tom said, Is the staff made of some sort of black hardwood? Elise shook her head. It's not wood. That's obsidian, Matthew said. Right, Elise agreed. Only everyone who has ever worked with obsidian knows the glassy volcanic stone fractures almost as easily as glass. So anyone who had the technology to make such intricate details as this staff, let alone to mix the obsidian with some sort of metal to make it strong enough to use as a walking stick, would almost certainly have been a master builder, or at least someone with the ancient technology. Tom's eyes fixed on the monk's staff. The surface was so polished it reflected the faintest glimmers of gold and red from the frescoes on the walls, but its true wonder lay in the intricate carvings that spiraled along its length. 4 infinity symbols encircled the staff at equal intervals, crafted from what looked like the same black stone. But the symbols were snakes, swallowing their own tails, each one distinct. Tom's eyes narrowed on the delicate heads of the serpents. Perched atop each mouth was a figurine, no larger than a person's thumb. One shimmered a deep crimson, carved from carnelian. Another gleamed pale and cold, hewn from milky quartz. The third glowed faintly green in the dim light, crafted from malachite. The last was a dark, lustrous blue-black, unmistakably onyx. Carnelian, quartz, malachite, and onyx. Tom said, "Those figurines! They symbolize the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse." "That's right. Well spotted," Elise smiled. "Do you remember what each represents according to the biblical reference?" Tom nodded. "Sam and I have seen those before." Genevieve asked, "Where?" "The third temple." Tom closed his eyes, trying to recall their meaning. There was a specific meaning to them used by the master builders. "Yes," Elise said. Then it hit Tom. "Something about a second life." Elise nodded. "I was wondering that too. If this video is true, does the monk know about the necropolis of the gods and the possible resurrection of the golem armies? Is he trying to form a new start? The question is, what ancient army is he trying to resurrect?" Elise pressed play again. Tom's eyes narrowed as he watched the monk slowly turn the serpents. The staff clicked open, revealing the hidden compartment for some sort of liquid. "And here's where it goes sideways," Elise murmured. Her finger hovered over the pause button but didn't press it. The monk poured a small amount of the green liquid into the niche at the base of the angel fresco. As the liquid disappeared into the hollow, the wall behind him trembled. A low rumble shook the church. The frescoes quivered as fine dust trickled from the ceiling. The GoPro zoomed in on the monk once more. The monk winked mischievously at the camera, then stepped back. His expression remained calm, though his eyes were bright with anticipation. Nothing happened, at first. Not for a full minute at least. Then a crack appeared. At first it was barely noticeable, a thin line spidering across the ancient fresco. But then it widened, as though the stone itself was coming alive. Something was chipping its way out, like a living thing was emerging, being born from a stone womb. The wall split open. A deafening rumble followed, and a massive figure stepped out. Everyone watching recognized the 7-foot-tall golem. It gleamed with a red-gold metallic sheen as it broke through the cracked fresco. The creature's arrival shook the entire chapel. Its metallic limbs moved with unnatural precision as it stepped forward, its gleaming surface reflecting the flickering candlelight. Suddenly it charged. In one swift motion, it caught the monk, sweeping him up as if he weighed nothing. The monk's mouth opened in shock. He had been expecting wonders, not to be picked up by a clay-looking humanoid-shaped creature. After a brief pause where the camera was focusing on the shaking floor, the woman continued filming. Still holding the now struggling monk, the golem took several massive strides toward the edge of the cliff. It stepped out through the doorway of Abuna Yemata Guh onto the narrow sandstone ledge. Even though he'd seen the footage before, Tom found himself inadvertently holding his breath, as if willing the golem to stop. There was a brief moment of silence. Then, with a final step, the golem plunged over the side, the monk still in his grasp. The sound of the monk screaming, "No!" abruptly cut off as the golem crashed against the rocks below. The noise of its landing echoed up the cliffside, mingling with the whooshing sound of the wind. The GoPro raced toward the ledge at the entrance to the chapel in the sky. It zoomed in over the side of the cliff, where the metallic golem had crashed into the rocks more than 1,000 feet below. The video had been edited to remove any image of the monk, but nobody watching it imagined he could have survived the fall. Then, like a pro, she turned the GoPro toward herself, her face pale and her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. "Did you see that?" she muttered into the camera, her voice trembling. "What in the world just happened?" The video ended. There were more than 1 million comments on the TikTok video by users around the world who wanted to play that most popular game of all time. What do they call it? Armchair warriors? Each one was arguing the video's validity or falsehood, and what if it wasn't a fake? Then what the hell had they just watched? Elise switched it off. "So, what just happened?" she said, nearly echoing the final words of the supposed author of the video, Kelly Robinson. Tom said, "I have no idea." "Yes, you do," she persisted. Tom suppressed a grin. "No, really, I assure you, I genuinely haven't a clue what's going on." Elise looked at him. "You know what that was, don't you?" "Yeah, the Elixir of Life." "Right. And that means the relic hunter's going to want it. Which means Kelly Robinson, the girl who uploaded this video, her life is at risk. She could be kidnapped, killed, or who knows what." Tom's jaw tightened, and his lips formed a grim line. "If we don't get to her first, it means the whole world is in terrible danger." Chapter 5. Scotts Bluff, Nebraska. James Reilly loved to drive. He could have just as easily flown back to Washington, D.C., leaving one of his many assistants to ship his Rolls-Royce back from Jackson Hole, Wyoming, but a long drive was good for the soul. It helped him unwind after everything he'd been through with his son in recent weeks. He eased his grip on the wheel of the Rolls-Royce Wraith as it glided along US 26 East, the low hum of the V12 engine barely audible against the wind that swept across the Nebraska plains. Scotts Bluff loomed ahead, an important landmark for wagon trains on the Oregon Trail, the California Trails, and the Pony Express Trail. Carved by time and weather, its rugged face glowed in the amber hues of the late afternoon sun. The open road stretched endlessly before him, hugging the contours of the North Platte River, which shimmered like molten silver beneath the fading light. To his right, the bluffs rose abruptly from the earth, their jagged edges softened by centuries of erosion. Sparse tufts of grass and clusters of wild sage lined the roadside, their pale green coloring a stark contrast against the dusty browns and reds of the landscape. The sky stretched out in every direction, vast and unmarred, save for a few wisps of cirrus clouds drifting lazily overhead. James rolled down the window, letting the crisp air wash over him. There was a timelessness to this place, a keen sense that his car's modern design felt out of place against the ancient beauty of the land. He could almost picture the wagon trains of the 1800s, their wooden wheels creaking as they passed along the same stretch of trail that now lay beneath the polished tires of the Wraith. The Oregon Trail had once been the lifeline of pioneers, he recalled. Between the 1840s and the 1860s, hundreds of thousands of settlers had braved this harsh terrain in search of a better life in the West. The California Trail was a mid-19th century highway for humans lured by gold and farmland in California. Between 1841 and 1869, more than 200,000 emigrants traversed the California Trail. The Pony Express was a horseback mail delivery service between Missouri and California in the early 1860s. It provided a fresh horse every 10 to 15 miles and a fresh rider every 75 to 100 miles. The average speed of the Pony Express was 10 miles per hour. The service ended by the completion of the transcontinental telegraph line in October 1861. Scott's Bluff had been a landmark for weary travelers, a promise that they were on the right path. James let his gaze drift to the monument ahead, where a portion of the original trail remained preserved. Ruts from the heavy wagons were still visible, etched like scars into the earth. It struck him how thin the line was between survival and failure back then. A broken axle, a misplaced foot, or a storm rolling in from the horizon could mean the difference between life and death. The thought lingered as he pressed down gently on the accelerator, the wraith responding effortlessly. He passed a historical marker that flickered by in his peripheral vision. It bore the name of an emigrant who had died along this stretch, one of the countless unnamed who had never completed the journey west. James found himself wondering what stories those plains held, buried beneath layers of soil and the graves of those who went before. The bluffs seemed to watch over them all, indifferent yet eternal, just as they had for the pioneers and the native tribes long before them. The road twisted gently, following the curves of the river. For a fleeting moment, James felt like he was part of something older than himself, just another traveler passing through, guided by the same landmarks that had shepherded so many before him. His car phone flashed an incoming call. James glanced at the name on the central car display, Tom Bauer. He pressed the green phone symbol on the steering wheel. "Hello, Tom." Without preamble, Tom said, "Sam's missing, sir." "Missing?" James asked, his heart taking on a few extra beats. "How? As in he's lost? I thought you dealt with this sort of ongoing problem with my son. Didn't you start having him wear one of those wristwatches with a GPS tracker or something?" "He does." "So what does it say?" "He disappeared in Havana at the intersection to the Autopista A1, Cuba's national highway, yesterday." "How?" "We don't know. Elise thinks someone's electronically jamming his cell phone and GPS signal." "What do we know so far?" "Nothing," Tom said. Sam was out with his girlfriend, Amira. They had apparently rented an Airbnb for the weekend and were heading there. Shortly after they left, you sent Elise the picture of Liliana Diaz, a.k.a. the Relic Hunter. Elise instantly recognized her as the woman who had visited Amira on board the Tahila just a few hours earlier. "You went after them?" "Yes, immediately. But it looks like someone, possibly Amira, had already activated an electronic jamming device, blocking Sam from receiving a call, or from us, accessing the GPS tracking data on his cell phone." "All right," James said, barely able to contain his vitriolic rage. "How long ago was this?" 7 hours. "Okay, keep doing whatever it is you're doing to find him." James glanced at the GPS on his car, trying to mentally picture the nearest international airport. "I'll be on the next flight to Cuba, and I'll be putting together an army to find him." "Thank you, sir." James said, "We will find him, you know." "Yes, sir," Tom dutifully replied, but there was something in his tone that made it sound like he was holding things back. "Sam's been in a lot of troubles over the years, but something about this seems different." Far worse than anything he's been through yet. Son, James said, adopting an almost paternal role over Sam's best friend since high school. There's no way some girl, I don't care how pretty or exciting she may well be, has gotten the best of Sam. He's alive, and we'll find him. Tom said, I hope so, sir, but I am worried. A beautiful woman may just be exactly the sort of person who might have a chance of beating Sam. I haven't met Amira, James shook his head, but I know Sam was smitten with her. We all know he has poor taste in women at times. Even so, there's no way she got the best of him. We'll find him, mark my words. I'll see you in a few hours. Very good, sir. James ended the call and immediately told his voice-activated cell phone to contact Tim Jones. Yes, sir. Tim, his chief pilot, answered immediately. I need the Gulfstream to meet me at Western Nebraska Regional Airport. James was already typing the airport into the car's GPS. My son's missing in Cuba, and I need to go to lead an army to find him. Understood. The jet's still sitting at Folsom, South Dakota. I can have it there within an hour. It's already fully fueled and well within the range of Cuba. There will be no need to refuel. As soon as you get to the airport, we can take off. Good. James glanced at his GPS. It showed 1 hour and 19 minutes. I'll be there by the time you land. James pressed the accelerator, and the Wraith surged forward, gliding down the empty stretch of US 26 like a silver bullet cutting through the fading light. The sun dipped low behind the bluffs, casting long shadows that stretched across the plains. The road ahead shimmered with the last golden rays of the day, and in the rearview mirror, the jagged silhouette of Scott's Bluff receded into the horizon. Time passed in silence. James was thinking. The Wraith's engine hummed low but powerful, the tires whispering over the asphalt as he navigated the final curve. Up ahead, the flat expanse of the airport's perimeter fence came into view, and beyond it, the tarmac stretched toward the fading sun. All in total, he shaved exactly 20 minutes off the original ETA. On the horizon, he spotted a glimpse of his Gulfstream on its final approach. The elegant jet's sleek white fuselage gleamed against the dusky sky, the landing lights flickering to life as the aircraft made its approach, lining up with the runway. James eased off the gas, coasting through the final gate toward the private hangar as his jet's wheels kissed the ground in a smooth landing. The Gulfstream taxied to a stop. The hatch opened with a hydraulic hiss, and one of the crew descended the staircase, already preparing for departure. James drove right up to it, stopped the car, and got out. He handed the Wraith's keys to a member of the private hangar's concierge team and immediately climbed aboard. He leaned in and greeted Tim Jones and his co-pilot David Richards. Hello, gentlemen. I'm ready to leave. Understood, sir, Tim replied. I'll contact the tower now to obtain clearance and we'll be in the air. Any idea what time we'll be landing in Havana? Tim said, I can take us up to 51,000 feet and pick up a little speed, getting us there around 5 a.m. Very good, James said. Tim said, we're all here to do whatever it takes to get Sam back. Thank you, Tim. James walked back to one of the large lounge chairs, strapped himself in, and began making phone calls. He felt the subtle shift in weight as the Gulfstream began its roll down the runway, the low rumble of the engines building to a steady roar. The cabin vibrated gently beneath him, and he leaned back into the leather seat, looking through the window as the tarmac blurred past. The pilots pushed the jet's throttles forward. The acceleration pressed James deeper into the plush chair, the force pinning his shoulders as the jet gathered speed. Outside, the last slivers of Nebraska's fading daylight stretched thin along the horizon. The wheels left the ground with barely a jolt, and the aircraft climbed steadily, banking west briefly before turning south. The glow of the airport dwindled beneath them, swallowed by the approaching night. By the time the sun rose over Havana, James intended to have hired half the population of Cuba to help him find his son. Chapter 6. Geralta Mountains, Ethiopia. Kelly Robinson awoke with a start. The low thrum of rotor blades drifted through the stillness of the early morning. For a moment she lay motionless, cocooned in her sleeping bag, listening. The distant hum grew louder, vibrating softly through the rocky ground beneath her. She unzipped the tent carefully, the metal teeth rasping loud against the quiet. Cool air greeted her as she stepped outside, bare feet pressing into the dry, sandy earth. Beyond the edge of the ridge, the valley of Adigrat lay bathed in the silver glow of early twilight. Kelly blinked the sleep from her eyes, greeted by the faint glimmers of dawn brushing the peaks of the Geralta Mountains. The night still clung to the valley. A deep blue velvet sky stretched overhead, pierced by thousands of stars that shimmered like scattered diamonds. A shadow moved across the heavens, blotting out stars as it passed overhead. Kelly squinted, tracing the silhouette of a large black helicopter, its sleek, angular frame unmistakably military. It circled once over the rugged cliffs that cradled the ancient monastery of Abuna Yemata Guh, as if scanning the area below, before banking and descending toward the valley floor. The helicopter touched down not far from where she had camped, its blades carving the air in rhythmic pulses. Kelly crouched behind a weathered outcrop of stone, looking through the brittle branches of an acacia tree. Figures in dark uniforms disembarked swiftly, their movements deliberate. In the dim light, she could make out the shrouded form of the monk being carefully carried aboard, his body wrapped tightly in ceremonial cloth. But it was the second object that held her gaze. The metallic figure of the golem's crumpled body glinting faintly beneath the floodlights of the helicopter. Kelly's pulse quickened as 6 men loaded the strange relic. The helicopter lifted moments later, stirring a whirlwind of dust and loose stones that rattled against the canvas of her tent. She shielded her face until the wind died down. When she looked again, the sky was empty. The stars remained cold and indifferent to what she had just witnessed. Chapter 7. Raised Diaz Estate, Cuba. Fighting through a massive headache, Sam Reilly tried to breathe. The weight of the earth pressed down upon him. The darkness was absolute with his eyes open. He kept them closed, and he focused on the shallow rise and fall of his chest, counting each breath. The regulator between his teeth fed him a thin stream of air, but it was growing harder to pull in. He shifted slightly, testing the resistance of the dirt above. It was loose, his grave shallow. He had made sure of that. But now even that felt suffocating. Sam swallowed, forcing down the sharp edge of panic clawing at the back of his throat. It was nearly time. Then the air stopped. His pulse quickened, but he'd been expecting it. This was the sign. Time was up. He could think of no reason for the relic hunter to wait beside his grave, but if she had, there was nothing he could do about it now. Moment of truth. Sam flexed his fingers. He slowly repositioned himself, bringing his knees towards his chest, breaking any sort of surface tension made by the loosely placed soil. Then he began to rise from the dead by pushing the soil aside, wiggling his way to the surface in slow, deliberate movements. The grave was shallow, barely more than a foot, but for a fleeting moment doubt crept in. Was it enough? The earth felt heavier now, like it had thickened around him, resisting his escape. His muscles burned, and he gritted his teeth, pressing upward with both hands until finally his fingers broke through. Cool air rushed in, carrying the faint scent of grass and damp earth. His tension fell away, and the shocking pain in his head eased slightly. Sam shoved the rest of the dirt aside and pulled himself free, gasping as he spat out the regulator's mouthpiece. The massive air tank that had sustained him for the past 6 hours lay just beneath the disturbed earth. The air hose coiled beside him. He discarded his now unnecessary lifeline. Sitting upright, Sam breathed deeply beneath the faint glow of stars overhead. Dirt clung to his face, and he wiped it away, smearing it further in the process. Slowly, Sam opened his eyes to the world above. The world was the same, yet he felt completely different. He was no longer the man they had buried. That version of him was gone, dead to those who needed to believe it. Soon, having caught his breath, Sam scooped up loose soil into his hands. He worked quickly, covering the grave, patting the dirt into place until no trace of his escape remained. Just in case they came back. The last thing he needed was the bad guys uncovering the truth. He exhaled slowly, brushing the last bits of earth from his shirt. Sam Reilly was gone. Now, only a ghost remained. Chapter 8. His head throbbing, Sam stood at the edge of the bluff, brushing off the largest remnants of dirt from his shirt. His breath lingered in the cool night air, curling into the darkness, before dissolving like mist. The grave behind him had been carefully smoothed over, but he didn't look back. Ahead, the ocean stretched endlessly, a vast shifting expanse under the stars. Sam's eyes narrowed. He stared at the place 13-year-old Liliana Diaz had once named Fantasyland, framed by the arch of stone that jutted from the cliffside, like the entrance to another world. Beneath it, the dragon-shaped rock lay curled, its jagged edges softened beneath the pale glow of the moon. Even in the dark, the arch was unmistakable, etched into his memory like a half-forgotten dream. The déjà vu crept in again, stronger now, as if he'd stood in this very spot years ago. A faint swell rose against the rocks below, barely more than a ripple in the still water. The dragon stirred, but produced nothing more than a quiet, half-hearted spray of mist. Less fire-breathing beast, more burping lizard. Sam smirked. It felt fitting. The danger had passed for now, leaving behind nothing but the lingering echoes of something that once roared to life. He crossed his arms, watching as the moonlight traced the contours of the arch. For a fleeting moment he wondered what Lily had seen in this place. Had she also stood here, gazing at the dragon, as the sun dipped below the horizon? Or was it just him, chasing shadows and memories that didn't belong to him anymore? The stars above were brighter than he remembered, sprawling endlessly across the sky. Out here, beneath the weight of the heavens, it was easy to feel small. Just another piece of the landscape, like the arch and the dragon below. Sam exhaled, letting the tension bleed out with his breath. He trudged back up the hill, the soft crunch of dry earth beneath his boots, the only sound in the still night. The turquoise 1955 Chevrolet Bel Air sat under the moonlight like a relic from another time, its chrome trim catching faint reflections of the stars overhead. He reached for the door handle. Locked. Sam frowned, his gaze drifting toward the small cairn of rocks nearby. That's where Amira had said she'd hide the keys, in the grass beside it. He knelt, sifting carefully through the blades, the cold dew soaking into his fingertips. Nothing. He frowned in dismay. This wasn't part of the deal. Then again, neither was waking up buried in a shallow grave, nor having his watch stolen after he was buried. Sam let out a quiet laugh, low and dry. Death, like life, was dynamic. He straightened, glancing back toward the grave he'd carefully concealed. How many plans, he wondered, started with your girlfriend shooting you in the head and burying you? And more importantly, how many of those plans ever went the way they were supposed to? He grinned. No, in life, and apparently also in death. One had to be flexible. He grabbed a loose stone from the top of the cairn and smashed it against the window. The glass splintered instantly, shards tumbling onto the front seat like tiny stars of their own. Sam brushed them aside and reached in, popping the lock with a satisfying clunk. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of old leather and thyme, whatever the hell that scent was. He leaned over the back, feeling along the base of the trunk, until his fingers brushed against the latch of a hidden compartment where the spare wheel should have been. The door creaked open, revealing 3 neatly bundled stacks of US dollars. Each one was $10K, $30K in total. It wasn't a lot to go on, but it would do the job. He slipped the cash into his trouser pockets and took a rest back in the driver's seat, leaned back in the seat, running his hand along the steering wheel. It wasn't trust that brought him here. It was survival. And in his experience, survival never came without a price. Sam caught his reflection in the rearview mirror, and the sight nearly made him wince. The Guayabera Amira had bought him was supposed to make him look like just another tourist drifting through Cuba. A light, crisp white, embroidered along the chest and sleeves, with 2 rows of pleats running vertically down the front. Now the shirt was ruined, soaked through with dried blood that had turned dark and crusted against the soft fabric. A thick streak ran down from his scalp, staining the collar and spreading across his shoulder. He tilted his head, running a finger through his hair until it brushed over the wound at the back of his skull. He couldn't quite feel the extent of his external damage. The congealed blood seemed to hold things together. He wouldn't bleed to death. It didn't matter. He would need to get it looked at. Take a course of antibiotics, or an infection would set in the wound, and probably kill him. His mind drifted to Jordan, the cramped operating room, the neurosurgeon bent over him with the intensity of a battlefield medic. The man had introduced himself simply as Richter, though the staff called him Professor. He was believed to be one of the best in the world, flown in to treat traumatic brain injuries from combat across the Middle East. And this was supposed to be the second surgery Sam had had in as many days. Richter had examined the scans and explained the damage bluntly. The dive tank that had hit Sam's head hadn't fractured his skull cleanly. It had shattered parts of the occipital bone beyond repair. "I could piece you together," the surgeon had said with a wry grin, "but you'll need a little reinforcement." Sam ran his hand over the back of his head again, feeling the smooth, unyielding curve of titanium beneath the skin. His finger touched a single indentation where the 9mm parabellum struck, He smirked with satisfaction. That wasn't there before. The cranioplasty had saved his life. He remembered Richter's parting joke. "Your head could probably take a bullet now, but I'd wager it'll give you one hell of a headache." Sam exhaled slowly. "Yeah. No kidding." His head throbbed like it was going to explode. Sam wondered what the surgeon would say about the plan they had come up with. It was born out of desperation and Amira's passion for the daughter she'd never met. Sam couldn't blame her for her decision. Nobody can compete against a mother's love for her child. His mind returned to the surgeon. What was his name? Professor Anselm Richter. It was a good sign that Sam could still remember the man who operated on him. His brain throbbed, but his memories were intact. He knew the titanium plate would stop the bullet, but there was no telling what would happen with all that kinetic energy. He had been worried right up until the point the shot struck the back of his head, that the force of the bullet would carry through the titanium plate and rattle the delicate brain tissue within his cranial vault. All the same, it evidently hadn't done that. He was going to be okay. With a quiet grunt, he unbuttoned the gayabera and peeled it off, using the torn fabric to wipe the remaining blood from his face and neck. The wound was superficial, but the amount of blood told a different story. If that bullet had hit anywhere else— Sam shook off the thought. Amira was a true marksman. The shirt landed in the dirt beside the car, crumpled and useless. Now all he had left were the 30 grand tucked in his pocket and the clothes on his back. Sam climbed the embankment toward the road, Cuba's Autopista A1. The highway stretched endlessly in both directions, empty beneath the deepening night. The stars above glittered like fragments of broken glass. Far down the road, headlights appeared. A rusty red 1950s Kamaz 5320 rumbled toward him, its hulking frame rattling as it barreled down the highway. The truck's diesel engine growled low, echoing across the plain. Sam lifted his thumb as the Kamaz approached. The driver downshifted abruptly, kicking up a spray of gravel and dust as the truck lurched to a stop a few feet ahead. The door creaked open, and a man leaned out, his broad face tanned and weathered, lined from years beneath the Cuban sun. He wore a faded baseball cap, the brim stained with sweat, and a half-smoked cigar dangled lazily from the corner of his mouth. He squinted down at Sam and asked in Spanish, "Do you need a ride?" "Sí, por favor." Sam managed a faint smile and continued speaking Spanish. "You're a lifesaver." The driver jerked his thumb toward the passenger seat. "Climb in, amigo. I've got room. Where do you wish to go?" Sam climbed up into the cabin and replied, "Anywhere away from here." Chapter 9. Geralta Mountains Camp, Ethiopia. Kelly should have tried to go back to sleep, but she was up now, and try as she might have, there was no way she could rest now. Instead, for reasons she herself couldn't explain, call them some sort of morbid curiosity, she walked alone toward the foot of the mountain below Abuna Yemata Guh. The helicopter's thunder had long faded by the time Kelly began her descent toward the base of the Geralta Mountains. The early morning light bled softly over the jagged cliffs, casting long shadows that stretched like dark fingers across the valley of Adigrat. The air was cool and dry, carrying the faint scent of dust and stone. She picked her way down carefully, stepping over loose scree and patches of hardy grass clinging stubbornly to the rock face. The ground bore scars from the previous day's chaos. Large chunks of stone had shattered and caved inward, as though something impossibly heavy had fallen from above. Craters marred the earth where the monk and the golem had collided with unforgiving force, the imploded rocks still radiating outward in jagged spirals. Kelly crouched beside one of the larger fragments, brushing her fingertips across the cracked surface. Something metallic caught her eye, half buried in the rubble. She pried it loose with a sharp tug. The fragment fit easily in her palm, a small, jagged shard of metal no larger than a coin. It gleamed faintly in the rising light, swirling with red and gold hues beneath its polished surface, like molten ore frozen mid-flow. It felt heavier than it should have, dense and cold against her skin. Kelly turned it over in her hand, her eyes widening. The piece seemed out of place among the shattered stone, unnaturally smooth and untouched by the violence that had left the rocks splintered. A souvenir, she thought, slipping the shard into the front pocket of her jacket. She turned to make her way back to camp before she and her guides headed on to the next campsite. On the way, her boot brushed against something solid, half hidden beneath a tangle of dry roots. Kelly froze, bending to clear away the dirt. It was the monk's short obsidian staff. It lay exactly where the monk had fallen, the obsidian surface still smooth and glassy, untouched by the fall. Strange figurines spiraled around the upper portion, miniature horsemen carved in exquisite detail, their features twisted and fierce. Kelly's fingers traced each figure, brushing away the dust that had settled into the fine grooves. Carnelian, quartz, malachite, and onyx. She realized it was only part of the obsidian staff, only the top section, the ornamental part which contained the mysterious green liquid. The lower part had broken in the fall and was nowhere to be seen. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble crafting such exquisite figurines, riding on top of the serpents' heads of the Ouroboros. Kelly turned one of the horsemen experimentally, feeling the subtle give beneath her touch. The figure rotated with a soft click, followed by another, then a third, and finally a fourth. The staff shifted. Kelly stepped back warily as a faint mechanical sound echoed from within, and the upper half of the staff separated slightly, revealing a thin seam. Slowly she twisted the shaft until the pieces separated, exposing a hidden chamber. She peered inside. A dark green liquid swirled languidly, thick and luminescent, as though light pulsed from inside. The substance almost seemed alive, rippling softly in response to her movements. Kelly snapped the staff shut, securing the hidden locks with quick precision. Her mind fixed on that dark, responsive liquid. Whatever it was, it had made the metallic creature come alive. Such a powerful elixir, and apparently it could bring something inanimate to life. Kelly frowned. She didn't know what made her do it, but she took the obsidian staff and hid it inside her backpack. She wrapped it in her clothes, concealing it and burying it deep. That bizarre elixir seemed important. She would never know what made her do it, but for reasons unknown to her, she decided to keep quiet about her find. The monk's walking stick and the liquid inside it wouldn't go on social media. In fact, she wouldn't tell anyone at all. The obsidian staff and the elixir within were her secret. Chapter 10. Autopista, Cuba. Sam took a seat in the Kamaz, an old Soviet-era truck. The cabin rattled as he pulled himself up and on board. The air inside was thick with the scent of cigar smoke and diesel, and the cracked vinyl seat groaned under his weight. He pulled the door shut and leaned forward, head down, bracing his elbows against his knees. The moment he shifted, something wet and warm slid across his forehead. The trucker's eyes widened, his cigar nearly slipping from his lips. Sam frowned. "What is it?" The man pointed, his face a mask of disbelief. "Your head. Part of it's missing." Sam tilted his head to the side. "Missing?" The trucker said. "As in, not there." "Really?" Sam asked, as if genuinely perplexed by the comment. He ran his hand over his face. His scalp was hanging over it. It was superficial, no major blood vessels. He flapped it back, pulled down the sun visor, and glanced in the mirror. Yeah, he had to agree with the trucker. It looked pretty bad. A large section of his scalp had come loose, flopping down over his forehead like a piece of torn leather. A dark stain bloomed, seeping into the edges where the blood had pooled and congealed. The scalp itself, thick brown hair and all, was entirely intact. It was just when the 9mm parabellum struck it from behind, the shrapnel ripped free the skin, allowing a sort of degloving injury to occur. "Oh," Sam frowned. "Right." He ran his hand through the scalp and flapped it back on itself. With an almost bored sigh, Sam reached up and carefully flipped the skin back over the titanium plate covering his skull. The flap settled back into place as if nothing had ever happened, and Sam surreptitiously adjusted it as one might a toupee, with a little bit of embarrassment. He glanced at the driver, who stared at him like he'd just picked up a hitchhiking Terminator. He gave an apologetic smile. "Sorry about that." He patted his scalp back down, grinned as though it was all okay now. The trucker looked aghast. "You want an aspirin or something?" Aspirin could cause bleeding. Sam shook his head. "No, thank you, sir, but I could kill for some water." He opened a cooler between the driver and passenger seat, revealing several bottles of water and a couple Bucanero Cuban beers. He gestured toward the bottles and said, "Help yourself." Sam grabbed one, opened its lid immediately, and consumed the entire bottle. "Thank you. Good Lord, that was good. I was thirsty." "So I see. You're welcome." Sam, taking the trucker at his word, reached in and grabbed a Bucanero. "You want one?" The trucker opened his mouth to say he was driving. Then, having apparently thought these circumstances constituted extenuating circumstances, replied, "Sure, I think I need one." Sam handed the trucker the Bucanero, condensation beating against his fingers in the warm cab. The trucker gave a brief nod of thanks and placed the beer in a drink holder attached to the dashboard. A moment later, Sam reached down and grabbed another for himself. With a quick flick of his thumb, the cap twisted free, clattering onto the dashboard. He was sure most doctors would advise against drinking alcohol to combat a crushing headache after getting shot in the head. Then again, he was doubtful he'd ever find a doctor who would advocate for getting shot in the head as a complex ruse and a means of saving one's girlfriend's daughter's life. Tonight was a night for breaking rules. He didn't waste time. The beer slid down in long, smooth gulps, the bitter edge cutting through the lingering taste of blood in his mouth. The bottle emptied fast, leaving only the faint burn of carbonation and a cool numbness settling in his chest. Beside him, the trucker watched with a raised brow, but said nothing. A moment later, he reached down for his Bucanero, popping the cap off with the edge of the steering wheel. They drank in silence, the steady hum of the truck filling the gaps between swallows. Sam let the empty bottle rest between his boots, rolling it absently with the tip of his toe. The trucker glanced over, eyeing Sam's pale complexion and the faint streak of blood he hadn't quite wiped clean. "That might help," the trucker said, tipping his bottle toward him. "But I still think you need more than beer." "Maybe." Sam wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "But this is a good start." The engine growled as they rumbled back onto the highway, the truck bouncing along the uneven road. Sam leaned back, feeling the cold press of titanium beneath his scalp. He hadn't eaten in a while, and his headache seemed to ease as the alcohol quickly entered his bloodstream. After about 10 minutes driving in silence, the trucker said, "You want me to take you to a hospital?" "No, thank you." "That beer's not going to do anything for that scalp of yours. It will need to be cleaned and stitched. And then you'll need some antibiotics or you'll probably die from an infection." "What are you, a doctor?" "No, just trying to help." "I'm sorry." Sam pressed his lips together, surprised he had snapped at this generous trucker savior. "I appreciate it. Really, I do. It's just my girlfriend is in a world of trouble, and I can't be any use to her alive." "I think the saying you're looking for is you're no good to her dead." "No," Sam disagreed. "In this case, it's better if I'm deceased." I think I understand," the trucker said, in a way that suggested that he most definitely didn't. Sam's scalp fell forward again. Frustrated, Sam wiped the flap back over his titanium skull. It wouldn't do at all. He was going to need to get help somewhere. He patted it down again, the squishy, semi-congealed blood holding it in place like some sort of misplaced glue. He frowned. A big part of him was only just now realizing that maybe getting shot in the back of the head, even with a titanium skull, was a really bad idea. There was no way around it. He was going to need some sort of medical attention. He turned to the trucker and said, "I don't suppose you know a doctor who's happy to work off the books?" The trucker said, "Can you pay him?" Sam nodded. "Yes, of course. I have cash." The trucker looked at him, seeing the disheveled, half-naked, covered in dirt creature that Sam had become. His eyes narrowed. "Really?" "Yes," Sam confirmed. "In U.S. dollars." The trucker grinned. "Then why didn't you say so?" "You know someone who's a doctor?" Sam asked. "See, my brother-in-law." "And he would be willing to deal with my injury without making a report?" The trucker laughed. "For U.S. dollars, he will place you on the books, off the books, anything you like." "That's great. Where is he?" The trucker smiled. "His clinic's in Moron, about 4 hours away. I will drop you off on my way through to Camagüey." Sam chuckled. "Wait, just let me get this straight. You're willing to take me to the Moron? You know that means stupid person in English, right?" "This is Cuba, and it is the town of Moron, not Moron." "Right. But you'll drop me at your brother-in-law, the doctor's clinic." "Claro que sí. Of course." The trucker grinned. "My brother-in-law and my sister need the money. You're welcome." Sam hoped the stupid location of the doctor wasn't a bad omen. All the same, beggars can't be choosers. Life, and even planned deaths, were still dynamic. He simply had to roll with the punches. "Muchísimas gracias," Sam said with a grateful smile. "I can't thank you enough, but I will pay both you and your brother-in-law very well when we arrive." Chapter 11. T-6 days. The rusty red Kamaz rumbled into Moron at sunrise. Its oversized tires kicked up clouds of dust along the cracked asphalt streets. Sam watched the town unfold through the passenger side window, where faded colonial facades slouched beside concrete blocks smeared with graffiti. Rusted-out bicycles leaned against walls, and children in hand-me-down clothes chased a deflated soccer ball across the road, scattering as the truck approached. The buildings here bore the weight of decades without repair, their peeling paint and sagging roofs speaking of hard times and harder lives. The trucker guided the Kamaz around potholes the size of bathtubs, steering one-handed with the casual ease of a man who had done this route too many times to count. "My brother runs a clinic not far from here," the trucker said, his voice carrying over the drone of the engine. "Government job. Doctor. Makes about $45 a month. Can you believe that?" He chuckled with humor, shaking his head. "Meanwhile, a taxi driver in Havana can pull 60 a day, just shuttling tourists around. Life's not fair, amigo." Sam glanced at him. "So why does he stay?" "Where else would he go?" the trucker countered. "Porque es su casa. Because it is home." They turned down a narrow side street lined with fruit vendors and rickety food carts. The smell of fried plantains and roasted pork drifted through the open window, mingling with the faint brine of the nearby lagoon. The trucker slowed the truck to a crawl and pulled up in front of a tiny shop, its wooden shelves lined with bottles of rum and scotch behind a weathered counter. "Come," the trucker said, climbing down from the cab. "We get my brother-in-law a little present." Inside, the shopkeeper, a wiry man with silver hair and tobacco-stained fingers, greeted them with a nod. He gave Sam a strange look, given he didn't have a shirt on, and the blood on his scalp made it look like he'd been shot in the head and then buried alive. The trucker frowned. "We should probably get you a change of clothes, too." "I agree," Sam said. The trucker rummaged through a rack of lightweight clothes near the back of the shop, pulling out a crisp white gayabera and a pair of tan linen pants. He held them up to Sam with a knowing look, then grabbed a pair of worn espadrilles from a shelf beneath the counter. "You might want to get changed after you see the doctor," he said, tossing the bundle onto the counter with a grin. "No offense, but you look like you have been dragged through hell." Sam smiled. "None taken. I have been through hell." The shopkeeper looked at the items and said, "Is that everything?" The trucker stepped forward and pointed to a mid-range bottle of scotch on the top shelf. "That one. Good enough for a doctor." Sam paid without question, taking a couple of small bills that he'd stashed in one of his pockets, away from his cash of $30K. As the shopkeeper wrapped the bottle in newspaper, the trucker leaned in and whispered, "Regalito, a little present. It's how things are done here. A little gift to grace the wheels. Doctors, mechanics, even school teachers. You want something done fast, you give a present." Bottle in hand, they returned to the Kamaz and drove deeper into Moron, past crumbling apartment blocks and fields dotted with rusting farm equipment. A mural of Che Guevara stared down from a concrete wall, his eyes shadowed by layers of dirt and time. At last the trucker eased the Kamaz to a stop outside a modest building with a faded sign reading Clínica de Salud. The trucker gestured toward the entrance. "Go inside. Tell him Raul Valdez sent you. He'll take care of you." Sam pulled out a few bills, maybe $200, and gave it to his new friend. He shook his hand, looking him in his eyes. "Thanks, Raul. You've saved my life." Raoul gave a lopsided grin. "Buena suerte, mi amigo. Good luck, my friend. You need it." The Kamaz roared back to life and trundled down the street, leaving Sam standing alone outside the clinic, bottle of scotch in hand, and a bag of clothes and shoes. He took a breath and stepped inside. There was a large crowd of people, even this early in the morning, waiting to see the doctor. Sam wandered up to the receptionist. Still speaking in Spanish, he said, "Excuse me, ma'am. Raoul Valdez sent me to see his brother-in-law. I believe he's a doctor here." The woman stared up at him, eyes wide, as though she'd seen a ghost. Then she called out, "Doctor, you might want to look at this man. He says Raoul sent him." "Tell him to wait until I finished my coffee," came a surly reply. Sam placed the scotch on the table and 2 $100 bills. The receptionist pressed her lips together. "This one brings a bottle of scotch and US dollars." The doctor called out, "Well then, don't make him wait out there. Send him in." Chapter 12. The receptionist barely looked up as she waved Sam through the creaky wooden door, and he stepped into the patient room of the cramped clinic. The doctor was hunched over his desk, fumbling with a blood pressure cuff, but Sam could tell right away the man was drunk. His eyes were glassy, his hands a little too slow as he shoved papers aside to make space. Sam set the bottle of scotch on the desk with a soft thud, along with 2 crisp $100 bills. "Raoul said you might be willing to help me out," Sam said, lowering his voice, "and keep everything off the books." The doctor paused, eyeing the scotch curiously. He picked it up, turning the bottle to admire the label, Lagavulin 16. His lips curled into a faint smile. "Raoul's always had good taste." Without hesitation, he shoved the cash into his breast pocket and pulled 2 glasses from a dusty cabinet. A few rattling ice cubes later, taken from the patient's ice bucket, he poured the amber liquid generously. Sam raised his hand. "Not for me, thank you." The doctor gave a bemused smirk, swirling the glass. "Trust me, this will go better for both of us if you drink up." Sam hesitated for only a moment before taking the glass. He knew what was needed, and he had little doubt it wasn't going to be pleasant. The first sip burned like fire, but it wasn't unpleasant. By the second pour, the edges of his thoughts had softened, and the tension that had been coiling in his neck began to loosen. The doctor poured a third for himself. "Now," the doctor said, setting his empty glass aside and gesturing to the procedure table, "take a seat, and let's see what kind of trouble you've gotten into." Sam climbed up, leaning back as the doctor peeled back the blood-matted flap of his scalp. "Well," the doctor mused as he caught sight of the metallic glint beneath the skin, "I'd say you haven't learned much since the last time someone tried to put you back together again." He gave a crooked grin. "You must be lucky. Few idiotas get this much damage to their skull and stay above ground." Sam nodded. "You'd be surprised how close I came to not staying above ground." The doctor ran his fingers across the indentation in the titanium skull, where the single 9mm parabellum struck. "I believe you." Sam felt a bit of pressure as the doctor peeled the scalp back to make some room. "This is going to sting, but I need to clean out the contamination, or you will end up with an infection. Although you might be able to take a bullet, I assure you this sort of infection will kill you." "I understand," Sam began to say, And then he winced as the antiseptic bit into the open wound like acid. He gripped the edge of the table, silently thanking the scotch for dulling the worst of it. The doctor then washed it with some normal saline before suturing the scalp back in place without so much of a mention of it. Sam tried to hold his head still as the doctor began stitching. He was surprised and reassured to see that with some alcohol on board, the doctor's shaky hands now seemed uniquely steady. The needlework was quick and practiced. By the time the final stitch was tied, Sam's head throbbed both inside and outside, but the bleeding had stopped. The doctor pressed a bottle of antibiotics into his palm. "Take these twice a day for 2 weeks. Don't skip any if you want to live." Sam slid off the table, feeling heavier than when he'd come in. "There's a couch out back," the doctor added, leaning back into his chair with a sigh. "You're welcome to crash here for a while before you head out. Wouldn't want you passing out in the street and ruining all my hard work." Sam nodded. "Thanks, Doc." The doctor smiled. "You're welcome." Sam curled up on the couch, closed his eyes, and went straight to sleep. Chapter 13. On board the Tahila, Havana, Cuba. The sapphire ring matched Genevieve's eyes. Tom stared at it through his own red-rimmed, barely slept eyes. He'd gotten about 3 hours' sleep last night, while the crew of the Tahila had split up into 2 groups to keep searching for Sam and Amira through the night. They had called it at 2 a.m., and then everyone had gotten some sleep until 5, before going out again, leaving him alone with only Elise on board. She was still in the mission room trying to digitally search for clues of where they went. Now he was about to go to the airport to pick up James Reilly. Tom closed the velvet box in his palm. His fingers traced the box, hesitating before he clicked it open for one last look before he hid it away until happier times. He studied the gift. Nestled inside was a cushion-cut sapphire, its deep blue hue catching the dim light and throwing off soft flashes of silver and indigo. The stone wasn't large, understated, but rich in color, the kind of blue that called to mind clear winter skies or the cold, still surface of a northern sea. A thin rose gold band cradled the sapphire, unadorned except for faint designs along the edges, reminiscent of old Russian folktale patterns. It wasn't extravagant. Tom knew Genevieve wouldn't want something flashy. It would go on her hand and not get in the way of her shooting. The ring felt timeless, like it belonged to another era, yet somehow seemed perfectly suited for her. The sapphire's color mirrored her clear gaze. Tom imagined how it might look on her hand, blending effortlessly into the way she carried herself, elegant but never showy. He turned it slowly, catching the play of light along the cushion-cut facets. A small hidden engraving inside the band marked the date he'd found the courage to buy it. The soft knock at his half-open door startled him. He cursed himself for not closing it beforehand, but he hadn't expected her. Nor anyone else, for that matter. The rest of the crew were out on the helicopter with Genevieve, still searching for signs of Sam or Amira. Only Elise was on board, and she had been in the mission room going over a series of speed safety cameras that routinely tracked all vehicles that passed, in the hope of finding one that captured another image of Sam, Amira, or even the relic hunter. They needed a thread, a hint, a string to pull, something to go off. "Elise?" he replied, surreptitiously sliding the ring box into his pocket. "You busy?" Elise's voice filtered through, casual but curious. Elise stepped inside, eyeing him with that quiet suspicion she always seemed to carry when he was alone for too long. "What's up?" he asked. "Here," Elise said, handing him a cafecito, a small, strong shot of Cuban espresso, and a Cuban-style sandwich known as a pan con tortilla, a warm, crusty bread filled with a freshly made omelet, cheese, and onions. "You need to keep up your strength, too." "Thank you," Tom said, with gratitude. He took a sip of the coffee before quickly working his way through the Cuban sandwich without bothering to take a seat first. Elise looked at him with a seemingly bemused smile. Tom was expecting her to comment about his entirely undignified and ravenous eating style, but after all these years, he figured she probably knew him well enough not to be surprised. She wasn't. Instead, she said, "So, you're planning on proposing to Genevieve?" Tom looked at the small bulge in his pocket. "You saw the ring, did you?" "I did." Tom frowned. "I was planning on doing so this week." Elise smiled sympathetically. "Not anymore?" Tom shook his head. "It doesn't feel right after losing Sam." "Sam may surprise us yet." Elise was far from giving up hope. "He tends to have a way of finding himself again." Tom tried to speak, but his mouth was too dry, and his tongue caught. He took another sip of coffee, swallowed hard, and asked, "And if he doesn't?" "Then I'm sure he'd like you to be happy. No reason not to marry Genevieve." "No, but now's not the time." "You're probably right," Elise agreed, as she watched him locking the ring in a hidden compartment inside his bedside drawer. Tom said, "To be honest, I still don't even know if I'm doing the right thing." "After all this time, you don't know if you want to spend the rest of your life with her?" Elise asked, without any attempt at hiding her skepticism. "No, I'm just not sure if she's the type of person who wants to get married, or thinks it's just a bit silly in today's age." "Only one way to find out," Elise shrugged. "Besides, it's not like you have a particularly normal life." Tom arched an eyebrow. "Meaning?" "Given the way you and Sam work, it's hardly a life sentence for her." Tom laughed. Then he thought about Sam, and wasn't sure if laughing was really the right response either. Elise's piercing purple eyes stared at him, seeing him like few others. "Why do you want to marry her?" Tom looked at her with a candid gaze. "Do you even need to ask that?" "No, but you mentioned you're not even sure Genevieve's the type of person who wants to get married. So now I'm asking, why is it important to you?" "I don't know," Tom said honestly. "Call me old-fashioned, but it's something I want to do. To have and to hold, for richer, for poorer, till death do us part. Does that sound ridiculous?" "Maybe," Elise said, her tone ambivalent. She looked like she was going to say something, and then decided against it, as though maybe their conversation had become too personal. Tom was going to let it go, but then decided to answer the real question Elise was asking. "I've dated my fair share of people. I liked them all, even loved a few. I came very close to marrying Billy, and if I had, I don't think I would have ever looked back or regretted it. But with Genevieve—" "What?" "With Genevieve, it's always been different." "How so?" Elise tilted her head and persisted. "With everyone else, I always contemplated if I was doing the right thing, if life might be better with somebody else. I tried to weigh up the things I liked and didn't like, and if all of that amounted to a certain type of life that I wanted for my future. It was never transactional, but somewhere in the back of your mind, one starts to wonder if you're doing the right thing, and if it's really how you want to spend your time." "And with Genevieve?" "I've never even considered it," Tom said emphatically. "I like her. Spending almost all my time with her would never be too much, and I've never once pictured what my life might be like without her. Not because I can't imagine it, or couldn't survive it, but because there's no part of me, not one iota, that wants to imagine a future without her. Elise pressed her lips together. She reached up and gave him a firm hug, then whispered in his ear, "Propose to Genevieve when we know for certain what happened to Sam. I think her response might surprise you." "I doubt it," Tom said, but then he left the ring in his pocket as a good luck charm. Chapter 14. Jose Marti International Airport, Havana, Cuba. The plane sat on the tarmac like it belonged there. It was unremarkable, blending effortlessly into the airport's quiet hum of early morning operations. Amira paused at the base of the ramp, her eyes trailing along the fuselage. The Boeing 757 freighter looked like 1,000 others she'd seen before, the kind of jet that wore a FedEx or UPS logo on its side and hauled mail across the oceans of the world. This one bore no such markings. Only a thin strip of faded blue stretched from the nose to the tail, with the tail number N375XA stenciled beneath the cockpit window. The characters were chipped, barely noticeable under the dim lights. It was the kind of plane that drifted in and out of airstrips around the world, blending into the background, there but never really seen, grinding throughout the year to provide society with its insatiable need for cheap products and throwaway culture. It wasn't flashy. That was the point. The 757 was the workhorse of the skies, everywhere and nowhere at once. In a sea of cargo planes, it was invisible, the perfect cover. Her gaze took in its dull gray fuselage before landing on the jet's starboard side cargo bay door, which looked clearly out of place. It was rich cobalt blue. Amira grinned, glanced at the relic hunter, and said, "What happened? Did you run out of paint?" The relic hunter smirked. "Very funny. No, there was a fault with the door. It was going to take months to replace it, and it was not a priority. Instead, I had one of my maintenance teams strip it from another 757 freighter that was being retired from service." "Right. Looks nice. It adds a certain charm to your otherwise boring cargo jet." "It serves the purpose." The relic hunter gestured toward the stairs. "Come on, we should be in the air in 20 minutes. Amira climbed the ramp, the warm Cuban air pressing in around her, heavy with the scent of rain and jet fuel. The wind tugged at the hem of her summer dress, light, flowing, and patterned with soft florals that traced the curves of her figure. Her reflection ghosted along the metal skin of the plane, revealing the sharp lines of her profile. Deep brown eyes, framed by thick black lashes, swept across the cargo bay as she stepped inside. Her golden brown skin glowed beneath the harsh airport lights, a rich blend of Chadian heritage with subtle traces of French elegance. Her hair, a wild cascade of black curls, framed her face like a halo, catching in the breeze as she ascended. The dress clung to her in the right places, accentuating the slender lines of her waist and the graceful movement of her long legs. The soft fabric swayed as she walked, light against her skin, at odds with the cold steel of the plane, but perfectly suited to the humid morning air. Inside the cargo hold, the world narrowed into steel walls and rows of strapped-down crates. Stale air, metal, and oil hung thickly, with only the soft hum of auxiliary power filling the silence. A quick glance confirmed what she already expected. Nothing gave away the plane's true nature. From the outside in, it was just another cargo hauler, the kind that routinely slipped unnoticed between borders. Yet as Amira passed through a narrow door at the far end of the bay, the atmosphere shifted from night to day. The private cabin, hidden inside, was a stark contrast from the utilitarian hold. Plush leather seats in smooth black lined the walls, while gold accents traced the edges of polished tables. A discreet bar sat half-hidden behind a panel, bottles glinting faintly beneath low lights. The design wasn't excessive, but the wealth whispered from every corner. Amira let her hand drift along the edge of one seat, a small smirk tugging at her lips. Even now, the relic hunter hid luxury beneath practicality. The relic hunter gestured toward a seat. "Get comfortable. It's going to be a long flight." "Where?" "To get your daughter." Amira's heart raced. "Really?" "Of course," the relic hunter said with a soft, bemused smile. "I'm a monster, but not the kind who'd leave a child motherless for my own sake. I hope that's not how you see me." Amira didn't meet her gaze. That was exactly how she saw the relic hunter. Instead, she said, "I will just be happy when I have my daughter." The relic hunter was silent. Amira looked at her and said, "So where is my daughter?" The relic hunter said, "Perenstein Castle." "You've kept my daughter locked in a castle?" The relic hunter frowned. "My dear, this isn't some sort of horrible Disney movie where she's a damsel in distress or a mistreated miscreant. Among other things, I happen to own a castle. It's like a little city. She was never locked up, and there were plenty of people happy to help your daughter. From what I hear, she's a well-liked brat. I never planned to keep her, only to use her until your husband did what I needed him to do and locate all 3 golems." Amira had several thoughts on the issue, but wiped the venom from her tongue, not wanting to enrage the relic hunter, not when she was so close to getting her daughter back. So instead she asked, "Where is this castle?" "It's in the South Moravian region of the Czech Republic. It lies on a rock above the village of Nedvedica and the rivers Svratka and Nedvedica." "Czechia?" "That's right." Amira looked out the window wistfully. A private jet was on approach, lining up on the nearby runway. Something about it seemed familiar. She watched it preparing to land for a moment and then said, "I don't even know my daughter's name." The relic hunter said, "Matilda, although some of my servants tell me she gets Tilda more often these days." "Tilda," Amira said with a sigh and closed her eyes. "I like it." She leaned back in the chair and tried to picture what it had been like for her daughter. She had grown up without her parents, in a foreign country, in a castle called Perenstein that sounded like it came straight out of a fairy tale. Chapter 15. Perenstein Castle, Czechia. The giant mastiff's snoring woke her up. Matilda looked at the dog. His name was Hugo. The beast belonged to the castle's gardener, and Jack, the gardener's boy, was curled up beside the massive dog. The snoring got louder, and the other servants began to wake, as one would to the sound of a rooster announcing a new dawn. Deep, rumbling snores echoed softly through the stone basement, louder than the faint crackle of the dying lantern. Matilda glanced over, her eyes narrowing slightly, as she watched the gardener's boy nestled against the mastiff's broad chest, his small hand buried in the thick fur around Hugo's neck. The dog's massive frame shifted with each breath, his ears occasionally flicking in his sleep, but he didn't stir from the boy's side. Matilda's blanket suddenly felt thinner, and the cold of the stone beneath her seemed sharper as she hugged her knees to her chest, wishing, just for a moment, that Hugo belonged to her instead. She stared at them, wishing Hugo was cuddled up to her. They both looked so peaceful. She always wanted a dog. It was like having a best friend who would always be there and protect you and love you, and she would never be alone again. This was one of her common daydreams. Only in the dreams, the dog was part of a family, her family. A mum, a dad, and her dog. She would sleep with the dog, and they would go everywhere together. They would be best friends. She'd even had the temerity once to voice these dreams to Jack, who was 3 years older than her. He told her such silly ambitions couldn't possibly come true. She was an orphan. Her parents had died when she was still a baby. The owner of the castle had taken pity on her and brought her here to live with the servants. He said that she should be grateful. From what he had read, many orphans weren't so lucky. She might not have a family, but she did have a castle to live in. Food and shelter and lots of the servants had taken to her. They liked her, and although they weren't family, she was loved. Then she would feel guilty, as though she had been ungrateful. Jack liked to read, and sometimes he read to her, as she imagined a parent might read to a child. His father collected books, and Jack had inherited his love of reading, and was kind enough to read books out loud to her. Her favorite used to be Matilda by Roald Dahl. She found herself able to relate to the little girl in the book who shared her name. Despite being born into a neglectful and cruel family, the fictional Matilda discovered her own strength and resilience. When she faces injustice at school, particularly from the tyrannical headmistress, Miss Trunchbull, Matilda's sharp wit and hidden powers help her fight back. The story was a celebration of kindness, courage, and the magic of standing up for what's right. Matilda sometimes imagined she too had magical powers, like the girl from the book. Then she would remember that although the girl's parents were sometimes cruel, at least she had a family to begin with. Recently, Jack had started reading Harry Potter to her. He said it was probably a little bit old for her, but she didn't think so. Even though she knew the story was made up, she found herself relating to Harry even more so than Dahl's Matilda. Harry was an orphan like her, living with a cruel aunt and Uncle Dursley, not so much like her. Even she admitted that the other servants at the castle weren't really cruel to her. They let her be and helped her with simple tasks, but really she wasn't their child. She was more like a stray pet that did odd jobs, and they had learned to tolerate. But then Harry finds out he did have parents, and they loved him with all their heart. He was taken away from the Dursleys to live in a fantastic castle, where he went on to find there were lots of people who loved him dearly. That's what Matilda now dreamt. Perhaps it was a common dream of orphans throughout the world? She rolled over in her bed, taking in the reality of her life. The basement of Pernstein Castle was a cold and shadowy place, where the stone walls seemed to hum with secrets long forgotten. The faint glow of a dying lantern flickered across the low ceiling, but the corners of the room were left in heavy pools of darkness. The air carried the scent of damp stone, iron, and faint traces of lavender tucked beneath the maid's blankets. Matilda lay on a thin straw mattress near the farthest wall, curled tightly beneath a rough woolen blanket that scratched her skin. She shifted, pulling the blanket higher, but her eyes remained fixed on the large mastiff sprawled at the center of the room. Hugo still lay with his great head resting on the chest of the gardener's boy. Despite the dog snoring, the two of them slept soundly, the boy's arm draped over the dog's broad back. Matilda's heart tightened with a dull, quiet jealousy. Hugo didn't belong to her. He wasn't her dog to cuddle with at night, to guard her from the shadows that crept along the stone floors. She envied the easy way the gardener's son buried his face in the dog's thick fur. How safe and warm he looked. Matilda tightened the grip on the edge of her blanket. Autumn seemed to be coming early this year. When the first pale sliver of morning light crept in through the cracks in the stone, Matilda's eyes were already open. The other maids and children would sleep for a little longer, but she knew better than to waste the time. There was water to fetch and floors to scrub before anyone else stirred. She had several chores, but was otherwise left alone for the rest of the day. One of the few benefits of being a stray child. She was able to go her own way and do her own thing throughout the day. Nobody seemed to notice. This allowed her to help different people around the castle, who seemed grateful for her help, even if it was from a child. Once her morning chores were done, Matilda sometimes wandered the forest at the edge of the castle grounds, gathering fallen branches for firewood or setting small traps in the underbrush, though she rarely caught more than a rabbit or two. Other times she stayed close to the castle, drifting from one task to another as the grown-ups bustled about. She would follow the blacksmith, watching sparks fly as he hammered glowing metal into shape, or help the stable hands brushing down the horses, their warm breath misting the cool air. The seamstress often let her carry bolts of fabric or sort through baskets of buttons, and the baker, with flour dusting his thick arms, sometimes asked her to knead dough when his hands grew tired. Sometimes Matilda would wander down to the Svratka or the Nedvedika River, where the water flowed cool and clear, carving gentle paths through the wooded hills. Her favorite spot lay hidden just beyond a bend in the Nedvedika, where the river widened into a deep, glassy pond. Towering willows draped their branches over the water, their leaves trailing the surface like long green fingers, and wildflowers dotted the banks in bursts of color. The sunlight filtered through the trees, dappling the water with shifting patterns of gold and silver. Here, Matilda would strip down to her shift and slip quietly into the water, gasping at the initial chill, before letting it embrace her like an old friend. Jack had taught her to swim one summer when the days were long and the heat made the stones too hot to touch. He had been patient, holding her up until her legs and arms moved with confidence, and she had mastered it quickly. Now she dove beneath the surface with ease, her small body slicing through the water like a fish. She loved the stillness beneath, where the world above melted away, replaced by the gentle swaying of submerged plants and the occasional flicker of tiny fish darting between the rocks. Holding her breath, she would swim as far as she could, exploring the mysterious and wonderful underwater world that felt like it belonged to her alone. It was the one place where everything felt right, where she felt light, free, and at peace. Today was different. The castle was buzzing with a kind of quiet excitement that made even the oldest stone corridors seem warmer. The owner of Pernstein Castle was returning, and preparations for a grand feast were already underway. The maids whispered of rich meats and honeyed pastries, of tables heavy with roasted vegetables and sweet cider. Matilda had never seen a feast like the one they described, but the thought of it made her heart race and her stomach grumble with the edge of hunger. Everyone had something to do. The gardeners trimmed the hedges in the courtyard until they stood as neat as soldiers, while the cooks argued over spices in the kitchen their voices echoing through the castle halls. Even she and the other children had their part, scrubbing floors until the stone gleamed, or helping polish the silver until it shone like mirrors. Matilda didn't mind the work. There was something magical about knowing the castle would soon open its doors to strangers, if only for a few days, and she wanted to see it at its very best. She rose quietly, casting one last glance at the mastiff, who didn't stir from his place by the boy's side. Her feet met the cold stone floor with a soft hiss of breath as she tiptoed to the wash basin. The water bit at her skin as she splashed her face, and she wiped it dry with the corner of her sleeve. Matilda was small, wiry, and strong in ways that didn't show at first glance. Her chestnut curls hung untamed around her face, often slipping free no matter how tightly she braided them. Her skin held a golden hue, darkened from long hours spent outside whenever she could steal them. Her clothes hung loosely on her thin frame, a simple linen shift and apron that had been patched more times than she could count. She dressed quietly, tying her apron snugly around her waist, before slipping toward the narrow staircase that led up to the castle's main floor. Behind her, Jack shifted in his sleep, curling closer to Hugo. Matilda turned away before she could feel the familiar twist of jealousy tightening her chest again. She quickly fetched water and brushed the floors of the rooms that needed cleaning, before being told that she wasn't to spend the day playing. Instead, she was to sweep leaves from the upper battlements. It was a task few enjoyed, but she didn't mind. She liked it. For her, she could daydream as she worked overlooking the vast landscapes in all directions. Tilda, they had long ago shortened her name, climbed the winding stone steps of Pernstein Castle, her small feet barely making a sound as she ascended higher and higher. The air grew cooler the further she went, and the walls, rough with age, seemed to lean in closer around her. Narrow windows cut into the thick stone let in slivers of light, casting long beams across the spiral staircase. Dust motes danced in the air, spinning in lazy circles as she passed through them. At last she emerged onto the upper battlements, where the world stretched wide and open before her. The wind tugged at her curls, pulling them free from her braid as she stepped carefully toward the edge. From up here, the entire castle sprawled beneath her, its towers and turrets rising proudly, their slate roofs glinting faintly in the sun. Beyond the castle walls, the forest rolled like a sea of green, and the distant ribbon of the Svratka River shimmered as it wound through the valley below. Pernstein Castle sat like a crown atop the rocky outcrop, its stone walls rising defiantly from the craggy spine of the mountain. Built in the heart of the Czech Moravian highlands, the castle overlooked the dense forests that stretched for miles in every direction. From Tilda's vantage point by the arched window of the north tower, she could see the tops of the ancient beeches, oaks, and chestnuts that lined the valley below. Already, the leaves had begun to change. Gold and amber flickered among the green, and when the wind rose, it carried with it the crisp scent of early autumn. Tilda did her work, cleaning the upper battlements. She fantasized that it was all a mistake, that the life she was living was merely an accident, that she had a mum and a dad, and they loved her to bits. She didn't dream of being a princess or ballerina, or even a wizard like Harry Potter, or, more accurately, a witch like Hermione Granger, or whatever it was that most little orphan girls might dream of. Instead, she dreamt that she was normal, just a kid. A girl who was part of a real family, warts and all. If only it were true, she would be happy beyond all imagination. From down below, someone screamed for her to hurry up. Tilda frowned and kept sweeping. It all seemed perfect. So nice. But it was just a fantasy little kids told themselves. Chapter 16. Jose Marti International Airport, Havana, Cuba. The Gulfstream G650 touched down at sunrise. James Reilly leaned back in his seat, gazing out the window as his private jet taxied along the runway. The early morning light stretched long shadows across the tarmac, the soft glow of sunrise warming the edges of distant aircraft. Most of the planes parked nearby were the usual mix of cargo haulers and smaller regional jets. A Boeing 757, weathered and nondescript, taxied in the opposite direction, ready for takeoff. Its dull gray fuselage bore no logos, just the standard tail number N375XA stenciled beneath the cockpit window. Sun broke over the horizon. The plane's cargo bay door, weirdly cobalt blue, unlike the rest of the craft, lit up under the first rays of sunlight. The rich blue shifted, catching hints of purple in the shadowed creases, while the edges glowed with a faint gold shimmer. That door! For a brief moment, the aircraft's entry seemed almost electric, burning brighter than the rest of the plane, as if it belonged to something else entirely. James squinted, the detail tugging at him, though he couldn't put his finger on why. After all, it wasn't an uncommon practice to strip retired aircraft for such parts. Painting it to match the rest of the airplane could be done at any time in the future. His jet slowed, pausing near the intersection of another taxiway as the freighter's engines began to spool up. The faint heat mirage around the plane rippled as the Boeing rolled forward, moving toward the runway with quiet efficiency. The Gulfstream pulled into the private jet hangar, and James quickly got out. Tom was waiting for him. They shook hands, kind of formally, and James looked at Tom. "You okay?" "Mostly," he said with a shrug. "We're going to find him." James nodded. "We're going to find him, all right. I've had a representative in touch with the police and managing the situation. So far, he's paid over 1,000 people a half-year's wage each to search for him. If they find him, the same people get another half a year's wage. I'll be overjoyed if he finds and hires more locals and arms them with a photo. I told my contact I'm not worried about the money, I just want to find my son. He's also posted ads online and gotten the message out via radio, TV, and door-to-door. If Sam is still on the island, we'll find him." To his surprise, Tom's misery lightened, and he found himself grinning. "You're a good dad." "I'm doing what any father would do, given the circumstances." James wasn't particularly sentimental, although he loved his son more than anyone else in the world. "Come on, the sun's rising. Let's find him before it sets today." "Agreed." Tom gestured toward where the car was parked, just outside the gate. A customs official greeted James, stamped his passport, and welcomed him to Cuba. They stepped out of the private hangar, and Tom opened the door to a rusty old Soviet-built Lada. James frowned. "What's with the Lada?" Tom shrugged. "What about it? You couldn't find something a little newer?" "No," Tom grinned. "This is Cuba. The Lada is the newer car." James gave a theatrical sigh. "I should have brought a car." "I don't think your sort of car would have helped. This is Cuba. They still remember the days of the obscene wealth of visiting Americans during the glistening days of the 1950s. It's probably better that you didn't." James's cell phone started to ring. He answered it. Yes? A man named Raphael, who owned a factory in Havana, had hired out his 2,500 workers for the day to help door knock and search for Sam Reilly. He was on the other end of the line, armed with a picture of Sam taken from the CCTV on board the Tahila when he left with Amira. Raphael quickly filled him in on what they had found. A witness had called him after his dog had come into the house carrying a bloody guayabera, matching the description of the one Sam was wearing when he left the Tahila. The man hadn't seen Sam or any signs of where he might be, but it was worth searching nearby locations. James told the man he would be there as soon as he could, and hung up. Tom looked at him. Good news? I don't know yet, James frowned. Someone's found Sam's guayabera. That's good? It's covered in blood. That's bad. James nodded. There'll be an explanation. I don't believe there's a chance in hell that pretty girl has gotten the best of him. Tom swallowed. I'm afraid the only person who has a chance in hell of getting the best of Sam is a pretty girl. Nope, James emphatically shook his head. I don't buy it. All right, Tom said. Let's go find out. Where is this place? It's called Nueva Paz. It's apparently along the A1 Autopista Nacional and overlooks the Gulf of Batbaño. Great. That's near where we lost Sam's trail yesterday, Tom said. We'll swing by the Tahila, grab everyone, and take the new Airbus H-160. James had read about the helicopter. It was renowned as one of the most technologically advanced helicopters in existence. He grinned. Now we're talking. Chapter 17. The engines of the Airbus H-160, christened Cyclone, roared to life as Genevieve guided the helicopter into a smooth liftoff from the Tahila's expansive helipad. From Tom's position in the co-pilot seat, he watched the yacht shrink beneath them, its gunmetal gray hull blending with the rippling blue of the ocean. He typed in the GPS coordinates for the farmhouse where someone had found what might be Sam's bloody guayabera. The Cyclone was a masterpiece of engineering, sleek, streamlined, and painted in a deep navy with silver accents running along the fuselage. Its rotor blades sliced cleanly through the air, humming with a quiet but unmistakable power. The sun had barely begun its ascent, casting a golden shimmer over the water. Havana sprawled out ahead, a mosaic of pastel-colored buildings, rusted rooftops, and ancient fortresses lining the coast. Tom glanced across the cabin at James, who sat rigid, his fingers drumming restlessly on his knee. Caliburn lay beside him, his normally placid demeanor replaced by quiet, anxious energy. The golden retriever's head rested on James's lap, but his eyes were fixed intently on the landscape below, as though he might spot Sam from the air. No one had said much since they had taken off. The weight of uncertainty hung heavy in the cabin, filling the silence with an oppressive stillness. Tom shifted in his seat, gazing at the sea of terracotta roofs as they flew over Havana Vieja. Beyond the city's heart, the coast curved toward the Gulf of Batbaño, where Nueva Paz waited like a forgotten secret tucked along the edge of the land. As they soared further south, the Gulf of Batbaño stretched out beneath them like an endless canvas of blue and green. The waters shimmered in the fading light. Gentle waves were catching the sun's glow as if the sea itself were aflame. Tiny fishing boats dotted the water below, and mangrove forests fringed the shoreline, their twisting roots reaching into the shallows. Genevieve's voice crackled in their headsets. We're approaching the coordinates. Tom stared out the windshield. The terrain shifted beneath them, dense patches of forest giving way to open fields and dirt roads. The wave of paths appeared in the distance, a scattering of humble homes and farmland stretching toward the cliffs overlooking the gulf. A solitary house sat perched near the edge, weathered and distant from the others. The farm below was a patchwork of tilled earth and wild grass, the fields bordered by clusters of sugar cane and corn. A few scattered animals dotted the land. Cattle grazed near the tree line, while a handful of goats roamed freely near the house. Chickens pecked at the dirt along the edges of a modest vegetable garden. Beyond the farm, the landscape rolled gently toward the cliffs, where jagged limestone formations jutted out over the shimmering gulf. "That's the one," Tom said, his voice tight through the headset as he pointed toward the farmhouse. Genevieve nodded and circled the house, her hands steady on the controls. From above, the area looked deserted. Tom searched for any signs of movement, but there was nothing beyond the rustling trees and distant waves. They studied the surrounding terrain. There was no other sign of nearby houses, roads, or anything to suggest where Sam might be kept hidden. Tom exchanged a quick glance with Genevieve. She pressed her lips together. "The dog that found Sam's shirt might travel large distances. Who knows where he's been?" "That's why Caliburn's here," Tom said. "He'll take one whiff of that shirt and know straight away if it's Sam's or not." Her eyes narrowed. "And if it is?" Tom tilted his head confidently. "Then I have no doubt Caliburn's capable of tracking where that dog brought it from. Right, Caliburn?" Caliburn gave an enthusiastic woof. Genevieve brought the helicopter down in a nearby clearing, the rotor wash kicking up clouds of dust and loose grass. As the engines powered down, Tom unfastened his harness and stepped out onto the uneven ground. The house loomed ahead, battered by time and the elements. Caliburn was the first to bound forward, nose to the air, as he sniffed urgently toward the cliffs. James followed closely, his magnum unclipped from its holster. Tom lingered for a moment, eyes narrowing as he scanned the perimeter. As they approached, an older Cuban farmer emerged from the shade of a tree, his weathered face cautious but not unfriendly. A large, wiry dog, Tom guessed a Cuban mastiff, stood tied to a chain next to the house, barking incessantly. The farmer gave the dog a light pat, but it didn't stop. "Don't mind him," the farmer said with a thick accent. "He's more guard dog than friend. Doesn't trust strangers." Tom said, "That's okay. Is he normally tied up?" "Only when people are coming. Otherwise, he's got free rein of the property." "Does that mean he found that bloody guy Abera on the property?" James interjected. The farmer frowned at the implication. "Not necessarily." "Then what?" James asked, without attempting to conceal his frustration. "The fence doesn't go all the way to the water along the beach. On a low tide, Toro, that's my dog, sometimes likes to walk around the fence and go exploring on his own." The dog barked incessantly, its lips curling back to reveal bared teeth. Tom frowned. "Seems kind of dangerous on its own." The farmer shrugged. "Probably." James said, "Dangerous enough to kill a man?" The farmer paused, as if the implication just hit him. No. Toro didn't kill your friend." James seemed to have had enough. "Do you have the shirt?" The farmer nodded, pulled it out from a bag he was carrying. The Guayabera was covered in blood. Tom swore. It was hard to believe whoever's blood that belonged to was still alive. Caliburn took a single sniff and barked. Tom looked at Caliburn. "What is it, Caliburn? Is it Sam's?" Caliburn seemed so fixated on his task of finding Sam that he didn't respond to Tom at all. Instead, the dog took a step forward, sniffed the air once, then barked again sharply. His tail shot up, ears pricked, and without hesitation, he bounded forward, nose low to the ground. Tom's heart jumped. Caliburn only reacted like that when he was certain. "He's got Sam's scent." "Is there a house nearby?" Tom asked the farmer. The man shook his head. "Not for miles. Closest thing is an old sugar plantation, burned down long ago." Tom exchanged a glance with James, realization dawning. "The Diaz plantation." "Which way is that?" "About 3 cliques to the west." The farmer pointed in the same direction Caliburn was already running at full speed. "Can our dog get through there?" Tom asked. "Yes, I left the gate open, expecting you to come by the road." "All right, thanks." Genevieve looked at Tom. Her eyes followed where Caliburn was quickly disappearing down the dirt road. "We'll take the helicopter," she said firmly. "Good idea," Tom agreed, already heading back toward the helicopter. Caliburn wasn't waiting for anyone, and neither were they. The farmer looked at James. "Hey, what about my reward?" James handed him 5 crisp $100 bills. The farmer said, "Thank you very much, and good luck." James said, "If we find your dog killed my son—" "I'll give the money back," the farmer quickly replied. "Doesn't work like that." James shook his head, his lips forming a menacing snarl. "I'll come back here and chain you to that tree out there and let you find out whether or not you're going to die of thirst or if your dog will get hungry enough to eat you himself." Chapter 18. The helicopter flew west, low along the coast. The cliffs gave way to the blackened remains of the Diaz plantation. From the air, Tom spotted the turquoise 1955 Chevrolet Bel Air, parked crookedly near the edge of the ruins, its broken driver's side window glittering in the sun. Genevieve brought the helicopter down near the car, the rotor wash scattering loose ash and dirt. As the engines powered down, Tom stepped out, walking slowly toward the vehicle. Dried blood stained the driver's seat, and a faint smear ran along the door. Tom's stomach twisted. "It's Sam's." James drew his Smith & Wesson 500 Magnum. The hardened look on his face suggested that if the relic hunter was still around, he wasn't going to let her leave alive. Genevieve searched the surrounding area. "It looks like Sam tried to get into the car without keys. Maybe he cut himself on the glass and then used his shirt to stem the bleeding." James said, "And then what? He threw it on the ground and walked off?" Genevieve shook her head. "I don't know. I'm still working on the theory." James scanned the estate. There wasn't much to it, and no sign of any more blood, nor was there evidence of Sam's lifeless body. Tom stepped carefully along the crumbling path that wound its way down through the Diaz plantation. The sun hung low over the ocean, casting long shadows across the scorched remains of the estate. His boots crunched softly over dry leaves and broken twigs, remnants of what was once a grand driveway leading to a house that no longer stood. The plantation had an unsettling stillness to it, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something long overdue. Tom's gaze swept over the twisted skeletons of trees and the patches of wild grass that had claimed the land. But his eyes were drawn inevitably to the ocean beyond. There, just beyond the blackened cliffs, stood a strange rock formation. Even from this distance, it looked like the silhouette of a sleeping dragon, curled in the center of the stone arch that stretched out over the water. Tom narrowed his eyes, watching as the waves broke below the arch. Each time the mist rose, it gave the odd illusion that the dragon was breathing, a wisp of vapor curling from its mouth. The sunlight bathed the arch in a warm golden glow, illuminating the jagged rocks beneath it. The mist shimmered in the light. Tom shifted his weight and took a few steps closer, stopping at the edge of the cliff. Had Sam stood at this exact spot? Was he looking out at the unique rock formation when someone attacked him from behind? Caliburn ran onto the property, his nose to the ground, following a faint trail leading away from the car and toward the edge of the property. Tom followed, heart pounding, as they approached a small clearing. The dog nuzzled the ground near the end of the path. Then Caliburn turned around, as though he had picked up another scent he'd recognized. The hair on his back stuck straight up. Tom spotted something glistening like gold in the sunlight, interspersed with the grass. He stepped over and picked it up. It was a brass bullet casing. "Look what I found." James glanced at it. "That belongs to a 9mm round." Tom said, "Amira shoots a 9mm Glock." Genevieve said, "A 9mm round also belongs to a SIG or a Beretta. It doesn't mean it was fired by Amira." "All the same," Tom said, "we do know Amira uses a Glock 19. Genevieve, unwilling to make guesses, looked at it from a different angle. "If she or anyone fired from this point, that would mean—" They all followed Genevieve's gaze toward the end of the trail, to where there was a mound of dirt. The oxygen was sucked out of Tom's lungs and his entire world. Tom couldn't breathe. He went rigid, his ribs squeezing tighter and tighter. Sam couldn't be dead. Tom stepped closer. All color left his face as his skin took on an ashen gray color. "It looks like a shallow grave." Chapter 19. Tom's world kept spinning. So many emotions had locked him into a state of shock. What was he feeling? Rage, pain, terror, grief? He drew a breath, his heart unwilling to accept what he was seeing. He looked at James, who was as stunned as he was. "That can't be what I think it is." James shook his head. "No, there's no way that's my son's grave." Tom started to dig the loose soil with his hands. "Don't bother," James said, his voice hard as steel. Tom ignored him, picking up the nearby shovel that had been left by whoever had recently buried whatever lay there. "We have to find out." "Why?" James asked. "You won't find my son in there." Tom kept going. "We still need to know." "It would take more than a pretty with a Glock to kill my son," James yelled, shaking his head. "I'll admit at times he gets his head well and truly stuck up in those clouds when he fancies himself madly in love with a beautiful woman, but never enough that he'd let himself be taken by surprise. This isn't Sam. It's probably the person Sam killed. Perhaps we'll find the body of Liliana Diaz in here instead." "Maybe," Tom said hopefully, his voice less confident than his words. "Perhaps it's better if we leave it. If Sam went to the trouble of burying her, he wouldn't want us to literally dig up his hard work." Tom put the shovel into the soil. "If Sam buried her, I promise you he would have done a better job." James studied the grave. "You're right. Sam is many things, but lazy he is not. This looks rushed, almost like an afterthought. Nobody in their right mind would believe that this would keep someone even remotely dead buried." Tom kept digging despite James' protestations. There was a small, dark clump in the soil. It could have been blood, or then again it could have been oil or just wet soil. It didn't look red anymore. He picked it up. There was hair entangled in the mess. It looked brown, just like Sam's. Tom found himself unable to breathe again. Something glistened in the middle of the clump of hardened, congealed blood and hair. He looked at it. There was a small fragment of metal. Not solid metal. Mesh. Just like the titanium meshing that was used to reconstruct Sam's skull. "This is Sam." Tom handed James the titanium meshing. It looked like it had splintered off somehow. "This is just a small shard." James took it. After he studied it, he pronounced, "Nothing here would have killed Sam." Tom dug faster. He was getting excited. "If Sam was shot in the back of the head where the titanium plate was, it's possible he survived." Genevieve was now helping dig with her hands, and Caliburn was barking as he dug with his paws. Tom planted the shovel into the rapidly growing hole in the ground and struck something that was solid metal. It made a clank sound. He quickly worked his way around the metal object until it began to take shape. It was cylindrical, just like a dive tank. Only this one was larger, more the sort of thing one would find in a hospital. It was an E-sized tank, one that would have provided at least 6 hours breathing time minimum. Attached to it was a regulator, same as found on recreational dive equipment. They kept digging, this time more frantically, until they reached solid clay. No wonder it was such a shallow grave. James snickered, then suddenly burst into laughter. Tom turned around and stared at him, concerned that Sam's dad may be having a breakdown. Finally he asked, "What is it?" Tears were running down James's eyes now. He was laughing so hard. "I told you a woman with a Glock wasn't going to get the best of my son. Don't you see? Sam faked his own death." "It looks like it," Tom agreed. "The crazy son of a bitch let his girlfriend shoot him." James shook his head in wonder. Tom nodded. "But the question remains, why?" "I've no idea," James replied, his voice now defiant. "But I intend to make sure all that effort doesn't go to waste because of some damn nosy dog." "What the hell does that mean?" Tom asked. "It's like this," James said with a sly smirk. "Someone thinks my boy is lying in this grave with a bullet through his head. And since Sam apparently went to all this trouble to become a ghost, I sure as hell don't plan on ruining it for him." Chapter 20. Morón Medical Clinic, Cuba. Sam woke up with a dull throb pulsing at the back of his head. The room around him was dim, the flickering glow of a television casting faint shadows across the walls. He shifted slightly, feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down on him. The couch beneath him creaked in protest as he sat up, pressing his palm to his forehead. The doctor stepped inside, his white coat unbuttoned and sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He carried a glass of amber liquid, swirling it lazily. "For the headache," he said, holding the glass toward Sam. His voice was casual, far too relaxed for someone working in a medical clinic. Sam narrowed his eyes and frowned. "Scotch?" "Yeah," the doctor replied. "It's a good year, too." "Really? What year's that?" "Any year they decided to make Scotch." The doctor chuckled at his own joke. "I think I'll pass," Sam said. "I don't suppose you have something else?" "Sure, there's plenty of rum if you like. I prefer Scotch myself. Some might say that's some sort of anti-national sacrilege for a Cuban, given the prevalence of sugarcane and its use in rum production, but rum doesn't come close to Scotch." Sam suppressed a grin. "I was thinking something more along the lines of coffee." "Oh." The doctor frowned and gestured toward an antique coffee machine. "Help yourself." "Thanks," Sam said, stepping toward the machine perched on a low counter near the clinic's window. It was a battered, well-loved cafetera, the kind found in nearly every Cuban home. The aluminum edges were dulled from years of brewing, and the handle had been replaced with a mismatched wooden one fastened with wire. Sam picked it up, feeling its weight in his hands. He gave it a shake and heard a faint rattle inside. Someone had left behind a bit of used coffee in the filter. Sam pried it open, knocking the grounds into a small dish nearby. On the shelf above, he spotted a small glass jar filled with finely ground café cubano. He twisted the lid, releasing a dark, sugary aroma that instantly pulled him back to the memories of other times he'd visited Havana. He filled the bottom chamber of the cafetera with water, careful not to overfill past the pressure valve. Then, with a practiced hand, he spooned the rich, dark coffee into the filter, tamping it lightly with the back of the spoon. The smell alone felt like a jolt of energy. As he screwed the top half back onto the base, the doctor switched on the small television sitting on the corner desk. Sam heard the static crackle as the old TV warmed up. There was a story about a viral video that had come out of Ethiopia. Sam would have dismissed it out of hand, except for the fact he was surprised that Cuba's national news was running a story about a video from Ethiopia. What interest did Cuba, a country that had all but outlawed advertisements, have in a viral TikTok story? He lit the portable gas burner with a strike of a match and set the cafetera over the flame. The soft hiss of the fire filled the quiet clinic. The first drops began to trickle through the spout, dark and syrupy. Sam grabbed a small metal cup and added a spoonful of sugar to the bottom. When the coffee finished brewing, he poured just enough to dissolve the sugar, whisking it vigorously until it frothed into a thick caramel-like espuma. On the screen, shaky footage showed a young woman with strawberry blonde hair, lively blue eyes, and a generous smile, gripping a guide rope as she scaled the sheer cliff leading to the famous church of Abuna Yemata Guh. Sam half listened, half watched, while keeping track of the burner, waiting for the coffee to bubble. The footage flickered as the video stabilized, showing the dizzying height of Abuna Yemata Guh. The young woman's shaky breath echoed over the audio as she panned the camera along the narrow cliff ledge. The ancient church sat carved into the rock face, precariously balanced between heaven and earth. The video cut to an old monk making his way along the ledge. His worn robes swayed, and his steps were deliberate, supported by a slender black staff. Sam leaned in closer. The man's deeply lined face exuded serenity, his features weathered by years of desert sun. Yet it was his eyes that caught Sam's attention, strikingly, unmistakably purple. The monk was a master builder. "Can you pause that, please?" Sam asked, but the video kept playing. The doc sat down with his glass of scotch and looked at him like he was a fool. "That's free-to-air television. Since when can you pause the TV?" "Sorry," Sam said, his eyes wide, now utterly aware of the viral video. The monk's staff shifted under the light, revealing intricate carvings winding their way up the polished black surface. It was solid obsidian. The volcanic stone was notoriously brittle, good for making sharp knives or arrowheads, but not so good for creating functional walking staffs, almost impossible for forming intricate carvings. Whoever had designed that staff had a unique ability to manipulate obsidian. And there were only one group of people in the history of mankind who were capable of such a feat: the master builders. Even now, Sam had no idea how they had done it. His eyes focused on the four strange shapes etched into the monk's staff. They formed the ancient symbols of a serpent devouring its tail, known as the Ouroboros. The symbol was seen throughout history via an array of different societies spanning thousands of years and representing the cycles of birth, death, and renewals of life. The oldest known Ouroboros appeared on a golden shrine in the tomb of Tutankhamun in the 13th century BC. The ancient Egyptians believed time was a series of repetitive cycles, and the Ouroboros symbolized the mystery of cyclical time. In alchemy, it represented the circular process of the alchemist's work. In Norse mythology, it took the form of a Mungundur, a sea serpent that could encircle the earth. When the Mungundur released its tail, it triggers Ragnarok, leading to the ultimate battle for life's existence. And for the master builders, it represented the infinite existence of life throughout the ages. The woman holding the GoPro made a comment to the monk about having never seen anything like it before. The monk seemed undisturbed and either didn't hear her or decided not to answer her. Instead, he seemed set on his purpose, working in some sort of monastic silence. The camera zoomed in, capturing the serpents. Riding the serpents were 4 tiny armed horse riders, each made out of gemstones: carnelian, quartz, malachite, and onyx. The 4 horsemen. Sam swirled his coffee absently, his mind racing as the monk approached a fresco of a golden-winged angel. The monk twisted the Ouroboros. One by one, the serpents' heads aligned. A faint click echoed as the staff came apart in 2. The monk glanced inside, as if inspecting something of immense value. The monk then made his way inside the chapel and moved with deliberate intent toward a fresco on the far wall, his piercing purple eyes locking onto an image of an angel. Sam smiled, now entirely rapt with curiosity. The angel was magnificent. Its wings spread wide across the stone, detailed with delicate, gilded feathers. A golden halo encircled its head, and its expression, both serene and commanding, seemed to watch over the chapel with eternal vigilance. The angel's robes billowed out as if caught in a celestial breeze, with deep folds that shimmered in the light from the flickering candles. Then the cinematographer appeared to notice something else, fixing the lens of the GoPro onto the base of the fresco. Just beneath the fresco, a small, almost imperceptible hole had been carved into the stone, like a secret opening. It seemed to serve as some kind of religious offering, perhaps where pilgrims had placed tokens of their devotion over the centuries. It was nearly hidden beneath one of the painted angels. The monk winked at the GoPro, as if the ancient messenger of God were about to share a secret, before he poured a fine, shimmering green liquid from the inside of the obsidian staff into the small sacrificial libation. The video from the GoPro kept running. It focused on the fresco, although nothing happened. Sam thought about libations, the ritual of pouring a liquid as an offering to a deity or spirit, or in memory of the dead. It was common in many religions of antiquity and continued to be offered in cultures today. Various substances had been used for libations, most commonly wine or other alcoholic drinks, olive oil, honey, and in India, ghee. The vessels used in the ritual, including the patera, often had a significant form which differentiated them from secular vessels. The libation could be poured onto something of religious significance, such as an altar, or into the earth. On the other hand, one or more libations began most meals and occasions when wine was drunk in Greco-Roman and other ancient societies, mostly using normal cups or jugs. In East Asia, pouring an offering of rice into a running stream symbolizes the detachment from karma and bad energy. but he had never heard of the master builders having such a ritual. The GoPro feed showed the frozen image of the fresco, and Sam couldn't help but feel he was simply being taken down the typical ruse of social media stars throughout the globe, all for the sake of clickbait and likes. The internet was filled with such stuff, and he couldn't for the life of him think of why the Cuban Institute of Radio and Television was promoting it on national TV. The mass media in Cuba was particularly strict about such misinformation. Cubans absorbed their news via several different sources: television, radio, newspapers, and internet. The Cuban media was tightly controlled by the Cuban government, led by the Communist Party of Cuba in the past 5 decades. The PCC strictly censors news, information, and commentary, and restricts dissemination of foreign publications to tourist hotels. Journalists must operate within the confines of laws against anti-government propaganda and the insulting of officials, which carry penalties of up to 3 years in prison. Private ownership of broadcast media was prohibited, and the government owned all mainstream media outlets. The Cuban television system is made up of 2 networks, Cuba Vision and Tele Rebelde. Cuba's restriction of foreign broadcast media is one reason the U.S. government has sponsored television broadcasting into Cuba through Radio y Televisión Martí, much of which is jammed. And yet here, on a government-censored Cuban channel, they were promoting some sort of viral social media sensation. Intrigued, Sam continued watching. The seemingly frozen image of the angel fresco continued for a full minute. Then a crack appeared. At first it was barely noticeable, a thin line spidering across the ancient fresco. But then it widened, fast and furious. It was as though the stone itself was coming alive in the same way a creature is hatched from a shell. The wall split open. A deafening rumble followed, and a massive figure began to emerge. It was a 7-foot-tall golem, gleaming with a strange red-gold metallic sheen, broke through the cracked fresco. Sam straightened in his seat. His heart raced. Now he was fully invested in the viral sensation. The GoPro steady in its operator's hands, its lens focused firmly on the golem. The monk barely had time to react before the creature seized him with absolute indifference, as it seemed to go berserk. The golem stepped outside Abuna Yemata Guh. The woman holding the GoPro audibly gasped. Like a confused, suddenly awoken giant, it strode toward the ledge. The monk screamed, "No!" The video ended abruptly as the golem plunged over the cliff, the monk still clutched in its grasp. Sam set his cup down carefully, back on the table. "What the hell was that supposed to mean?" the doctor asked, taking another mouthful of scotch. Sam's brow furrowed and his lips formed a grim line. "It means the elixir of life has been found." Chapter 21. The doc gave Sam a puzzled look. "Say that again?" Sam swallowed hard. "The elixir of life has been found." "And that's a bad thing?" "The worst possible thing to happen to the human race for a very long time." The doctor shook his head, his face filled with unrestrained incredulity. "You're making this up." "I'm not." "A little bit of exaggeration, then." Sam frowned. "Doc, I got shot in the head by my girlfriend last night. I knocked on your door this morning and asked if there was something you could do to help clean it up." "So?" "I'm just saying. I'm not exactly prone to hyperbole." "All right." The doc nodded his head. "I believe you. So what are you saying?" Sam gritted his teeth. There's some bad people in the world, and they're going to go after the Elixir of Life. Okay, the doctor said, with all the care of someone who genuinely felt the whole world could go to hell, and it wouldn't change his life all that much. I need to do whatever is in my power to prevent that from happening. You? The doctor's eyes looked up from his precious glass of scotch for the first time in a while. Didn't I say something about resting for the foreseeable future? You did. And you agreed, Sam said. Right. But that was before the elixir was found. What exactly is the Elixir of Life? Did you see that beast in the video? Sam asked. The golem, the doc replied. Yeah, it's a type of ancient insect genetically created by the same people who built Atlantis. Its metallic skin is made from an alloy we thought was mined in Atlantis, known as orichalcum. In fact, we got all that wrong. Orichalcum was never mined from the ground. The ancient Atlanteans harvested it from a variety of insects whose shells naturally formed into the extremely rare gold alloy. The doctor studied him, a curious expression on his face. I wonder how much damage the kinetic energy from that bullet actually did to your brain. Me too, Doc, Sam grinned. But in this case, it's not amnesia or some sort of brain injury. This all comes back to the relic hunter. Who? Sam shook his head. It doesn't matter. The point is, the relic hunter has been searching for 3 golems just like that one. Each one has a secret celestial map embedded on its orichalcum back. Once put together, those images can be used to triangulate the exact location of the necropolis of the gods. The doc looked a little lost. He took another mouthful of scotch, and Sam hoped the liquid courage might help the good doctor deal with the next part of his explanation. Sam asked, Are you keeping up with me? The doctor gave a bemused smile. Not even slightly. Okay, so these insects were designed to become protectors. They're basically ancient guards for a group of people known as master builders, whose genetic anomaly allowed them to live extraordinarily long lives, say 300 to 400 years, and as such accumulated huge amounts of knowledge. That makes sense, the doctor said, happy to lean into something scientific, as though the concept of people living 3 or 4 times the length of normal people would naturally accrue enormous wealth of understanding. Sam continued. This meant that the guards had to live long lives. Okay, the doc said, as if he wasn't following at all, but realized it would all be over and he could go back to drinking quicker if he just nodded his head and let Sam continue. These insects hibernate. In fact, I have one on my ship, identical to the golem seen in that video, that is hibernating. It looks completely dead, or an inanimate metal object. Only, if it's triggered, it will come alive and fight. To protect what? Its master, whoever that is. And the one on your ship, the doc said. Who does it fight for? Strangely, I believe it fights for me. Really? The doc asked. Why? Sam shrugged. Honestly, I don't know. For some reason, it has decided I'm its master to protect. So, what terrible thing does this elixir of life do? The doctor laughed. I mean, there aren't too many legends about how dangerous it is. I thought it was supposed to bring life, not take it away. It's a long story. I've got time. There's a place called the Necropolis of the Gods, where the ancient master builders lay buried. In what? A sort of mausoleum? Something like that. Sam scrunched his face up. To be honest, I have no idea. But from what we do know, these people were so far advanced from those who lived 3 or so thousand years ago that they appeared like gods. Thus the whole necropolis of the gods thing. Yeah, Sam nodded. Now, legend has it that each of these ancient master builders had a golem insect to protect them, and that these creatures are still there, guarding the mausoleum to this day. You say insect, but we're talking about that metallic freak that came out of the fresco in the church wall. Right. Only sometimes they really look just like an insect. What sort? I don't know. So far, I've seen scorpions the size of dogs, phasmids, those little stick insects, and the golem. But there's no telling what other insects there might still be out there, making the necropolis of the gods the most guarded mausoleum in the history of the human race. Great, I'll remember to stay away from it. The doc finished his glass and went over to pour another one immediately afterward. Then, with a bemused smile, he asked, So where does the elixir come into this? Currently, the insects are in hibernation. Sam pictured the 1,000-plus strong scorpion army he'd seen in the thermal cave in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and swallowed hard. But the elixir of life brings them out of hibernation. How many are we talking about? The doc sounded like he was playing along with Sam's fantasy, but there was a small part of him that couldn't deny the fact that he'd seen the golem go berserk in the Ethiopian cliff-hewn church. A few dozen or something? I don't know, but insects don't have small families. Sam pressed his lips together. The doctor looked at him. Meaning? The relic hunter is known to sell weapons and stolen arms, along with ancient artifacts, to wealthy buyers. She's been going after the army that guards the necropolis of the gods for a very long time. There's no way she would be so invested if her rewards weren't worth the risks. What are you saying? If I had to guess, I think there may be thousands, if not tens of thousands, of these killer insects buried within the necropolis of the gods. That means that if the wrong person gets a hold of the elixir, they will start waking them from their deep hibernation. How bad can they be against modern military technology? Sam said, You haven't ever stopped to wonder how formidable ants would be if they were suddenly as big as humans? Not really. The leafcutter ant can carry pieces of leaves nearly 50 times its body weight, like you or me hauling a fully loaded 18-wheeler on our backs. Even common insects like the rhinoceros beetle can lift 850 times their weight. That's an ant. This is a robot. They're not robots. They're oversized living insects. Made from a metal alloy from Atlantis, the doc said, as though he didn't quite believe the words he was saying. Sam said, Insects are already terrifyingly strong when you scale their strength to our size. Take the dung beetle, for example. That little guy can lift 1,141 times its body weight. He paused, letting the magnitude sink in. To put that in perspective, that's like humans lifting around 130,000 pounds. You'd need a crane just to budge something like that, and the beetle does it with nothing but muscle and determination. What are you saying, Sam? The army that guard the necropolis of the gods are protected by an exoskeleton reinforced by orichalcum, making them more like armored vehicles, potentially capable of flying, moving at speed, and killing anything in their path. Sam took a deep breath. And you know the most terrifying thing of all? The doc shook his head. What? Once these creatures have established a food source and filled their voracious appetite like locusts, there's nothing stopping them from reproducing. You're talking about a hidden insect army that's capable of destroying the world. Sam's lips formed a grim line. That's why the Elixir of Life is so dangerous. Chapter 22. The doctor stared at Sam with a mask of bemused indifference, mixed with curiosity of the concept of the world's impending doom. Sam began washing his coffee cup. So, now do you see why I can't wait here and convalesce? I have to go. Go? The doctor asked. Where? To Ethiopia, of course. Oh, obviously, the doc agreed. Why? The relic hunter already has the celestial maps from 3 different golems. With those, she'll be able to triangulate the location of the necropolis of the gods. To wake up and control its ancient army, she'll need the Elixir of Life. You know, that bubbly, happy young woman who was behind that GoPro camera? Of course. She is all that lies in the way between life and death for the world. Are you sure you're not just getting a little carried away? No. Mark my words. The relic hunter will go after the Elixir of Life, and she'll kill anyone in her way. There is nothing that girl with a GoPro can do to stop her. The doc frowned. What are you going to do? Sam said, I need to find a taxi. I need to run some errands, get a cell phone, make some calls, pick up a new passport, and get to the airport, all the while letting my enemies think I'm dead. The doctor raised an eyebrow. You want a lift? Sam hesitated, but only for a moment. Despite the amount of scotch he had seen the man consume, he figured the doctor was perfectly capable of driving. He was clearly a functioning alcoholic, someone who has an addiction, but was capable of doing everything he needed to maintain the core aspects of his life. He would be fine, as long as he continued drinking. For the doctor, alcohol withdrawal would be rough. Drug addicts could withdraw from drugs without medical intervention, but taking an alcoholic cold turkey off alcohol could result in seizures and death. Sam made a mental note to buy another bottle of scotch. Doc, Sam said, if you're offering to drive, that would be fantastic. No problem, the doc replied. If you happen to have another one of those $100 bills, I will gladly chauffeur you around all night. Sam grinned, offering him a $100 bill, and said, Thanks for your kindness. The doctor took it with a smile. You're welcome. Chapter 23. The enormous, faded green 1950 Buick Roadmaster slid to a halt in front of a crumbling colonial building in the heart of old Havana. The muted paint barely caught the last hue of the setting sun, blending into the uneven cobblestone street. The doctor, a wiry man in his late 50s, leaned over the passenger seat, his hand resting casually on the gear shift. You sure you want to go down this path? The doc asked. Sam nodded. It's the only way. I spoke to him yesterday, paid a deposit. He's going to get me a passport I can use. And you trust him? Not even slightly. The man is a criminal who makes his living by making people's lives worse. So why are you going to him? Because I need a passport. But you don't trust him. It's all right. I paid him $5,000 yesterday. I'll pay him another $5,000 today when he has the passport. And if I'm still alive at the end of the week, he gets the second part of an account number with $20,000 in it. What's to stop you reneging on the last $20,000? He has my original passport, the one with my actual name on it, and a copy of the fake passport that he says he'll send to the authorities if I don't come through. The doc shook his head. You really thought these through, didn't you? Sam said, I tried my best with what I had. What I don't get, the doc said with a barely suppressed laugh, is why, with all your resources and help, the best idea you could come up with to help your girlfriend out was to get shot in the head and buried. Sam pressed his lips together. You're right. It wasn't my brightest moment. No, for a pretty smart guy, it sounds like an outright dumb thing to do. Gracias, doctor, Sam said as he climbed out. The door creaked, adding to the symphony of distant salsa music and muffled voices spilling out of nearby cantinas. Wait here. I won't be long. The doctor nodded, lighting a cigar that had been tucked behind his ear. Be careful, amigo. Sam smiled, shutting the massive door with a soft thud. He walked toward the narrow entrance where the wooden door hung slightly ajar beneath an ancient iron lantern. Faded blue paint peeled in long strips, revealing the naked brick underneath. The faint smell of grilled pork, stale beer, and something less pleasant lingered in the air. Inside, the room was dim, lit only by flickering overhead fans and scattered table lamps. The bar was barely a bar. It was a plank of rough wood balanced on concrete blocks. Two local men played dominoes in the corner, hunched over, intent on their game. Their hushed conversation was punctuated by the clack of tiles. In the farthest booth, under the shadow of a flickering bulb, sat the man Sam had come to see. Carlos El Gato the Cat Ramirez sat bent over a small stack of papers, scribbling notes with a pen that looked far too expensive for someone of his standing. His once white tank top was stained with sweat and rum, and the jaguar tattoo stretching across his chest looked faded, almost tired. Skulls traced his arms in patchy ink, and a crude Virgin Mary peeked out from his neck. A gold chain dangled loosely around his throat. The shine was long gone. The man greeted him with a friendly handshake. I was starting to think perhaps you had achieved your goal of becoming a ghost, but perhaps made the transition a little too permanent. Sorry, I'm late, Sam shrugged. I ran into a few problems. Carlos glanced at his head, smirked, and said, Si, senor, it appears you did. Any luck with the passport? Did you bring the money? Carlos countered. Sam withdrew $5,000 in crisp U.S. bills and placed it on the table. Carlos picked it up and pushed a booklet toward him. Sam's eyes drifted to the U.S. passport sitting on the table. He picked it up and opened it. A face, not too different from his own, stared back at him, but the name beneath it belonged to someone else, someone who was almost certainly dead. Sam felt his stomach twist. This wasn't just a counterfeit job. This was someone's stolen identity, harvested from God knows where. His gaze studied the name of the passport for a few seconds. Anthony Logan. It was difficult not to wonder what happened to the man. Carlos flicked a glance at him, tapping the passport with one finger. Clean work, eh? Don't ask too many questions. Easier that way. Sam cringed, but his face gave nothing away. I appreciate it. But this... He tapped the passport lightly. Is this guy still alive? Carlos shrugged. Doubt it. These things float around. Syndicate holds onto them and wait for the right face. I mean, is a missing persons alert or an Interpol red notice going to be triggered as soon as this passport is scanned? No. From what I have been told, he's got a big fishing boat off the coast of Florida. As far as the world is concerned, the GPS on his boat shows that it's still out fishing in the Caribbean. which is true, and that Signor Anthony Logan is still its skipper, which is not true, and that he's probably alive and well, setting the chum to attract the fish, which is both true and false. He's feeding the fish with his body. Yes, this is correct. Sam internally grimaced. The irony wasn't lost on him that the relic hunter's parents were killed because his dad had helped convict someone who worked with her dad in people trafficking. Now, he was turning to someone just like that to buy a new passport. It wasn't morally ideal, but it would have to do. There were bigger problems in his world right now. If this passport triggers an alarm when I pass through customs, you won't get your 20K bonus. Carlos spread his hands. It is a risk I must take. And I'll go to jail. See, and that is a risk you must take. Carlos gave him a slippery smile. It is okay, amigo. In my business, we do this all the time. The passport will work. Senor Logan slipped into the ocean only a few days ago, early into his 6-week fishing trip. I am reasonably confident I will see that 20K bonus. Good luck. Sam picked up the passport once more and studied the photo. He frowned. He doesn't really look very much like me. Carlos shrugged. Hey, yesterday when you came to me, you didn't look very much like you do now either. Do not worry. This passport and the photo is close enough. It will do the job. Chapter 24. Jose Marti International Airport, Havana, Cuba. The doctor had parked in the taxi rank at Jose Marti International Airport, the hot Cuban sun dipping toward the horizon behind him. Stepping out of the faded green Buick, Sam turned and extended his hand to the Cuban doctor who had driven him this far. The man shook it firmly, his eyes warm but unreadable. Buena suerte. Good luck, the doctor said, offering Sam a small nod of respect. Gracias. For everything, Sam replied. The doctor climbed back into the car, and Sam watched as the doctor's classic 1950 Roadmaster disappeared into the flow of traffic before heading inside. He turned and entered the modest but busy airport, filled with travelers moving in hurried clusters, much the same as every other airport on Earth. Sam walked with purpose to the ticket counter, scanning the destinations displayed on the overhead screen. He approached the Air France ticket counter. A good-looking French woman in her 50s greeted him. Her hair was a soft shade of blonde, styled in a loose chignon, and faint laugh lines framed her mouth. She wore a crisp navy blazer and a silk scarf knotted neatly around her neck, the Air France logo subtly printed on the fabric. Her gray eyes had a no-nonsense quality, but there was warmth behind them, softened by years of experience dealing with travelers from all walks of life. Bonjour, monsieur. How may I help you today? She asked with a polite but practiced smile, trying her best not to fixate on the obvious injury to his head. I'd like to go to Alula Aba Niga International Airport in Ethiopia, Sam said, speaking French with fluency that had only increased since he'd met Amira, as it was her native language. Are you sure you're safe to fly? She asked. Certain. I just had a large skin cancer removed. Too much time spent outdoors. It really pays to get a regular skin checkup. Right, she said. I'm sorry. Where are you heading? Sam said, Alula Aba Niga International Airport in Ethiopia, please. She typed swiftly on her computer, glancing at the screen. I can get you on a flight through to Paris, she said, her accent adding a melodic lilt to the words. From there, you will transfer to a code share with Air Ethiopia for a direct flight to Alula Aba Niga International Airport. Sam frowned. You don't have anything that flies direct from here? The woman raised an eyebrow and looked at him like he was an idiot. No, she replied simply, her tone making it clear that such a question barely warranted an answer. Wishful thinking. Sam shot her a sheepish smile. Okay, I'll take it. She gave him a price, and he handed her the cash in U.S. dollars, along with his passport. She took the cash, scanned his passport, and handed him his boarding pass without a second thought. Bon voyage, Monsieur Logan. Sam took it and thanked her before heading to the gate. So far, so good. There were no automatic flags on his passport, so that was a good start. It was possible that someone at customs, either here, Paris, or Ethiopia, might take a closer inspection to the photograph and realize it doesn't quite match, but at least he was through the first hoop. He passed through security and customs without trouble, which didn't surprise him. In his experience, it was the country's accepting new arrivals that seemed to take more notice of incoming passengers' passports and whatnot. On his way to the gate, he stopped at a small electronics stall with a display of cell phones. He picked up a cheap smartphone from a brand he'd never heard of, and then, using free Wi-Fi, tried to pre-purchase a cellular plan for Ethiopia's national communications network. It had been so many years since he'd tried to buy anything without a credit card or digital wallet that he almost began to automatically put in his PayPal ID. Frowning, he walked back to the bored-looking young man sitting at the electronics stall and partially explained his problem. The man said he could sell him a prepaid roaming package for cash. Once more, Sam handed over more of his cash, wishing he'd thought to withdraw more before he'd changed his name. He thanked the kid and set up his cell phone. Using the airport's free Wi-Fi, he logged into a secure email account he'd prearranged with Elise years ago on an old Hotmail address. It was riddled with spam. He skipped past the 3 years of archived unwanted advertisements and typed in Elise's secret email address, hoping that she would have the foresight to check it since he'd apparently died. And more importantly, she would realize that if he had gone to the trouble to become a ghost, it was vital that she didn't pass on any information to the rest of the crew of the Tahila. He didn't know how, but he was certain the relic hunter would be keeping tabs on him somehow. He typed a quick message. Gone to Ethiopia to protect the girl from the video and recover the Elixir of Life. Need any information on the girl, including name, GPS location, and cell phone number. Please send a digital credit card in the name of Anthony Logan. Even as a ghost, it is hard to exist using cash only. Regards, Orpheus. He hoped Elise would put together the reference to Orpheus, the renowned Greek poet who traveled with Jason and the Argonauts in search of the Golden Fleece, before descending into the underworld of Hades to recover his lost wife, Eurydice. This was his way of reassuring her that Amira was on his side and that he had descended into hell to save her. Sam then downloaded an encryption app called Ghost Text. He clicked on the app's icon, a simple, featureless ghost, blinked to life. The interface was deceptively simple, just a blank notepad screen with a few discrete options beneath. Sam copied the text and then hit paste onto the app's notepad. He then opened the drop-down menu and selected Caesar Cipher. His eyes flicked to the slider below it, and he set the shift to 13. ROT 13, easy enough for Elise to decode, but obscure enough to avoid unwanted eyes. The encryption method shifts each letter 13 places down the alphabet, wrapping around at the end. It's simple to apply and reverse, often used for basic obfuscation. Elise would know what to do. With a quiet exhale, he pressed encode. The message transformed instantly, a jumbled, encrypted mess filling the lower half of the screen. Satisfied, Sam copied the text and pasted it into the email and clicked send. He then brought up the unique email Pax West had left him. When he'd left him in Jordan, Pax had mentioned something about driving north to Georgia in Eastern Europe, or possibly heading south into Africa. There was a slim chance he might be somewhere near Ethiopia. Either way, he needed help, and he couldn't ask it from the crew of the Tahila without giving the game away. He typed a simple message. I faked my death and have become a ghost to save my girlfriend's daughter, traveling to Ethiopia to rescue someone along the way. Would really appreciate your help. Sam Reilly. He then left his new cell phone number and hoped to hell the man got it. He wished Pax carried a damn cell phone. There was no way to know if he'd received the email or not. For all Sam knew, his dangerous new friend probably only checked his email every couple of months. All the same, it was worth a try. 10 minutes later, he boarded the Air France flight for Paris, where a slim Parisian flight attendant directed him to his window seat. Then he got comfortable, as much as was humanly possible, given he was flying commercial, economy too. It was the first time he'd been in economy for many years. He frowned. Being dead really sucked. His plane started to taxi toward the runway for takeoff. Sam leaned against the side of the cramped chair and was asleep before the aircraft was off the ground. Chapter 25. On board the Tahila, Cuba. Sam's father, James, stared at the digital map on the round table. The table itself was a type of supercomputer, designed to project information in a three-dimensional space. Any information. Positioned at the center of the mission room and the very heart of the Tahila, it utilized nearly as much futuristic technology as a modern nuclear submarine. A wry grin on his face, James's gaze turned to the golem standing at the end of the room. It was the first time he'd gotten the chance to look at it up closely. His first impression was that it was an ugly-looking creature, and that was with no disrespect, he thought, to NBA basketball players, as it wasn't its 7-foot height that made it unappealing, nor was its seemingly avant-garde exoskeleton crafted from the rare and shimmering orichalcum. Its metallic form, both fascinating and intimidating, stood erect and imposing, as if on duty guarding the secrets of the room. No, all of that he could overlook. It was the creature's malformed face, non-existent neck, and disproportioned shoulders, arms, and torso, which all gave it a less friendly Hulk-like appearance. Any misgivings he might have felt about the golem weren't shared by Caliburn, who lay sleeping at the foot of the creature, his chest rising and falling in a peaceful rhythm. Since the metallic insect had saved the golden retriever's life by shifting its position to prevent a heavy piece of steel from falling and crushing Caliburn, the dog had been besotted by the otherwise seemingly hideous creature. Together they made a unique contrast between the animate and inanimate, the organic and the forged, a stark yet oddly harmonious relationship. If he were to be honest, he hated the golem for one reason alone. The discovery of the golem brought Liliana Diaz, a.k.a. the Relic Hunter, back into Sam's life. Because of that, he'd nearly lost his son. James had already lost his oldest son, named Daniel, to the sea, after he'd tried to save Sam during a dangerous crossing of Bass Strait, the channel separating Victoria, Australia, from the island of Tasmania on the south. The older brother, always Sam's protector, had insisted, when the head sail was caught during the storm, that Sam took the wheel. Daniel had headed up to the foredeck to try and fix it. In the end, he released the sail and was heading back to the safety of the cockpit when the rogue wave took him overboard. He was wearing a life jacket, but the sea swell was 40 feet high. Daniel was never seen again. Now they have automatic identification systems, AIS beacons, so people who fall overboard can be located, but too late for his oldest son. Then a few years later, they had lost Sam's mother to cancer, leaving James to raise Sam on his own. He loved Sam more than anything in his world, and he had no idea what he would have done if the relic hunter had succeeded in taking Sam from him. But he wasn't going to wait for the relic hunter to try and take Sam from him again. It was time to go on the offensive. She was after the necropolis of the gods, and right now the relic hunter was well and truly in the lead to reach it. According to Elise, the relic hunter had had the audacity to come and visit Amira on board the Tahila a couple days ago. In doing so, she had made sure to visit the mission room and take a photo of the golem's celestial map. Ergo, now that she believed she'd killed Sam, the relic hunter would be making a beeline for the necropolis of the gods. If she reached it, James intended to do everything in his power to ensure she never left the ancient mausoleum again. He had entered the GPS coordinates based on the 2 known celestial maps found on the back of the golems his son had found. He carefully marked 2 locations on the holographic globe, pinning them with faint golden lights. The first point shimmered over the rugged landscape of Algeria, near the Ahagar Mountains. The second pulsed gently over the Canary Islands, just off the west coast of Africa. He swiped his hand across the map, zooming in on North Africa. Then he established a straight line between the 2 known locations. Elise stepped into the mission room, glanced at the map, and the intense and somewhat disturbed look on Sam's father's face. "That's the navigational line." James nodded, eyes narrowing as he zoomed in further. "Somewhere along this line lies the necropolis of the gods." Elise glanced at the map with understanding. Tom knew that Sam had been through this many times before, and Elise had spent hundreds of hours trying to narrow the field by designing an AI program to scour archives based throughout the African continent over the past 3,000 years. All of it had come to naught. Elise said, "The necropolis has to be somewhere between Morocco or Western Sahara, or potentially even this little northern section of Mauritania." "Yes, possibly. As you're probably aware from our computer extractions of the celestial maps and the estimated date in which they were made by the master builders, they could be off by as much as 50 miles. Elise pressed her lips together. "In total, it means we're searching a big area for something which is more than likely buried deep beneath the sands, or buried under the sea." "Good point," Elise admitted. "It wouldn't be the first time the master builders constructed something at the bottom of the ocean, so there's no reason to rule it out. All the same, I think I'm going to hedge my bets and go to both Morocco and Western Sahara. I think I'll start in Bir Lehu." "You want to visit the Polisario front?" Elise asked, without hiding the shock in her voice. "I do." Why? A puzzled grin formed on Elise's lips. Why are you suddenly interested in a war that's been going on since the 1970s in Western Sahara? The UN considers the Polisario Front to be the legitimate representative of the Sahrawi people and maintains that the people of Western Sahara have a right to self-determination and independence. Sure, Elise said. Everyone should have food, stable work, and a home, too. But since when did you care? I don't care. Then what are you doing there? If the relic hunter finds the necropolis of the gods, she won't be there on her own. Mark my words, she will bring a multitude of troops, not to mention the ones she plans on awakening from their hibernation. So I need a massive battalion to counter her. You're going to go and broker a deal with the Polisario Front? Yeah, why not? James asked. I need an army of soldiers, and they need money to continue their wars. For a start, there are international laws about hiring soldiers. The world frowns upon the concept of mercenaries these days. James shrugged. The world frowns on plenty of things these days. All the same, the relic hunter tried to kill my son. Now I'm going to do everything in my power to kill her. Consequences be damned. Elise opened her mouth to argue the point, and then, seeing that her opinion was wasted on him, closed it again. Instead, she changed the topic. Have you seen Tom and Genevieve? Yeah, I just dropped them off at the airport. Airport? Elise asked. Where are they going? Ethiopia. Tom's booked it as a hunting vacation for him and Genevieve. Tom said he planned to go and protect the girl. What's her name? The GoPro woman from that video? Kelly Robinson. Right, James said, as though neither the name nor the girl meant anything to him. Tom said the relic hunter would go after Kelly Robinson to find the Elixir of Life. That is, if she doesn't already have it. The best thing he could do now was reach the girl first. If he gets lucky, he can use her as bait to draw out the relic hunter. I'm counting on Genevieve. She has the ability and the resolve to kill her. It's not a bad choice. Elise frowned as she considered that. Still, with you heading to Morocco and Tom and Genevieve off to Ethiopia, it's going to be all that much more difficult to keep up the appearance of still searching for Sam. If the relic hunter is in Ethiopia trying to get her hands on the Elixir of Life, she must still have spies in Cuba. They might start to think, given how quickly we've all given up on him, that Sam Reilly's not actually dead. James looked at Elise. The way she said it, he could tell she already knew he wasn't. He was going to have words with Tom or Genevieve. The three of them had agreed not to tell anyone, so that Sam could maintain whatever goal he had by becoming a ghost. He whispered, Who told you he wasn't dead? Nobody. Elise pressed her tongue to the top of her mouth in an impish grin. It wasn't hard to intone. If you hadn't found proof that he was still alive, there's no way you would be leaving this island. This has got to be the worst-kept secret. James shook his head. All right, then. You had better talk to Matthew. Bring him and Veyron up to speed. Get them to set out on a coastal search pattern around Cuba in order to at least maintain the pretense we're still looking for Sam. Agreed, Elise said. I'll let them know before I go. Go? James asked. Where are you going? Florida. I have some business to attend to. Okay. James knew that Elise, of all the crew of the Tahila, was the least likely to divulge anything she didn't want to. If she didn't tell him where she was going, he wasn't going to ask. Instead, he said, When do you leave? My flight's in 4 hours. Good. We can go there together. Elise looked at him. You're really going to go through with this? Of course. Have you considered that the necropolis of the gods might not be found in the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, the area ruled by the Polisario Front? I have. James's lips formed a hard line. That's why I'm going to visit army leaders in Morocco and Western Sahara, too. You're going to make a deal with all sides of the conflict? Of course. A wry grin formed on her parted lips. You really have no morals at all, do you? None, when it comes to protecting my son. I understand. Look, James said, knowing that Elise was as close to a daughter as Sam might ever have, and as such he felt an almost paternal grandfatherly love for her, and a need to be honest. Governments often talk about proportionate responses to war, an eye for an eye, as if there should be some sort of equality or balanced consequence. A puzzled grin formed on Elisa's lips. And for a parent? As a parent, I know nothing of a proportionate response. The relic hunter tried to kill my only living son. I don't give a damn about collateral damage. I don't care how many people I have to kill or torture for information. I'll do whatever it takes to end the relic hunter's life and protect my son. Whatever happens, her days are numbered. Chapter 26. Somewhere over the Mediterranean Sea. The relic hunter's cell phone rang. She glanced at the number and frowned. It wasn't that long ago, in a time before onboard Wi-Fi, that she was genuinely unreachable for the length of the flight. Sometimes she'd be happy to just spend a few days in the air just so she didn't have to deal with things. Even so, this call was important. She unclipped her seatbelt and walked aft, toward the cargo hold, where she could speak freely without Amira's scrutinizing gaze interrupting her thoughts. Jason Richardson, she said. I'm sorry to interrupt your flight, ma'am, but we have a problem. Go on. It's not here. What are you talking about? She asked. Of course it's there. The golem had legs, but the elixir of life sure as hell didn't. Just go back there and search until you find it. We did, Jason said, his voice apologetic. It amused her to think of the massive ex-ranger, her second-in-command, and head of her security team, being frightened of her. We retrieved the golem and the monk, but the elixir of life wasn't there. It was inside the obsidian staff. Jason, the entire world has seen the video. They all know it. What the hell's wrong with you? I told you. We went back there as soon as we discovered the elixir of life wasn't with the golem or the monk. We searched the whole of the bloody Geralta Mountains. And you found nothing? The relic hunter asked, her tone incredulous. Just the bottom half of the obsidian staff. It broke in two? Yeah, looks like it. Unfortunately, the only half we could find was the solid part, used as an actual walking stick. The top half is missing. We rappelled off the Geralta Mountains, and it's not there. It's nowhere. The relic hunter thought about the cute, bubbly girl who innocently filmed the whole damn thing with her GoPro. That bitch has it. Who? Jason asked. The one with a GoPro. She must have picked it up or something. The little thief decided to keep it for herself as a memento. What do you want me to do? I want you to find the damned elixir of life. How? That girl, Kelly Robinson, she wasn't out there on her own visiting Abuna Yemata Guh. She must have been part of a group with a paid guide. They couldn't have gotten out of the Hausen Wareda by now. She's still there. Go back to the Tigre Valley and find her. Understood. We aren't the only ones after the elixir of life, you know. So you know what to do, right?" "Yes, ma'am," Jason said. "We won't leave anyone alive to say what happened." "Good." Her tone was clipped. "I'm coming there to pick up the elixir. I'm expecting you to have it by the time I get there." The relic hunter ended the call before he could reply. She walked back to the cockpit, gave the pilots her new destination. They calculated the distance and fuel reserves before making a call to the airport tower at Mekele. A moment later, the cargo jet banked to the right, heading for Ethiopia. The relic hunter walked into the main cabin and took her seat next to Amira. Amira looked up, half asleep. "Everything okay?" "Yes, there's just been a slight detour." "Where?" "Ethiopia." "Why?" Amira's eyes widened. She was awake now, the relic hunter noticed. "I thought you said Matilda was in a castle in Czechia." "She is." "Then what are we doing heading to Africa?" "Relax. I'm a woman of my word. I'll take you to your daughter. Something's come up, and I need to deal with it." Amira drew a breath. "What is our destination?" The relic hunter gave a shark-like grin. "We're going on a little safari." Chapter 27. Simien Mountains National Park, Ethiopia. The sound of gelada monkeys woke her. Kelly Robinson sat upright in her sleeping bag, her breath visible in the cold air. The distant chatter of gelada monkeys drifted to her through the silence of the night, an odd sound, low, murmuring calls and occasional, sharp exhalations. Geladas, she recalled, weren't known to stir at night. They slept on the cliffs, away from leopards and other predators that prowled the lower reaches of the mountains. Curiosity tugged at her. Pulling on her hiking shoes and jacket, she slung her day pack over her shoulders. It contained some water, a flashlight, some snacks, and a first aid kit. Not much, but she didn't dare leave camp without it. The others in her group lay sleeping in their tents, but Kelly quietly unzipped the flap and stepped outside, careful not to disturb anyone. The campfire had long since burned down to embers, leaving behind the faint scent of smoke. She set off, her boots crunching softly over the dry earth and stones. The mountains around her felt alive, the silence almost reverent. Above, the Milky Way arched across the sky, a river of light so vivid it felt within reach. Constellations she barely recognized dotted the heavens, their faint glow illuminating the dim outlines of the cliffs. The Simien Mountains stretched out beneath a blanket of stars, jagged peaks cutting into the sky like ancient sentinels. A soft wind whispered through the high-altitude grasslands, rustling the hardy vegetation that clung to the slopes. The air was crisp, and the distant silver glow of the moon bathed the landscape in a soft light, casting long shadows across the valleys below. The light from the heavens above was enough to navigate by, and she decided to leave her flashlight turned off. She found the geladas perched on a rocky outcrop 1/2 mile from the camp, their shaggy manes catching faint traces of moonlight. They were closer to the cliff's edge than she expected, huddled together in tight clusters. Most were still, their heads tucked against their bodies in sleep, but a few shifted uneasily. One large male sat apart from the others, staring out into the darkness below, as if keeping watch. His chest glowed with a stark crimson patch of bare skin, the characteristic bleeding heart marking that made geladas so distinct. Kelly crouched, quietly, keeping a respectful distance. The big male yawned, revealing long canines, before lowering his head and making a soft, rolling call to another nearby monkey. In the darkness, a handful of juveniles stirred, scrambling over the sleeping bodies of the adults before settling again. It struck Kelly how human their interactions seemed. The younger ones seemed restless, drawn to whatever mysterious signal had roused them. The adults remained calm, allowing the juveniles to explore without chastising them. She stayed there for a long while, the cold forgotten, as she watched the geladas in silence. The scene felt intimate, as if she had been granted rare access to something ancient and wild. The Simian Mountains stretched endlessly beyond the cliffs, an unchanging sanctuary for these remarkable creatures. Eventually, the geladas resettled, their soft calls fading as calm returned. As Kelly turned to head back to camp, a sudden sound stopped her. The sharp crack of machine gun fire echoed across the mountains, followed by a couple of distant screams. Her heart pounded as she froze in place, listening to the chaos erupting behind her. For a few minutes, the unsettling noise continued. Shouts, more gunfire, then silence. Nothing but the wind stirred. Kelly's instincts took over. She turned and ran deeper into the dense forests of the Simian Mountains, her footsteps muffled by the thick underbrush. The night sky watched silently overhead as she disappeared into the dangerous wilderness. Chapter 28. Mekelle Airport, Ethiopia. T-5 days. Sam stepped out of the small terminal at Mekelle Airport. Its official name was Alula Abaniga Airport, but everyone called it Mekelle after the city nearby. He walked a couple blocks into the bustle of the Ethiopian city. The air was dry and warm, carrying the scent of grilled meats and market spices. He walked through the streets, scanning the shop fronts until he found what he was looking for, a small hunting store tucked between a repair shop and a produce stand. The door creaked open as he stepped inside. The shop was dimly lit, cluttered with wooden racks of rifles and shelves of ammunition. Behind the counter stood an older man with grizzled features and a watchful eye. "Can I help you?" the man asked, eyeing Sam's Cuban crisp white gayabera, linen pants, and worn pair of espadrilles. "I need something that can stop big game," Sam replied, running his hand along the barrels of a few rifles. "Something reliable." "What sort of money are you looking at?" "I'm here on a hunting trip, so I'm happy to pay for good quality weapons." Sam smiled. "Of course, I'd like a great deal, but the quality is more important to me than the price." It was like music to the shopkeeper's ears. No longer was Sam the poor beggar he appeared to be, but a wealthy traveler looking to hunt game with a seemingly limitless checkbook. The man nodded slowly and bent down beneath the counter. When he stood back up, he placed 2 pistols on the glass. They were long-barreled, worn but beautifully crafted, a pair of Webley Mark VI revolvers. "These will stop just about anything," the man said. "They're .455 caliber, used by hunters back in the day to put down charging lions. But I won't sell you just one. They come as a pair." Sam lifted one, feeling the weight of it in his hand. The revolver was heavy but perfectly balanced. "How much for the pair?" Sam asked. 3,000, and I'll throw in a box of ammo." Sam nodded, handing over the cash without negotiation. "I'll also need a rifle, something simple but powerful." The shopkeeper reached for a well-maintained Winchester Model 70 from the rack behind him. "This will get the job done. It takes .375 H&H Magnum. Good for anything between you and whatever it is chasing you." "Sounds good," Sam nodded. "I'll take it." He picked up a sturdy pair of hiking boots, cargo pants, and camouflaged shirt, and a hunting vest. Sam paid for the clothes, rifle, pistols, and enough ammunition to last him through any trouble. As the shopkeeper wrapped the weapons, Sam leaned against the counter. I need transport. An endurance bike, preferably. Something that can handle rough terrain. I don't suppose you know where I could hire one for about a week? The shopkeeper scratched his chin thoughtfully. I've got something that might interest you. It's a Yamaha Tenere 700, extended range tanks. She's got a 350-mile reach before needing to fill up again. Sam raised an eyebrow. For sale? For hire, a week. 2,000 in cash, plus a digital deposit for the full value of the bike. Deal. Sam handed over the cash and used the digital credit card Elise had set up for him under the alias Anthony Logan to secure the deposit. The man led him around the back, where the Tenere was parked under a tarp. Sam inspected it briefly. Sturdy, clean, and rugged. Perfect. After loading the weapons and supplies into the side bags, Sam pulled out his phone. Elise's GPS tracker app was already running, showing Kelly Robinson's phone signal deep in the Simeon Mountains. He punched the location into his mapping app, fixed the phone into the holder mounted on the handlebars, and plugged it into the bike's charging port. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Sam threw a leg over the bike and gunned the engine to life. The twin pistols sat heavy in his saddlebags, and the Winchester was strapped across his back. He felt like one of those vigilantes from the old Wild West. Without a backward glance, Sam accelerated down the dusty road, disappearing into the rugged wilderness ahead. Chapter 29. Medieval Monolithic Churches, Lalibela, Ethiopia. In a mountainous region in the heart of Ethiopia, 11 medieval monolithic churches were carved out of rock. They were built in the 12th century by King Lalibela, who set out to construct a new Jerusalem after Muslim conquests halted Christian pilgrimages to the Holy Land. Genevieve downshifted as the Land Rover Defender 110 rumbled along the uneven dirt road leading to the entrance of Lalibela's famous rock-hewn churches. The early 2000 model rattled like it had seen better days, but it was probably far more reliable than any modern four-wheel drive with all the tech. Dust curled away from the tires, swirling in the hot morning air as they came to a stop beneath a sparse grove of acacia trees. Tom rubbed his eyes, still feeling the weight of jet lag. Ethiopia's thin mountain air wasn't doing him any favors, and he wasn't sure if he was more exhausted or dehydrated. He leaned his head against the window, watching as Genevieve cut the engine and hopped out. "Come on, you're not sleeping in the car," she said, yanking the door open for him. "We might as well take a look while we wait." Tom sighed, but relented, stepping down onto the dry, cracked earth. "She could still call back," he muttered. "Maybe she's just out of range." Genevieve shook her head. "We've been trying all morning. Elise said the group was supposed to be here. Let's check inside. If nothing else, we get to see one of the wonders of the world." Tom nodded. There was something infectious about her vivacity. He could never say no to her, a sentiment he was happy to never change. He smiled. "All right, let's go check it out." They crossed through the low stone archway marking the entrance to the ancient site. Lalibela's churches weren't anything like Tom had ever seen. The monolithic structures were carved directly into the rust-colored volcanic rock, their roofs sitting flush with the ground level above. From where he stood, the largest church, Bete Georgis, looked like a colossal cross sunk deep into the earth. Its sharp edges and detailed carvings were a testament to the builder's skill and patience. Genevieve led the way down a narrow passage cut straight into the rock, descending toward the heart of the site. Silence hung over the place, broken only by the occasional flutter of birds overhead. A few other visitors meandered in the distance, their voices hushed as if afraid to disturb the sanctity of the ancient ground. "They built these in the 12th century, Genevieve said, pausing beside a weathered stone pillar. "The story goes that King Lalibela commissioned the churches to recreate Jerusalem here in Ethiopia after Muslim forces took control of the original. They say angels helped carve them." Tom trailed a hand along the cool, rough stone. "I could believe it. This doesn't feel like a place humans could have made alone." They wandered through narrow tunnels and shadowed chambers, emerging into open courtyards where the sun glared off the rock faces. The air was thick with history, the weight of centuries pressing down on them. By early afternoon they had covered most of the churches, but there was no sign of Kelly's group. Genevieve pulled out her phone, frowning. "Still nothing. We should have run into them by now." Tom reached into his pocket and unlocked his own phone, blinking away the bright screen glare. His fingers moved over the GPS app that tracked Kelly's cell phone. A small red dot hovered on the map, blinking as it updated. His stomach tightened. "Genevieve," he said slowly, "she's not here." Genevieve leaned over his shoulder. The red dot was moving steadily away from Lalibela, deep into the dense green sprawl of the Simeon Mountains. "What the hell is she doing out there?" Genevieve asked, straightening. Tom didn't have an answer. He swiped to refresh the screen. The tracker was moving faster now, following a winding route that cut away from the main roads. "She's heading somewhere fast. That can't be right." Genevieve didn't hesitate. "Let's go." Tom nodded, already jogging back toward the Land Rover. His jet lag evaporated as adrenaline began to take over. Something wasn't right, and if they didn't act fast, they might lose Kelly's trail altogether. Chapter 30. Simeon Mountains, Ethiopia. Kelly Robinson knew if she stopped moving, they would kill her. The first light of dawn crept over the jagged peaks of the Simeon Mountains, painting the rugged landscape in streaks of gold and pale lavender. Wisps of mist clung stubbornly to the steep cliffs and terraced slopes, drifting lazily as the sun's warmth coaxed them away. Below, the shadows stretched long and thin across the undulating ridges, revealing patches of hardy grass and wild thyme that swayed gently in the high-altitude breeze. Scattered clusters of giant lobelias rose like sentinels among the rocky outcrops, their thick stalks and green rosettes glistening with dew. She pressed on, her breath coming in sharp, measured bursts, as she ran beneath the sparse canopy of juniper and African rosewood trees. Her boots pounded the narrow, winding trail, sending small rocks tumbling down the steep incline beside her. She wore only a thin, dirt-smeared tank top, shorts, and scuffed hiking boots. The air was cool, but sweat slicked her skin, and strands of hair had escaped from the braid trailing down her back. Her toned legs burned with exertion, and the thin mountain air clawed at her lungs. She ignored it. She had no choice but to keep moving. Behind her, smoke snaked lazily into the sky. The distant crack of gunfire echoed through the valley, sharp and irregular, like the breaking of brittle branches. Kelly's stomach twisted. She knew, without doubt, what that smoke signaled. Someone had found her camp, and they weren't just scavenging, they were erasing evidence, burning the remains. She'd seen the bodies. Every single member of the tour group, lifeless and torn apart under the pale moonlight. It was a massacre. She'd barely escaped herself, slipping away into the undergrowth, while the attackers searched for the obsidian staff that now lay strapped to her back beneath the thin canvas of her backpack. Her grip tightened on the straps. They were after it. She didn't know why, not exactly, but she could feel the weight of its importance, like a heartbeat pulsing through the smooth, glassy surface. The path narrowed, forcing her to scramble up the jagged rocks, using both hands to pull herself higher. Loose shale crunched beneath her boots. The vegetation grew denser as she climbed, the thick tufts of mountain heather and aloes brushing against her bare legs, leaving scratches and thin lines of blood. She didn't stop to check the wounds. There wasn't time. Kelly crested a small rise, pausing just long enough to scan the horizon. In the far distance, Ras Dashan towered above the rolling landscape, its summit kissed by the early sunlight. This high up, the world felt untouched and ancient, but the distant smoke rising from her camp was a reminder that she wasn't alone. She gazed out across the Simeon Mountains, the vast highlands stretching endlessly in every direction. The range, often called the Roof of Africa, was home to the tallest peaks on the continent, including Ras Dashan, which loomed at nearly 15,000 feet. It was a land of jagged cliffs and deep valleys, where time seemed to have carved the earth into sheer escarpments and winding plateaus. The Ethiopian highlands formed one of the most continuous elevated areas in Africa, and much of the landscape rarely dipped below 5,000 feet. The mountains sheltered rare and endangered creatures. The walia ibex perched on precarious rock faces, and the Ethiopian wolf stalked through the tall grass. Gelada monkeys roamed the slopes, their haunting calls echoing through the canyons. Bearded vultures soared overhead, wings outstretched as they glided on the thermals rising from the valleys below. Kelly couldn't help but marvel at the ancient resilience of the land. Ethiopia, the only African nation never colonized, bore a proud history that seemed etched into the rocks beneath her feet. This place had witnessed the passage of empires and kingdoms, from the highlands of the kingdom of Kaffa to the heart of Abyssinian rule. Even now the Simeon Mountains stood defiant, wild and untamed, as though guarding their secrets from the world below. A flicker of movement in the valley below caught her eye. Figures, tiny against the sprawling mountainscape, moving in formation. They were still hunting her. Her pulse quickened, and she pressed forward, disappearing deeper into the labyrinth of craggy peaks and sheer cliffs. As she moved, the sound of distant monkeys echoed faintly across the ridges, a haunting reminder of the wildness of the land she now sought as refuge. Kelly knew one thing for certain. The farther she climbed, the harder she'd be to follow. And if she had to disappear into the roof of Africa to survive, she was ready to keep running until she found the answers she needed. She stopped and retrieved the piece of obsidian staff she now regretted stealing. So much death for something that seemed so trivial. Kelly had no idea what it was, or why it was so valuable, but what she did know was if they wanted it so badly, she was going to do everything in her power to ensure they never got their hands on it. Her fingers trembled slightly as she turned the fractured piece of the obsidian staff over in her hands. Her eyes traced the Ouroboros markings etched along the surface, their intricate design wrapping endlessly around the smooth dark stone. The secret chamber within the staff held a hidden liquid, its purpose unknown, but she knew without question that this was what her pursuers were after. Her heart pounded in her chest as she cast a glance back down the trail, scanning the narrow, winding path for any sign of movement. The dense foliage shifted with the wind, but nothing else stirred. She couldn't risk holding onto the staff any longer. The safest thing to do would be to hide it. Kelly's gaze lifted to the jagged rocks above her. Roughly 15 feet up, she spotted a small opening, barely large enough to fit the fractured staff. It was almost invisible from below, the dark crevice blending seamlessly with the uneven stone. Gripping the staff tightly, she began to climb. Her boots scraped against the rock face, finding narrow footholds as she pulled herself upward. The cold wind tugged at her hair, but she pressed on, muscles straining until she reached the ledge. A small, scraggly mountain sagebrush grew just beside the opening, its wiry branches partially obscuring the entrance. Kelly tugged it aside, revealing the dark hollow within. She hesitated for a brief moment, brushing her thumb over the smooth obsidian surface one last time. Then, carefully, she slid the staff inside. The stone seemed to disappear into the darkness, swallowed by the depths of the crevice. Kelly gently released the mountain sagebrush, watching as the thin branches sprang back into place, effectively concealing the hiding spot. She leaned back, narrowing her eyes. From where she perched, the entrance was invisible once more. Satisfied, Kelly climbed back down, moving swiftly but cautiously to avoid dislodging any loose stones. Her feet hit the ground, and she exhaled, forcing herself to ignore the burning in her legs. Without a second glance, she turned and started running, her breaths shallow and quick as she disappeared into the trees, leaving the obsidian staff behind. Chapter 31. Mekelle Airport, Ethiopia. The relic hunter looked angry. They had been waiting hours for whatever it was she had been so desperate to retrieve that she'd diverted the flight to Ethiopia to collect. Amira didn't like the look of things. Angry people had generally passed beyond their rational selves, allowing their emotions to rage freely. It made them dangerous, in her opinion. The relic hunter looked at her. "Is it nice to be back on the continent?" "Africa?" Amira asked. "Not really." Although, even as she lied, she felt a unique pull to the continent she'd called home for much of her life. She found it strange. She had spent part of her life in France, and the other half, if not longer, in sub-Saharan Chad. Yet she had never really considered herself at home in the desert. And yet here she was, feeling inexplicably drawn to her native continent. Amira looked over and saw the relic hunter answer her cell phone. The relic hunter was speaking loudly, as if her displeasure could be projected through the cell tower. "What do you mean she's missing?" Amira swallowed. The relic hunter could be dangerous at the best of times. She was infinitely capable of more killing when she was in a bad mood. Amira knew she was treading unsteady ground with her. Her saving grace was the fact that the relic hunter saw herself in Amira's daughter. Matilda had spent her 5 years believing she was an orphan, all alone in the world, and having to learn to make do. The relic hunter had shared a similar fate after her whole family, who were involved in human trafficking, had been killed, leaving her to grow up on her own. It was because of this deep trauma that Amira trusted the relic hunter when she had told her that she didn't hold any ill will toward her or Matilda, and that her daughter was a bright, happy, good kid. And it was her every intention that Matilda should be allowed to be reunited with her mother, and go on to have the happy life denied to herself. Speaking into the cell phone, the relic hunter said, "Are you certain you have the right camp? Or did you just kill an entire group of tourists by mistake?" Amira felt a shadow of fear cross over her. She kept her mouth clamped firmly shut. The relic hunter said, "Okay, you're sure it was her sleeping bag?" More silence as the relic hunter listened. Then the relic hunter said, "All right, keep looking for her. I'll organize a couple helicopters and we'll join the hunt." She hung up. Amira looked at her expectantly. The relic hunter said, "I'm sorry, there's going to be a little longer delay before you're reunited with Matilda. I do apologize. It seems if you want something done, you need to do it yourself." Amira pressed her lips together. "Where are we going?" The relic hunter grinned. "To the Simeon Mountains, to hunt Kelly Robinson." Chapter 32. Simeon Mountains, Ethiopia. Kelly looked along the trail above her. The jagged peaks of the Simeon Mountains loomed high, their sharp edges slicing into the overcast sky. Her boots crunched over loose shale and tufts of wild grass, the path narrowing as it twisted along the edge of a steep ravine. She paused, resting a hand on a gnarled tree root that jutted from the earth like an ancient claw, and scanned the trail behind her. Nothing. Yet the uneasy sensation of being watched refused to leave her. The wind howled low across the cliffs, carrying with it distant sounds she couldn't quite place. A clatter of shifting rocks, the faint snap of branches underfoot. Her heart thudded harder against her ribs. They were still following her. Kelly adjusted the straps of her pack and forced herself to keep moving. They would keep following her until they had what they wanted, the obsidian staff. She cursed her stupidity for taking it, and then left it at that. She didn't believe in berating oneself for past mistakes. Learn from one's mistakes, change tack, and move on. Kelly was all for the concept. She just doubted very much that the people who were following her with guns had any intention of letting her. Instead, she kept moving. The path climbed sharply, and she scrambled over a rise, breathing hard as she crested the ridge. Below, the land stretched out in a patchwork of green valleys and jagged outcrops, the cliffs plunging down in near-vertical drops. A troop of gelada monkeys scattered at her approach, their thick manes rustling as they disappeared into the undergrowth. Kelly pressed forward, each step measured. She knew better than to rush and risk a twisted ankle or worse. The altitude weighed on her legs, and her calves burned with the effort of each climb. The path dipped into a shadowy gorge flanked by tall basalt spires, and here the sounds seemed closer. An echoing cough, the faint murmur of voices on the wind. She glanced back again, her pulse quickening. A flicker of movement far below. Her throat tightened. Kelly ducked beneath a cluster of low-hanging branches and quickened her pace, following the path as it wound higher into the mountains. She had to keep moving. They wouldn't stop, not until they found her. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting long shadows over the landscape, Kelly disappeared into the thickening mist that crept over the peaks. She hoped the mountain would hide her long enough to put more distance between herself and those who hunted her. A distant thrum reached her ears, low and rhythmic. Kelly froze, pressing herself against the rock wall beside her. The sound grew louder, and as she glanced upward, she spotted 2 helicopters slicing through the sky above the ridgeline. One was a sleek Scout Aero 3-seater helicopter, the other a larger Bell 505. Their searchlights swept across the slopes, illuminating patches of craggy terrain. Kelly's heart pounded. She spotted a shallow cave nestled beneath an overhang of rock and slipped inside, pressing her back against the cool stone. The helicopters hovered nearby, and through the narrow entrance of the cave, she could see figures inside the Bell 505, peering down, scanning the mountainside. She held her breath, barely daring to move as the sound of the rotors echoed across the peaks. After what felt like an eternity, the helicopters drifted further along the ridge, their searchlights fading into the distance. Kelly exhaled slowly, wiping the sweat from her brow. She knew they'd be back, but for now the cave had kept her hidden. She waited for them to disappear. Kelly frowned. How in the world did I get here? Then, just as quickly, her conscience answered her. You know exactly how. She needed a change. Something to completely reawaken her view of the priorities in her life. Something that would allow her to reestablish what was important and what was society BS and what was expected of her. What was actually essential and what was just another now I'm supposed to part of life. Like getting married, having a career, before swapping that hard-earned career for a full-time job as a babysitter to one's own children. The trip to Africa had certainly achieved that goal. Staying alive was important. Everything else was just a concept. Still, as she waited for the helicopter to finally disappear over the next mountain, she thought about the beginning of this disillusionment. Call it a quarter-life crisis. Having completed a Ph.D. in monetary policy, she realized everything she'd ever learned was based on a lie. Money, like all things, was based on the principle of a shared belief system, like religion. It existed in our minds. It was real because we shared the belief that it was real. And now, money. Money was just one of those fictions. The thought had hit her like a sledgehammer. It was like the fabrics of society had been ripped from under her. She finished her Ph.D., got offered several reputable jobs, paying exorbitant salaries, and had everything she'd ever wanted, only to realize she really didn't want to be part of it anymore. And that's when she had decided she needed to reset everything, leave her entire past behind, and see what life was really about. That's when the trip to Africa had hatched. Chapter 33. Tifariti, Western Sahara. The Gulf Stream's engines hummed steadily toward the ancient camp. James Reilly peered out over the rugged expanse of the Western Sahara. The horizon stretched endlessly beneath him, an unbroken canvas of ochre and rust, fractured only by the occasional ripple of wind-sculpted dunes. As the plane descended, the oasis of Tifariti appeared like a mirage, a faint shimmer of green and gray amid the arid plains. Tifariti lay east of the Moroccan Berm, a heavily fortified sand wall that stretched over 1,700 miles, dividing Moroccan-controlled areas of Western Sahara from the territories held by the Polisario Front. Nestled in the harsh landscape that marked the temporary capital of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. Below, the town sprawled modestly, its few low structures scattered around the life-giving oasis that had sustained travelers and nomads for centuries. James adjusted his seat as the Gulf Stream aligned with runway 1735, the only landing strip for miles. As the landing gear touched down with a smooth, practiced ease, he glimpsed the makeshift encampments flanking the runway, faded tents, wind-battered shelters, and vehicles painted in desert camouflage. Once the engines wound down, James stepped onto the tarmac and inhaled the dry, crisp air, thick with the scent of sun-baked stone. The camp, a mixture of military outposts and civilian structures, appeared to be in the midst of slow reconstruction. Scattered across the landscape were remnants of conflict, bullet-riddled walls and rusting hulks of armored vehicles, reminders of decades of struggle. Tifariti's history was written in blood and survival. It had long been a seasonal gathering place for the Sahrawis, a Bedouin people who roamed the desert since medieval times. The oasis had provided refuge, but its strategic importance drew conflict. In 1912, French Foreign Legion troops under Captain Gerard attempted to link with Moroccan forces near Tifariti, only to be annihilated by Sahrawi nomads who fiercely defended their land. Later, during Spanish colonial rule, Tifariti evolved into a desert military outpost, a sentinel against the vast emptiness surrounding it. By 1975, as war ignited with Morocco, the population of Tifariti swelled to approximately 7,000. The conflict left its mark. By 1976, the town was largely abandoned as Moroccan forces advanced, leaving behind a skeleton of what had once been a vibrant, albeit transient, community. The Sahrawis' pastoral lifestyle meant that fixed structures were rare. The desert was their home, and permanence was fleeting. It now served as the temporary capital of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. A figure approached, his posture exuding authority. Dressed in fatigues, his head wrapped in the traditional shesh, a type of Tuareg headpiece, the man's sharp eyes studied James intently. General Al-Mansur of the Polisario Front extended his hand in greeting. "Mr. Reilly," the general said, his voice gravelly but warm. "Welcome to Tifariti. Not many visitors choose to come this far." James shook his hand firmly. "Some places are worth the trip. I hear this town has more stories than the desert has grains of sand." Al-Mansur smiled faintly. "It does, and most of them are still being written." He gestured toward a nearby building, one of the few with a roof that hadn't been scarred by war. "Come, we'll talk inside. There is much to discuss." "Yes, indeed, there is," the general said. "What have you come to talk about?" "A deal." "Go on." James grinned. "I'm going to need an army, and from what I hear, you would like help funding a war." Chapter 34. Ras Dashen, Ethiopia. Kelly looked up at the highest mountain in Ethiopia. Her eyes traced the jagged silhouette of Ras Dashen as it loomed above her, cutting into the sky like the blade of a giant's axe. The mountain's craggy face was a patchwork of sheer cliffs and narrow ledges, worn smooth in places by centuries of wind and rain. Pockets of hardy vegetation clung stubbornly to the rock, tufts of green defying the brutal landscape. Far above, the peak was dusted with snow, its white cap gleaming faintly beneath the afternoon sun. The air thinned as she ascended, cool and sharp in her lungs. Ras Dashen was the eastern peak of the rim of an enormous volcano, the northern half of which had been cut down to just 3,000 feet by numerous ravines, draining into the Takazi River. It represented the northern tip of the Simeon Mountains National Park in the North Gondar zone of the Amhara region, and reached an elevation of 14,930 feet. Clouds gathered just beyond the summit, swirling around the edges like a crown of mist, threatening to swallow the peak altogether. From this vantage point, Ras Dashen felt less like a mountain and more like a fortress, a towering, impenetrable wall standing between her and the open plains beyond. Kelly shifted her gaze, scanning the terrain ahead. A narrow pass twisted along the base of the upper cliffs, threading through the mountain's side like a scar. It would save her from the brutal climb to the summit. The path wasn't easy. Parts of it disappeared behind boulders, and she could already tell there were sections where she'd have to climb. But it was better than scaling the full height of Ras Dashen. She tightened the strap on her pack and pushed forward, one hand brushing the stone as if to ground herself. Every step brought her closer to the pass, and with it closer to the unseen danger that had followed her across the mountains. The sound of rotors echoed through the thin mountain air, bouncing off the jagged rock walls around her. Kelly Robinson squinted up at the sky, shading her eyes with one hand. The helicopter had appeared so suddenly, rising from the far side of the pass like a ghost out of the mist. Its dark frame cut across the clouds, blotting out the late afternoon sun for a fleeting moment. It was close, too close. Kelly froze, breath hitching as the aircraft thundered overhead. There was nowhere to hide, no time to run. She was sure the pilot had seen her, standing there exposed on the narrow trail like a beacon against the barren mountainside. But the helicopter didn't stop. It pressed forward, banking hard to the left as it disappeared beyond the ridge. Kelly exhaled slowly, her pulse still hammering in her ears. Maybe it hadn't been looking for her after all. Minutes passed. Silence returned, broken only by the whisper of wind through the rocks. Then she heard it, the distant hum of rotors winding down. Kelly turned toward the sound, catching sight of the helicopter as it descended onto a clearing nearly a mile away. Her stomach tightened. They hadn't flown on. They'd landed. Kelly swallowed, adjusting the strap of her pack. Whatever was happening out there, she doubted it was a coincidence. Kelly pressed her hand against the rough stone wall as she slipped into the narrow mouth of the ravine. The sun barely reached the dry creek bed below, leaving her to navigate by touch and memory as she descended further into the mountain. The air cooled immediately, thick with the scent of dust and minerals, and her footsteps echoed faintly as she moved deeper into the earth. The dry creek twisted ahead of her, carved by water long gone. Smooth, polished stone shaped the walls, rising unevenly on either side, narrowing in places so tightly that Kelly had to turn sideways to slip through. Shallow pits in the ground marked where pools must have once collected, and small ledges along the sides suggested the gentle lapping of forgotten streams. The silence felt absolute, save for the soft scrape of her boots and her hurried breaths. She followed the winding path through low, rounded caverns, the ceiling at times dropping so close to her head that she had to crouch. Jagged rocks protruded from the walls like forgotten fossils, but she moved with practiced ease, stepping over fallen stones and pressing forward. Her pulse began to settle. It had been nearly 10 minutes since she had last seen the helicopters, their dark silhouettes cutting across the pale sky. The absence of their sound felt like a weight lifted from her shoulders, but she didn't stop moving. She had learned long ago that safety was always an illusion. The creek bed led her through a narrow tunnel that twisted sharply upward, forcing her to climb hand over hand along the dry, crumbling rock. Kelly's heart thudded louder in the quiet as she emerged from the climb, the faint glow of daylight just ahead. Her pace quickened, driven by the hope that she might finally be leaving the danger behind. Then she stepped out of the tunnel and froze. A woman stood at the edge of the ravine, framed by the sunlight. Her stance relaxed, but the pistol in her hand steady and unwavering. She was short and quite beautiful, with dark Spanish features. Her eyes locked onto Kelly's with unsettling calm. "That will do, Kelly. Now, what have you done with my obsidian staff?" Chapter 35. Fasil Gebi, Gondar, Ethiopia. Sam adjusted the scope of his Winchester Model 70. He settled his eye against the glass. Through the narrow crosshairs, the ancient walled fortress of Fasil Gebi sprawled across the landscape below him. In the fading twilight, the rough stone walls and looming towers of the 17th century palace compound seemed to glow with the last embers of daylight. Fasil Gebi, once the royal enclosure of Emperor Fasilides, stood as a relic of Gondar's imperial past. Built in the 1600s, the fortress bore the influence of Indian, Portuguese, and Moorish architects, creating an eclectic blend of imposing battlements, domed towers, and arched gateways. A UNESCO World Heritage Site, the palace compound had long been a symbol of Ethiopia's resilience, enduring through sieges, wars, and time itself. Tonight, its presence was marred by the two helicopters parked just beyond its walls. One was a Bell 505, the other a Scout Aero 3-seater. Leave it to the relic hunter to appropriate a historical castle instead of making camp in the middle of the jungle somewhere. His gaze swept over the open field next to the fortress. Kelly Robinson stood near the helicopters, her arms crossed, strawberry blonde hair pulled back into a loose ponytail. Even from this distance, Sam could see the tension in her stance, her posture defensive. Facing her was the relic hunter. The woman was short, lithe, and undeniably striking, even under the weight of their argument. The dim light caught the contours of her face, high cheekbones, dark eyes, and a sharp gaze that could unnerve even the most hardened opponent. Her Spanish heritage was unmistakable in the curve of her features and the intensity she carried. Her dark hair was pulled into a loose braid, but strands had come undone, framing her face like shadowy lines on an artist's canvas. Despite everything, the sight of her still tugged at Sam's heartstrings. Aside from his own mother, she was the first woman he'd ever loved. She was a good person, fun and vivacious. Through circumstances outside of her control, she'd lost her entire family and had to turn to crime to survive. When she'd learned that Sam's dad had been the instrument of her family's demise, her mind turned to revenge. And revenge, like any uncleansed wound allowed to fester, would eventually spread, causing nothing but pain. There was nothing he could do for her, but all the same he wished things hadn't turned out how they had. Sam watched as Kelly pointed toward the fortress, her lips moving fast and deliberate. He adjusted the focus, straining to catch snippets of their conversation. Though he couldn't hear the words, the meaning became clear when Kelly shook her head and gestured toward the horizon. She was telling the relic hunter that the obsidian staff had been hidden, somewhere in the mountains. But finding it in the dark was impossible. They would have to wait until morning. Sam could see the frustration flicker across the relic hunter's face before she gave a curt nod to the nearby guards. One of them seized Kelly by the arm, guiding her toward the compound gates. Kelly didn't resist, but her shoulders sagged in reluctant compliance as they disappeared behind the stone archway. Sam shifted the scope, scanning the area beyond the guards, and his breath caught in his throat. There, emerging from the shadows of the compound, was Amira. Her figure was graceful, draped in a light shawl that clung to her shoulders. The last rays of sunlight danced across her skin, casting a warm golden glow. Her dark curls framed her face, eyes sharp and searching as she moved across the courtyard. As if she felt his eyes on her, she seemed to look directly at him. His heart shuddered, and Sam knew exactly what he was going to do, despite the incredible risks. Chapter 36. Amira smoothed the silk of her cocktail dress that hugged her figure. It wasn't hers. She didn't even own anything this fine. But the relic hunter insisted she wear it, pulling it from a trunk of borrowed treasures. The emerald green fabric shimmered under the glow of lanterns, making her feel both conspicuous and strangely enticing. The palace courtyard at the Fasil Gebi was alive with laughter, music, and the heady scent of roasted lamb and sweet honey bread drifting through the air. Lanterns hung from every arch, illuminating the crowd of dignitaries and local elites. The relic hunter sat at the head of the table, exuding the effortless magnetism that seemed to bend people to her will. Amira played the part well, flashing polite smiles and murmuring pleasantries to those who asked too many questions. The wine helped dull her discomfort, but she needed a moment alone. Excusing herself, Amira rose from the table, gracefully weaving her way past clusters of guests, her heels tapping lightly against the stone floor. She moved toward the dimly lit corridor leading to the restrooms, grateful for the brief escape from the scrutinizing eyes. The sound of the feast grew fainter with each step, until all that remained was the muffled hum of distant music. As she turned a corner, a hand shot out, gripping her wrist. Before she could react, she was pulled into a dark chamber, the heavy wooden door slamming shut behind her, and the latch clicked into place, sealing them inside. Amira's heart pounded, her instincts screaming to fight, to scream. Then she heard the familiar voice. "Amira, it's me." Her breath caught in her throat, and a wide smile tugged at the corners of her lips before she could stop it. "Sam?" she whispered, breathless. A bright, disbelieving laugh escaped her lips as she launched herself at him, wrapping her legs around his waist. Sam stumbled back against the door, and she kissed him fiercely, fingers curling into his hair as if afraid he might vanish. "You're alive," she murmured, her forehead resting against his. "Of course I'm alive," Sam said, an incorrigible grin across those lips she loved to kiss. "That was the plan." "I was worried when I took your watch that you weren't moving." "It's called playing dead." "You played it very well, maybe a little too well." Amira shook her head. "Anyway, I mean, you're alive and you're here in Ethiopia." "You didn't think death could keep me away from you?" Sam asked, his voice playful, before he kissed her again. It was a long, slow kiss. Her lips and entire body responded instantly, as though it had been years since she'd been with him. Hard to believe that it had only been 4 days. She pulled away before things went too far and she couldn't stop herself. "Do you know where Kelly Robinson is?" "Is that the girl with strawberry blonde hair?" "The one who shot the video with the GoPro." "What video?" Amira asked, curious to finally know what this was all about. "The one in Abuna Yemata Guh." Sam seemed to notice her puzzled expression and said, "The relic hunter's pissed because Kelly stole the Elixir of Life." "Someone found the Elixir of Life?" "Yes," Sam said. "Kelly." "That's why the relic hunter did everything in her power to catch her." "Right. Only my guess is Kelly hid the Elixir of Life somewhere in the Simeon Mountains. That's the only reason I can think the relic hunter might have let her live this long." Amira only just realized Sam wasn't here for her. It hit her like a sudden pain, although the thought was entirely irrational. She met Sam's gaze. "That's why you're here? Not for me?" "No," Sam admitted. "I had no idea you were here." but it's a nice bonus. Come, let's go find Kelly and we'll get out of here. He grabbed her hand to leave. She kissed it, but then pushed away. I can't leave yet. What are you talking about? Sam asked. Matilda, my daughter. I haven't gotten her yet. Do you know where she is? Yes, Pernstein Castle, Sam said. In Czechia? Yeah, that's the one. How do you know these things? It's a nice castle. I went there 20 years ago with my dad for some reason. Well, the relic hunter owns it now. Does she now? Sam said, with a bemused smile. Well, no one's ever suggested she had bad taste. It's probably a nice place to grow up. There will have been someone there who hopefully took care of your daughter. I hope so, Amira said, feeling the pain of a mother missing her daughter. Sam said, Come with me. We'll grab Kelly on the way out and then head to Pernstein Castle to get Matilda. I can't, Sam. Why not? Think about it. Amira drew a breath. You're meant to be dead. The second I leave, the relic hunter is going to know the truth, and then all it will take is a quick phone call, and she'll have Matilda whisked away somewhere I'll never find her. Sam looked hurt, but he quickly acquiesced. What if I called in a favor from the Czechian government? They send in a special forces team and collect your girl. Sam, Matilda's 5 years old. These special forces people are very strong. They'll be more than happy to carry a 5-year-old. She can't weigh much. They'll be in and out before the castle knows what hit it. Amira drew an angry breath. No. I mean, I don't want Matilda's first experience of knowing that her mother's still alive being when a team of Czechian special forces come in guns blazing to rescue her. Sam thought about that for a minute. All right. I'll rescue Kelly, and then I'll meet you there. Okay, but stay out of sight until Matilda's with me. Deal, Sam smiled. But then, I'm never letting you out of my sight again. Agreed, she said, although I don't believe it. Sam made an impish grin. I miss you. I miss you too, she said, and broke, throwing her arms around his neck and kissing him passionately once more. Do you have any idea where they're keeping Kelly? Yeah, they're going to put her in the dungeon, but you won't be able to break her out tonight. Why not? She's being guarded by Jason Richardson and his fellow thugs. Who's he? Sam asked. The relic hunter's second in command and head of security. Basically, he's a big guy who likes to hurt people. You? Sam asked protectively. No. She shook her head. The relic hunter has nothing against me. If hurting me got to your father, it would be a different story. As it is, and fortunately for me, your dad would barely notice if I got killed. Sorry. Don't be, Amira said, and she meant it. That was the only thing that's kept me alive. Besides, the relic hunter really likes my daughter. She sees a lot of herself in her, and I think she genuinely wants Matilda to have a better life than she had. Ergo, she wants to reunite her with me, her real mom. Sam said, So where's Kelly now? Tied up near the banquet. Maybe I should go get her now. No, now's even worse than the dungeon. She's surrounded by nearly 15 people, all of them armed. Sam asked, Why? I don't know. To keep themselves safe? I guess it's a requirement in their sort of business. Sam suppressed a laugh. No, I mean, why is Kelly being kept near the banquet? Oh, convenience. The relic hunter's men have to eat. Easier to have all the guards eat together where they can keep their eyes on her, then send just a few down to the dungeon to guard her alone. It makes sense, Sam said, sounding as though he were ready to leave. All right, I'll sort it out and see you at Pernstein Castle in a few days." "What will you do about Kelly and the Elixir of Life?" Sam shook his head. "I'll work something out." Amira asked, "Like what?" Sam frowned. "I have no idea. I'm still working on it, but I'm sure something will come up." A moment later, he kissed her once more, and then he was gone. Chapter 37. Tom was dismayed to see that Fasil Gebi was more than a single structure. He adjusted the focus on his night vision goggles, peering through the dense cover of foliage at the silhouette of Fasil Gebi. His breath caught as the scene sharpened, revealing not a solitary castle, as he had imagined, but an expansive complex sprawling across the landscape. The fortress rose defiantly at the center, its walls thick and ancient, while smaller palaces dotted the grounds, each structure exuding a regal yet battle-hardened air. To the left, an archive building stood partially hidden by trees, its roof glinting faintly under the pale light of the moon. A stone bathhouse sat adjacent to the eastern wall, its surface smooth from centuries of use. Stables lined the southern edge, and what Tom suspected were barracks stretched beyond them, their outlines rigid and unyielding. Tom lowered the goggles and exhaled, running a hand through his hair. "This place is a fortress within a fortress," he said to Genevieve, who crouched beside him. "Getting in without being seen won't be simple." She looked unfazed. "Good thing the festivities are winding down. Those still awake are now well and truly intoxicated." From their vantage point, the sounds of celebration drifted away like an ebbing tide. Torches that had burned fiercely earlier now flickered with diminishing enthusiasm. The distant echoes of music softened, giving way to quiet murmurs as guests began to retire for the night. A few figures loitered near the palace gate, but the earlier vigilance seemed to be loosening. "You want to go now or wait a little longer?" Tom asked. Genevieve said, "Let's go now. It's nearly 3 a.m. If we wait much longer, I'll fall asleep." "Okay." Tom's eyes narrowed. "Where do you want to go first?" "Kelly's being kept in the dungeon." "Really?" "Yeah, and there's a big guy and a couple of his thugs guarding the entrance." "You think they're going to stay awake all night?" "No, but I did see they set a series of motion sensor sentinel cameras at the entrance." "Is there a back door or something?" Tom asked. "No, just the one entrance to the dungeon. Solid stone walls. I don't think we can go in and take her tonight. We're better off waiting until she leaves tomorrow morning and then taking her out." "Okay," Tom said. "What about Sam?" "I saw him enter, speak with Amira for a bit, but I didn't see him leave." That seems bad. If he was caught, I think we would have heard the commotion." "All right, let's find him and join forces. Together, we're going to have a much better chance rescuing Kelly and getting the Elixir of Life back." Tom looked at Genevieve. "Where do you want to start?" "Let's see Amira. She's sleeping in the quarters attached to the stables." "On her own?" "Looks like it." Tom frowned. "Does that seem a bit weird to you?" "No? Why?" "Seems like an easy place to escape." "Sure, but why would she do that?" Genevieve asked. "After all, the relic hunter thinks she was willing to kill Sam to get her daughter back. There's no way she's leaving here until she gets her daughter." "Good point. Okay, let's go speak with Amira." They navigated the uneven ground with stealth, slipping through the outer wall's shadows until they reached a side entrance partially concealed by creeping ivy. Inside, the air grew cooler, the thick stone absorbing the heat of the day. Tom took the lead, his steps light against the stone floors as they crossed into the palace's main hall. The interior bore signs of the earlier revelry, empty goblets abandoned on long tables, flower petals strewn across the floor, and faint traces of incense still lingering in the air. Genevieve placed a hand on his arm, nodding toward a smaller corridor leading to the guest chambers. 3 minutes later, and wearing night vision goggles, they reached the guest chambers beside the stables. There they found Amira asleep in one of the rooms, her figure curled beneath a richly embroidered blanket. Tom knelt beside her and gently shook her shoulder. Her eyes flickered open, dazed for a moment before settling on his face. "Tom?" "Hey, Amira," Tom whispered. "How are you doing?" "I've had better nights, to be honest." Tom said, "Have you seen Sam?" "Wait, you know he's alive too?" "Yeah." "Who else knows?" "I do," Genevieve said from the darkness. "This has got to be the worst-kept secret." Amira seemed to gather her wits. "I hope you're not here to rescue me." "No, of course not. You still need to pick up your daughter," Tom said. Amira nodded. "I'm glad you understand." Tom said, "Otherwise, you'd just have to shoot Sam in the head again, and nobody wants that." "Indeed not." Amira rubbed her eyes. "Wait, what are you doing here, then?" "We're trying to rescue Kelly." "Oh, right, the Elixir of Life." Amira nodded, feeling a little unloved. "She's in the dungeon, but you won't be able to get her tonight." "That's what we thought." "So what are you doing here?" she asked. Tom said, "We were hoping you could tell us where Sam went." "I have no idea. I saw him hours ago. I assumed he would have left Fasil Gebi and be waiting outside somewhere to follow Kelly as soon as she leaves in the morning to show the relic hunter where the Elixir of Life was hidden." Tom frowned. "Yeah, that's what we would have thought, too." Amira's intelligent, brown, doleful eyes suddenly registered understanding. "Sam didn't leave the palace?" "No." "Then where did he go?" Tom's lips formed a grim line. "We have no idea." Chapter 38. Dungeon, Fasil Gebi Castle, Ethiopia, T-4 days. The cold stone walls of the dungeon pressed in on him from every direction, their damp surfaces drinking in the scant light that filtered through a narrow slit in the ceiling. The moon hung low, its pale glow softening the rough edges of the prison cell just enough for Sam to make out the faint outline of the iron bars that separated him from Kelly Robinson. A layer of straw, musty and flattened by countless bodies, crinkled beneath him as he shifted. The stale scent of sweat and age lingered in the air. He glanced at his phone. It was 4 a.m. People would be waking up soon. Sam pushed away the thick pile of straw under which he'd buried and hidden himself. His eyes adjusted slowly, tracing the contours of the cell. Heavy iron chains dangled from the far wall, rusted but still menacing, their purpose clear even in the shadows. The floor, uneven and worn, sloped slightly toward a drain near the center. The entire room felt ancient, as if the weight of centuries hung overhead, pressing down on anyone unfortunate enough to find themselves trapped here. Through the bars, Kelly sat with her back against the wall, knees drawn up loosely to her chest. She wore a simple tank top, her arms wrapped around her legs, fingers absent-mindedly brushing over the thin fabric stretched across her shins. Her hair, pulled back into a loose ponytail, was disheveled from the hours she had spent lying awake. In the dim light, her face carried a quiet strength, eyes wide and alert, scanning the dungeon as if daring it to challenge her. Sam remembered watching the footage from her GoPro. A vibrant, fearless woman cutting through the wilderness with ease, laughing into the camera, unburdened by the world around her. She had seemed younger then, almost carefree. But up close, she was striking in a way the camera could never capture. Her defiance shimmered just beneath the surface, a fire unextinguished by fear or exhaustion. Kelly looked like someone on death row. Sam said, "Can't sleep either?" The young woman backed away with a jolt, but caught herself before she screamed. "Who are you?" Kelly asked. "Shh." Sam pressed a finger to his lips. "My name's Sam Reilly, but I'm a friend." "A friend?" She didn't seem to bother trying to pretend she believed him. "Why?" "Because the Relic Hunter is after the Elixir of Life, and I'm trying to do all in my power to prevent her, or anyone for that matter, from getting it." Kelly frowned. "What's the Elixir of Life?" "It's that green liquid you found inside the obsidian staff. The stuff that monk used to awaken the golem from its 1,500-year-long slumber inside Abuna Yemata Guh." "That machine was sleeping?" she asked, an incredulous grin on her parted lips. "Technically, it was hibernating. Insects hibernate. Machines are merely switched on and off." "Wait, did you just call it an insect?" "Yeah, that's what it is." "Wow," Kelly said. "I thought it looked scary before. Now the thought of it is horrifying." Sam said, "You should see its equivalent as a scorpion the size of a large dog." She swallowed hard. "You're serious, aren't you?" "Yes." "That's terrifying." Now just imagine potentially a few thousand of them, all hibernating in an underground necropolis, and that woman you met before, the Relic Hunter, she wants to wake them. "And you want to stop it?" "That's why I'm here." "To get me out of here?" Sam gave an apologetic shrug. "Sorry, I can't." "Why not?" "There's 3 armed guards at the only exit, and they have set up motion sensors to track any movements. In addition, there's a small army sleeping directly above us, and any commotion and they'll come down, guns blazing and all." Kelly frowned. "You're not here to help me, then?" "Yes, but not tonight." "When?" Kelly said. "Tomorrow I'm to lead the Relic Hunter to where I've hidden the obsidian staff with its precious Elixir of Life. As soon as she has it, she says she'll let me go free. But given I witnessed her men killing more than a dozen tourists and guides at my camp, I find it unlikely." "I agree." "Then what's your plan?" Sam brought up a map of the Simian Mountains on his cell phone. There was no coverage down in the dungeon, but he'd downloaded the offline version of the topographical maps for the nearby mountain ranges earlier. He showed the map to Kelly through the iron bars. "Can you show me where you hid the obsidian staff?" Kelly looked at him, her brows furrowed in the middle, as if she were trying to determine if this was an elaborate ruse to have her reveal where she hid the Elixir of Life. Sam softened his voice. "It's okay. You don't need to show me exactly where. Just the general area, and then we can plan somewhere to meet. Somewhere I can get ahead and meet you. Set up a trap for your friend, the Relic Hunter, and those goons guarding you." Kelly considered that. It seemed safe. A happy win-win situation. She wasn't going to have to reveal the location of the obsidian staff, yet Sam could work out a plan to meet her there. They found a pass heading down the southern side of the Ras Dashan that looked like it could work. "How will you get ahead of me?" Kelly asked. "I have a motorcycle." Sam glanced at the map. There was a dirt road coming from Fazil Gebi through the Simian Mountains, through a narrow pass in the Ras Dashan. He pointed to the trail. I could come around this part here and meet you from above. I could set up on this cliff somewhere along here, and then, one by one, pick off your captors. Kelly said, I like the idea, but what if they decide to fly me by helicopter? Tell them you can't. Why would they believe that? It's hard to see things from the air, particularly in a place like this, where all the jungles look alike from 100 feet. Let them know it would be impossible for you to retrace your steps back to where you hid the obsidian staff. It might work, Kelly mused. But even if it did, they would still insist they flew up over Ras Dashan. I ran down it pretty quick, but it would take more than a day to climb. You're right. They'll most likely do that. Sam thought about that problem for a few seconds. Okay, what you do is let them fly you to a clearing on the other side of Ras Dashan. Then you slow things down. Try a few sidetracks. Tell them you weren't exactly paying attention when you were running for your life, and that you're not a seasoned navigator. That's why you paid for a guide. Will they buy that? Kelly asked. Probably. It seems fair to me. Look, the relic hunter is a bad person, but she's not stupid. She knows there's going to be a game to play here. She understands you're not stupid either. Everyone knows you die once the relic hunter has the elixir of life. Therefore, everyone knows you're going to have to try and do whatever you can to find a way to escape. So, what does that mean? The relic hunter is going to have to wait. She'll be irritated. She might yell at you. But at the end of the day, as long as you don't escape, she'll let you wander all over that mountain. And by the time you get to here, Sam pointed to a spot on the map that was clear enough Kelly would easily be able to find it, and said, I'll be there, waiting, ready to end this. You don't think the relic hunter will get frustrated and just kill me? Sam spread his hands. It's a possibility, but no. I know the relic hunter. She understands that it would take a lifetime to find where you stashed that obsidian staff. Impossible for her to find the elixir of life without you. I think you could drag her around on a wild goose chase all day, and she would reluctantly put up with it. Okay, I'll do it, Kelly said. You sound like you know this relic hunter a fair amount. I do, Sam admitted. What did you do, date her? Sam pressed his lips together. Yeah. Really? First love. Oh, sucks. Yeah, she's a bad person. But she wasn't always like this, and truth be told, and I accept we all have control over our own actions, she drew some pretty poor cards in life, and they pushed her in the direction of this terrible place she now lives. You don't believe she's evil? No, she's evil, all right. I'm just saying it wasn't her fault. Wow, Kelly said. You must have really been in love with her to still remember the good in her, despite the monster she's become. Sam shrugged. He didn't have any explanations for himself, let alone for a stranger he'd just met. Kelly seemed to intrinsically get this and decided to drop the subject. She then said, How are you going to get out of the cell? With this, Sam said, holding up a spare set of keys he'd stolen before putting himself in the dungeon. Wait, you have keys? Yeah. So why don't you unlock us both, now, and we escape? That's impossible, for all the reasons you pointed out before. We're not getting out of here while Jason and his thugs guard the only exit. Then how did you get in here? I entered before you were locked here, and hid under the straw. What if someone had searched the straw bed? They couldn't. Sam held up the keys. That's why I stole the key. But you can't just walk out of here. Sam nodded. No, I'll just have to wait until you leave. What if something goes wrong? Let's hope it doesn't. And if it does, and you can't reach the rendezvous point? Sam's lips formed a cruel line. Then, I'm afraid you'll probably die. Chapter 39. The white Land Rover Defender was perched like an eagle, parked on a cliff-like trail high into the Simeon Mountains, overlooking Fazil Gebi. Tom pulled up the handbrake, pushed the manual gear stick into first, and switched off the four-wheel drive. Genevieve got out and set up her sniper rifle. Tom grabbed a pair of binoculars from its holder inside the Defender. The rig was well set up for hunting. He adjusted the lens until the ancient fortress came into focus. The relic hunter stepped outside the compound first. He tentatively placed a hand on Genevieve's shoulder. Don't shoot her. We need her alive to get Amira's daughter back. I'll try not to, Genevieve replied. Don't try. Just don't shoot her. Okay, I won't. Tom swept the compound through the binoculars, searching for Sam. Kelly came out of the dungeon looking like she hadn't slept. It wasn't surprising. Chances were, if their positions had been swapped, he wouldn't have slept either. The relic hunter ushered her into the Bell 505 Jet Ranger 10, along with Amira, a pilot, and two men with hunting rifles. The big, angry-looking security guy, along with his two matching thugs, who reminded him of every bully in the history of bullies, who liked to strengthen their position by joining forces with two weaker bullies, clambered into the Scout Arrow three-seat helicopter. The Scout Arrow was the first one to take off. A minute later, it was followed by the Bell 505 Jet Ranger 10. Tom frowned. Do you see him anywhere? Genevieve shook her head. No. Come on, Sam, where did you go? Genevieve said, Sam will have to get himself out of this mess. We have to go. Tom took one last scan of Fazil Gebi and then retreated to the Defender. He placed his cell phone in its cradle and opened the mapping app. 3 markers came online. One correlated to the GPS tracker he'd placed on the back of the Scout Arrow helicopter, and the other 2 were on board the Bell 505 Jet Ranger 10, one being Kelly's cell phone and the other the tracker on board the Jet Ranger. Both were flying directly over Ras Dashan. Tom turned the key, and the Defender's powerful V8 engine came to life. He released the handbrake, dropped the clutch, and floored the pedal. Even starting ahead, they would struggle to reach the other side of Ras Dashan before lunchtime. Chapter 40. Sam unlocked himself from the dungeon. He waited until he heard the second helicopter take off. Then, when enough time had passed that he was confident they wouldn't spot him, and simply turned to land again, he stepped out into the Fazil Gebi complex fortress. Carrying 2 large pistols and a hunting rifle, he didn't feel the need to hide. The regular occupants of the Fazil Gebi weren't going to give him any trouble. They might glance at him and see a hunter. It was unlikely they would even know of the feud between him and the relic hunter, especially given the relic hunter still thought he was dead. Sam grinned. He was starting to embrace being a ghost. There was something he liked about Kelly. Call it gumption, or the simple naivete of youth. But when he suggested the plan, including the risk of infuriating the relic hunter to waste time until Sam could reach the rendezvous point, she'd considered it, processed the incredible risks, and then agreed. Life was looking up for them both. He found his endurance bike. The Yamaha Tenere 700 was hidden around the back of the stables, just outside the main perimeter of the walled city. A truck and a few cars were parked in the stables, which no longer housed horses. A small fuel tank was mounted on the roof, allowing people to refuel with the gravity-fed pump. Sam straddled the Yamaha Tenere 700, the worn leather of the seat creaking softly beneath him. He twisted the key, and the instrument panel flickered to life with a faint green glow. With a flick of his thumb, he pressed the starter motor. The engine groaned. A low, hollow whir echoed in the silence of the early morning, like an exhausted machine giving one last attempt at life. The motor spun but caught nothing, an empty, fruitless churn that faded into stillness. A shadow of fear crossed over Sam. Sam imagined Kelly's final thoughts before she died, if he failed to get the damned bike to start and meet her at the rendezvous point. He tried again. This time the sound came thinner, more desperate, a dry cough from deep within the engine that died faster than before. A faint smell of hot metal lingered in the cold air. Sam paused, listening. It wasn't a mechanical failure. No sputter of ignition, no reluctant rumble that signaled a flooded engine or cold start, just the unsettling absence of fuel. He swung his leg off the bike and crouched low, running his hand beneath the tank. The ground beneath was dry, no leak. He stood and scanned the area, his eyes narrowing at the thin layer of dust disturbed near the fuel cap. Someone had siphoned him dry. Sam exhaled slowly, clenching his jaw as he tightened the strap on his pack. His ride through the Simeon Mountains wasn't going to be as smooth as he had hoped. He got off the bike, pushed it slowly toward the stables, fumbled with the fuel pump. It had a simple open-close valve. He plugged the nozzle into his bike's tank and opened the fuel valve so that gas could run freely. A man came out of the stables for a smoke. He glanced up and saw Sam refueling his bike. "Hey, man, what are you doing?" Sam grinned. "What does it look like? I'm refueling my bike." The guy called out to his friends and picked up a machete. "I said get off the bike. The fuel doesn't belong to you." "Actually," Sam said, "this fuel does belong to me. Someone siphoned my bike last night." "That's not my problem," the man laughed. "If you're stupid enough to leave your bike on the other side of the stable's wall, barely hidden by scrubs, you deserve to have it siphoned." "Okay, you got me there. Maybe you're right. All the same, I'm going to take your fuel." The man called out to his friends, then walked toward the bike. Sam reached in and drew his Webley Mark VI revolver. "That's close enough. This is the Webley Mark VI revolver, first used in the Boer War, and then every war since. With its large .455 Webley rounds, it's known for its extreme stopping power. I recently purchased it from someone advocating its ability to stop a charging, fully grown elephant." He gave a self-deprecating grin. "Now, I don't honestly know if the guy was telling the truth, but I'm happy to test it, and more than willing to bet my life that it's got enough stopping power to end your life. How about you? Do you want to test it?" Fear flashed across the man's eyes. Then he said, "Nah, man, you're the one who's playing stupid. Do you know who we work for? Look at these motorbikes, this truck here. Do they look like they belong here?" It was the first time Sam noticed them. They weren't old relics like the Fortress. They were modern endurance bikes and a big Mercedes all-terrain truck. The Relic Hunter had brought these guys in. "You work for the Relic Hunter?" "Yeah, man. And oh boy, are you in trouble now." Sam got off the motorcycle. He carefully closed the fuel tank's lid. Still holding the revolver in his right hand, he let go of the fuel nozzle. The gasoline nozzle lay discarded, dribbling freely into the dry earth. A thin, shimmering stream of fuel wound its way downhill, twisting and pooling in shallow grooves before bleeding into the undergrowth. Sam looked at the guy and said, "Throw me your lighter." The man swore at him. Something about not being afraid of him, and that the relic hunter was going to make him wish he were dead. The joke was on them. The relic hunter still thought he was dead. He shrugged. It wasn't like he didn't warn the guy. He aimed for the man's right leg, squeezed the trigger. The large .455 Webley round struck the man's ankle, shattering it. The man screamed out in pain. Sam pointed the revolver at the man's torso. "Throw me the lighter. The next shot goes through your chest." The man's eyes went wild. He threw the lighter toward Sam. Sam caught it with his left hand, smiled politely, like his mother taught him, and said, "Thanks." He put the revolver back in its holster, then picked up the nozzle and started covering the truck and motorbikes with fuel. The man screamed and started backing away. "You have no idea what sort of hell you've just started." Sam grinned, pressed the starter button with his thumb. The Yamaha Tenere 700 fired up to life. He sprayed the last bike with fuel. "No, I think I know exactly what sort of hell I've brought raining down on the world." With that happy thought, he clicked the lighter. The man swore at him. Sam said, "Enjoy your day." 60 feet away, Sam paused and looked back at his handiwork. A small creek of gasoline trickled down the trail. It had almost reached him. People were now running out of the stables. They had weapons in their hands, but hadn't gotten as far as trying to shoot him. Nor would they. The lighter in his hand felt cold against his palm. He flicked it once, and the small flame danced to life. For a moment he held it there, watching it flicker. Then, without hesitation, he let it fall. The flame tumbled lazily through the air, striking the ground with a faint hiss as it kissed the gasoline. The fire caught instantly, blooming outward in a flash of orange and gold. It raced up the trail like a living thing devouring the path with frantic hunger. Flames licked the base of the tall grass, curling along the edges of the fuel stream in twisting tendrils. The trail behind him became a molten artery, the fire crackling as it surged toward the stables. Sam opened the throttle, and the Yamaha Tenere 700 lurched forward. A sudden whoosh erupted behind him as the flames reached the base of the stables, igniting the thin veil of vapors rising from the fuel-soaked ground. The fire leapt up the wooden posts, searing through the timbers like paper. The endurance bike was picking up speed. Sam was trying his best to gain as much space between him and the fire before genuine hell rained down on everyone. And then it hit the tank. For a heartbeat there was silence, a moment of breathless tension as the fire coiled around the gravity-fed gasoline reservoir perched atop the stables. The explosion shattered the stillness. A thunderous roar split the air, followed by a concussive wave that rippled outward, rattling the nearby trees. The tank ruptured with a deafening crack, sending fragments of metal and burning debris arcing into the twilight sky. A fiery plume shot upward, turning the stable into a pyre of roaring flame and collapsing beams. Sam turned onto the main trail and raced toward Ras Dashan. Chapter 41. Kelly didn't like flying. Commercial planes were one thing, but helicopters seemed to defy gravity too much for her to accept, and she found herself feeling increasingly uncomfortable on the flight. The jet ranger skimmed over the rugged ridges of the Simeon Mountains, banking gently as it threaded between sharp peaks and plunging valleys. Kelly sat near the window, her fingers unconsciously gripping the seat's edge as the helicopter climbed higher, following the jagged line of Ras Dashan. Below them, the mountains sprawled in waves of green and brown, carved by centuries of wind and rain into an unforgiving yet stunning landscape. The early morning sun filtered through thin clouds, casting long shadows that stretched across the terrain like dark veins. She could see the deep ravines cutting through the mountainside, their depths hidden in mist. Small clusters of grass huts clung to the terraced hills, their faint trails snaking up toward the distant plateaus. In the far distance, the land stretched endlessly, a patchwork of fields and rocky outcrops fading into the horizon. Kelly exhaled softly, momentarily lost in the beauty of it. The explosion shook her from what little peace she might have achieved, ever so briefly. It originated somewhere back from where they had taken off. Her gaze shifted to the dark plume of smoke rising behind them, curling like a serpent into the sky from the direction of Fasil Gebi. The explosion still rang faintly in her ears, and the acrid scent of fire lingered in the cabin, as though it had followed them. She caught the relic hunter glancing down at her phone, murmuring in low tones to someone on the ground. "Some crazy man torched the stables," the relic hunter relayed to the pilot, who spared her a brief glance over his shoulder. They were talking through their headsets, and everyone could hear what they were saying. "Want me to turn back?" the pilot asked, his hand already shifting toward the control panel. The relic hunter shook her head, leaning back in her seat. "No, there's nothing left to save." "Any idea who would have been dumb enough to do such a thing?" the man sitting next to the relic hunter with a large rifle asked. "I can only think of one man, but it's impossible." "Why?" "That man's already a ghost," the relic hunter said. "Don't worry about it. We're putting much distance between us and whoever felt the need to cause such chaos and destruction at Fasil Gebi. Let's go find the Elixir of Life and leave this damned continent." "Yes, ma'am," came the response of the man with the hunting rifle, who was part of her personal security detail. Kelly's gaze shifted to the other woman in the back of the helicopter with her, the one with the light, dark skin and a kind face, who sat quietly at the opposite window, her posture rigid, eyes distant as if her thoughts lay elsewhere. When Kelly caught her eye, the woman offered a faint, apologetic smile, but said nothing. The jet ranger banked again, sweeping low through a narrow pass. Beyond it, Ras Dashan rose like a jagged spear, its slopes striped with shadows. Patches of golden grass dotted the mountainside, giving way to clusters of gnarled trees further up. The peak itself remained partially hidden by clouds, but Kelly could make out a small clearing below, not far from the trail leading up toward the summit. The helicopter descended slowly, the rotor wash flattening the grass as the skids met the uneven ground. The moment the engine powered down, a heavy stillness blanketed the clearing. The Simeon Mountains stood silent, watching. Kelly stepped out, her boots sinking slightly into the damp earth. The other woman, who Kelly was starting to think might also be a prisoner, followed without a word and happily seemed to stretch her legs. The relic hunter's bodyguard and the pilot both followed. Both carried a large rifle. The relic hunter looked at the other woman. "Amira, you can wait with the helicopter." "Sure, whatever you say," Amira replied, revealing that while she might not actually be a prisoner, she wasn't part of Team Psychopath. The Relic Hunter said, "All right, now where's my obsidian staff?" Kelly hoped to hell Sam Reilly was on his way. She then looked around and pointed up along a narrow trail. "That way." Chapter 42. Kelly led the Relic Hunter, her bodyguard, and the pilot through the winding paths of the Simeon Mountains, the afternoon sun baking the rocky landscape. Hours passed, the narrow trails cutting through sharp ridges and steep inclines. With each detour she took, Kelly could feel the tension growing. The bodyguard shot her impatient glances, but the Relic Hunter appeared unfazed, her sharp eyes scanning the terrain as if deciphering secrets only she could understand. Kelly's heart thudded heavier the longer they pressed on. The sun dipped lower, shadows stretching across the cliffs. As they approached a high plateau, she felt the first grip of doubt coil around her chest. Had Sam gotten lost? Or worse, missed the rendezvous point entirely? She slowed her pace and turned to the Relic Hunter. "Let me see the topographic maps again." The Relic Hunter arched an eyebrow but handed over the folded paper from her pack. Kelly knelt on a flat rock, spreading the map beneath her palms. Her eyes flicked across the lines and elevations until realization struck her like a hammer blow. "There's another ridge line," she muttered, voice taut with concern. "We're not on the right one." The Relic Hunter crouched beside her, peering at the map. "Well, which one is the right one?" Kelly traced a finger over the faint outline of a parallel ridge. "The one we're supposed to be on is over there. I hid the obsidian staff." Her throat tightened. "Not too far from here." "How long?" "Half an hour?" "Okay, you have that long and nothing more." The Relic Hunter's nostrils flared as she breathed angrily. "After that, I'll shoot you myself." "Understood." The climb to the correct ridgeline was brutal. Loose stones crunched beneath their boots as they ascended, Kelly's pulse hammering with every step. By the time they reached the top, the sun hovered low on the horizon, burning the sky in streaks of crimson and gold. The Relic Hunter stepped forward, her gaze locking onto the jagged rock formation where the staff had been hidden. Kelly's gaze lifted to the jagged rocks above her, roughly 15 feet up. She spotted a small opening, barely large enough to fit the fractured staff. It was almost invisible from below, the dark crevice blending seamlessly with the uneven stone. She intentionally ignored it. "It's somewhere near here," Kelly said. "Where?" the Relic Hunter asked. Heading just past the crevice, she said, "Somewhere up there." The Relic Hunter looked around at the cliffs above. "How about we wait here and you go and get it for me?" "All right." Kelly started to climb. "Where are you, Sam?" Now her life really was in a stranger's hands. "We're waiting," the Relic Hunter shouted. "Do I need to start taking some shots at you to try and speed you up, or possibly jog your memory?" "No, it's okay. I'm nearly there." This was it. She needed something to give to the Relic Hunter. Kelly pulled herself upward. The cold wind tugged at her hair, but she pressed on, muscles straining until she reached the ledge. A small, scraggly mountain sagebrush grew just beside the opening, its wiry branches partially obscuring the entrance. Kelly reached in and retrieved the obsidian staff, tugged it aside, revealing the dark hollow within. She hesitated for a brief moment, looking back, hoping she might catch a glimmer of Sam racing to help her, but there was nothing. From her vantage point, she could see for miles, but Sam was nowhere to be seen. She felt despondent. It was over. There was nothing left. She may as well climb down and face the music, whatever that may be. She just didn't have any more fight in her. Kelly climbed down slowly. "I've got it." "Good," the relic hunter spoke softly. "Kill her." Kelly's blood turned to ice. Still 10 or more feet up the cliff face, Kelly held out the obsidian staff. "Shoot me, and I'll throw this off the cliff. It will smash into 1,000,000 pieces, and the elixir of life will be gone forever." The relic hunter said, "You're lying." "Why would I lie?" Kelly replied. "I have nothing more to lose." "Shoot her," the relic hunter said to her bodyguard. Kelly ran along the ledge and jumped over a large boulder into a narrow trail. Behind her, the bodyguard was taking aim with his rifle. Adrenaline surged through her veins. "Stop!" the bodyguard shouted, his boots pounding behind her. Kelly rushed harder, feet flying over the uneven terrain. She ducked around a bend, heart hammering in her ears. The bodyguard skidded to a halt behind her, his breathing heavy. The click of gunfire echoed through the ravine. Kelly squeezed her eyes shut, but instead of the sharp crack of a bullet from behind her, another shot rang out. This one came from in front of her. She glanced up. Sam stood near the edge of the rocky outcrop, rifle steady in his hands. Smoke trailed from the barrel. The bodyguard fell to the ground behind her. "Kelly, time to go," Sam shouted, gesturing toward the motorcycle. Without hesitation, she sprinted to him. Sam fired another couple shots, striking the rock at the edge of the trail, giving pause to the relic hunter who might have had intentions of following. "Hold tight," Sam ordered. Kelly wrapped her arms around his slim waist, feeling the muscles contract, and holding on as though her life depended on it, which it did. And a moment later, he opened the throttle and the motorbike raced down the trail onto the main dirt road, leaving the relic hunter far behind. Chapter 43. Sam kept his eyes on the dirt road. It snaked around and through the Simeon Mountains. On one side of the road was a vertical cliff, and on the other, a void that fell away more than 1,000 feet. When it eventually eased enough for him to ride freely, Sam turned his head and asked, "Are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm okay." "You didn't get shot?" "No." "Good. What about the elixir of life?" Kelly hesitated. Sam didn't blame her. A lot of people in her world had died because of it. It was fair that she didn't trust him. Then her trust barriers fell away, and she said, "I have it." "That's good," Sam said. "It means the relic hunter can't enter the necropolis of the gods and awaken its ancient army. But it also means she's not going to leave us alone." "Can she catch up?" Kelly asked, fear in her voice. "Definitely." Sam kept his eyes on the road. "It will take some time to get back to the helicopter, but she knows so long as we're on the motorcycle, we're confined to the main dirt road. All she has to do is follow it. Flying overhead, she'll find us soon enough." "So what?" Kelly asked. "It was all for nothing?" "I didn't say that. I'm just saying we have to press on. We don't have time to stop for anything." "I get it," Kelly said. Then, right on cue, the Yamaha Tenere 700 coughed once, sputtered, and lurched beneath Sam as they climbed the winding dirt road. He felt the subtle hesitation in the throttle, the faint hiccup of an engine starving for fuel. Sam instinctively twisted the grip, coaxing the last drops from the extended range tanks, but the bike gave a final shuddering groan before silence took over. The wind, thick with dust, pressed against his face as they slowed to a crawl. Kelly shifted slightly behind him, her arms tightening around his waist. "What's wrong?" she asked. "We're out," Sam replied, his voice flat but calm. The bike rolled to a gentle stop, and Sam braced a boot against the rocky ground to hold their position. The uphill slope stretched endlessly ahead, disappearing into the dense green canopy of the Simeon Mountains. "This is the end of the road." Sam drew a hard breath. "Time to walk." Chapter 44. "I thought you said this thing had a 350-mile range," Kelly said, half joking, trying to mask the tension creeping into her tone. "It does." Sam kicked down the stand and swung his leg over the bike. "Someone siphoned fuel from my bike overnight. I started refueling it and got interrupted before I could check how much gasoline I had put in." "Well, that's bad luck." Sam checked the fuel tank and both spare long-range tanks. All were dry. "Okay, we're definitely out," Sam frowned. "Yeah, this is pretty bad luck." "Now what?" Kelly asked. "First, we need to roll the bike off this cliff." "Why?" "When the relic hunter flies overhead shortly, the stranded motorcycle is going to stand out. She'll then know we're somewhere nearby." "But if we hide the bike or knock it off the cliff, she'll have no idea. Or better yet, she'll see the bike halfway down the cliff and assume we've fallen to our deaths." "Yeah," Sam said. "That's the plan." Together they pushed the Yamaha Tenere 700 over the cliff. Sam felt sad to destroy such a good bike. It was a noble sacrifice. They began to walk, boots crunching against loose stones and dry earth. Sam said, "We need to get off the main dirt road." "I agree," Kelly said. Then, looking around at the cliffs that surrounded them, she said, "Do you have a suggestion?" "Up ahead. Another mile or two, once we make it through the pass. The terrain should level out and we can leave the road, and fan out in a different direction, losing the relic hunter in the jungle." Kelly said, "Okay, so let's pick up our pace until we get off the road." "Sounds like a good idea." Behind them, Sam heard the distinctive sound of a truck approaching. He looked over his shoulder and yelled, "Run!" They both started to sprint. But here's the thing about running. No matter how fast you do it, humans can't outrun a modern motor vehicle. Sam turned and reached for his hunting rifle. He aimed it at the Land Rover Defender 110. The four-wheel drive came to a stop. Sam looked at Tom and Genevieve. He smiled. "You have no idea how glad we are to see you." Chapter 45. They quickly jumped into the back seats of the Land Rover Defender. Sam said, "Tom, Genevieve, this is Kelly." "Nice to meet you, Kelly," Tom said. Kelly smiled. Despite everything, it was genuine. Her wide lips curved upward, revealing a nice set of teeth. "Thanks for the ride." "You're welcome," Genevieve said. Tom turned around from the driver's seat. He stared at Sam, holding his gaze for a moment, his eyes glazed over with some sort of powerful emotion. Moments passed. Then the silence was broken by a broad smile. "I'm glad you're alive, Sam." "Yeah, me too," Sam said. "It's great to see you both." Tom looked at his head. "You look pretty good for a ghost." Kelly said, "A ghost?" "Sam got shot in the back of the head a few days ago," Genevieve explained. "Really?" Kelly looked shocked. Sam suppressed a grin. "It's a long story. Let's get going so I don't get shot again." Tom put the Defender into gear and began to move through the rugged dirt road, edging their way through the Simeon Mountains as fast as he dared go. Glancing in the rearview mirror at Kelly, he said, "Did I mention it was his girlfriend who shot him?" "The relic hunter?" Kelly said, her eyes showing enlightenment as though things were finally starting to make sense. "No," Genevieve said. "His current one, Amira." "Oh, I think I met her." Kelly sat up. "She was on the helicopter with me. She seemed really nice." Kelly cleared her throat, clearly uncomfortable. Then she added in a soft voice, "Sorry, it didn't work out." "Who said anything about it not working out?" Sam said, with an unsuppressed grin. "Seriously?" Kelly asked. "People like you have a name. In fact, there are entire books written about you." Sam met her gaze with curiosity. "Because of the interesting adventures that I have?" "No, because of the whole level of psychological damage that leads a person to repeatedly date the same type of antisocial person." Kelly seemed almost offended on his behalf. "I mean, seriously, you can do a lot better than people who shoot you in the head." Sam lifted a hand, trying to slow her down. "I actually asked her to shoot me." Kelly flew into an unexpected rage. "I think I'm done trying to help you, Sam. They say the first step when you have a problem is to acknowledge that you have a problem. I'm telling you now, you have a serious problem. I don't even know what it's called when someone asks their girlfriend to murder them, but it absolutely warrants long-term psychiatric admission in a locked ward." Sam laughed. "It wasn't like that. The relic hunter had Amira's daughter." "What?" Kelly gasped. "The relic hunter. She has Amira's daughter. The only way for her to save her daughter's life was to kill her boyfriend. That's me. That was the deal, which was no deal at all. Anyone who's ever been a parent knows that your child's life comes first, no matter what the alternative is." Kelly's mouth went dry. Her voice caught in the back of her throat. So, you sacrificed yourself to protect Amira's daughter?" "Yes." Sam drew a breath. "I have a titanium plate in the back of my skull. We set it up. I had an air cylinder and a regulator in the shallow grave. It was dark, and Amira, she shot me in front of the relic hunter. I dropped into a shallow grave where she buried me. Now I'm a ghost, and we're going to get her daughter back." "Oh, Sam!" Kelly had tears in her eyes. "That's so sweet." Genevieve gave an overly dramatic sigh, then turned around from the front passenger seat to focus on Kelly. "I liked you better when you were giving Sam a piece of your mind," she observed. 20 minutes later, Tom gripped the wheel of the Defender with steady hands, guiding the vehicle along the narrow, uneven dirt road that twisted through the Simeon Mountains. Loose rocks scattered beneath the heavy tires, and the edge of the track fell away into a steep drop, leaving little room for error. The setting sun casting long shadows that stretched across the trail like dark fingers. Sam sat in the passenger seat, his gaze fixed ahead, reading the strain in Tom's posture. The road was unforgiving, and the Defender jolted over deep ruts carved by years of rain and erosion. Then, just as the trail curved sharply along the mountainside, Tom slowed. His eyes narrowed. "There," he said, nodding toward a shadowed recess in the rock face. Sam leaned forward, squinting. A wide, arched opening yawned from the cliffside, the entrance to an old mine shaft. Time had worn the stones surrounding it, but the structure remained intact, blending into the mountain's rugged surface. From the air, it would be nothing more than a trick of the landscape. Tom didn't hesitate. He pressed the clutch, shifted into reverse, and carefully maneuvered the defender into the mine backward. The vehicle eased into the tunnel, swallowed by the dark as the last rays of sunlight bled away behind them. The mine shaft was just large enough to accommodate the defender, leaving a narrow gap between the side mirrors and the rock walls. Tom cut the engine, and silence settled around them like a heavy blanket. Sam glanced at him. "Well spotted." "Thanks," Tom replied. "We got lucky." "Wait, what are you doing?" Kelly asked, a slight note of fear in her voice. Sam said, "It's going to be dark soon." "Doesn't the Defender have headlights?" she countered. "Yeah, but so do helicopters. From the air, headlights would stand out like a Las Vegas neon sign saying, 'We are here!' Better to take refuge somewhere for the night, and then we'll keep driving at first light." Good point. I didn't think of that." Tom and Genevieve got out first, weapons in their hands. "We're going to go scout the area and secure it for the night, in case we get company." Chapter 46. Tom grabbed his Heckler & Koch submachine gun and stepped out of the tunnel with Genevieve. The crunch of gravel beneath their boots the only sound beyond the distant rustle of wind through the mountains. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint aroma of wild herbs growing along the cliffs. He paused at the edge of the outcropping, hands on his hips, and let his gaze sweep over the landscape. The Simeon Mountains stretched endlessly before them, a cascade of tall peaks and plunging valleys in the setting sun. Shadows pooled in the crevices, and the fading light cast a warm glow across the rugged terrain. The dirt road snaked along the ridgeline below, barely visible through the haze. From their vantage point, Tom could see in both directions. It was a perfect place to spot anyone approaching by road. Nearby, natural formations offered ample places to retreat and hide if the need arose. Above the cave, the overhanging rock concealed the tunnel entrance entirely, making it almost impossible to detect from the air. It was defensible, secure, and surprisingly peaceful. Genevieve stood quietly beside him, her arms crossed as she admired the view, her sniper rifle slung over her shoulder. Tom saw a look in her eyes. It was a powerful emotion, something different which he didn't quite recognize. Danger? Determination? Decision? Whatever it was, it didn't hold her usual glint of mischievousness. Tom said nothing. He knew Genevieve better than anyone else in the world. She would tell him what was on her mind, but only when she was ready to. The distant call of gelada monkeys echoed from the cliffs, their haunting cries blending with the rustle of leaves. Tom glanced at her, noticing how the wind tugged gently at her brown hair, strands of it catching the sunlight like threads of gold. A flicker of movement caught his eye. A butterfly, deep blue with delicate iridescent wings. It drifted down and landed lightly on Genevieve's shoulder. Tom recognized it instantly. Euphedra Medan, a.k.a. the Ethiopian forester. Rare, beautiful, its shimmering wings mirrored the exact shade of Genevieve's sapphire eyes. She sent him a wry smile. "What is it, Genevieve?" The moment felt surreal, as if the entire world had slowed just for them. Genevieve turned into him, her eyes soft yet determined. In her hand, she held a single rose-gold ring, catching the light in delicate flashes. Tom's breath caught with dazed surprise. The ring was big, his size. "I know it's silly," she said, her voice steady despite the slight tremor in her fingers. "Given everything we've been through, there never really is a good time. So I'm taking this moment, right now." Holding her hands in his, Genevieve met his gaze. Those unblinking sapphire blue eyes joined with his. "Tom Bauer, will you marry me?" "Yes," Tom replied emphatically. "Absolutely. Today, right now, if you want." He brought his lips almost to hers, their faces together. The mischievous glint that was uniquely hers was back. As she slipped the ring she bought him on his finger, she asked, "You don't think it's ridiculous in our current world and the lives we live that we should want to get married?" she murmured. "No." Tom kneeled. In his hand, a fine sapphire engagement ring appeared to materialize out of thin air, making Genevieve gasp with surprise, too. "And so what if it is?" Tom asked. "Since when have we cared what the rest of the world was doing?" Tom took a steadying breath as he gently guided the engagement ring onto Genevieve's finger. The sapphire caught the fading light, but all Tom could see was the way Genevieve's eyes shimmered with love. "You bought me a ring," Tom said. "I had no idea." "You bought me a ring, too," Genevieve said. "There was never a good time to propose," they both said at the same time. It was so completely ridiculous that neither of them could stop laughing. Their lives were absurd, but neither of them would have it any other way. Tom didn't hesitate. Moving quickly, he pulled her toward him, his arms circling around her until their eyes were level, and then he stopped just for a moment. Genevieve's deep blue eyes searched his, a playful smile curling her lips. Her short brown hair was tied back, but a single strand had come loose. She brushed it behind her ear, her gaze never leaving his. The flicker of restraint in her expression melted away as she stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. A mischievous grin tugged at her lips, her tongue briefly grazing the gap between her white teeth. "Yes?" Tom's heart thudded as he closed the gap, pressing his lips to hers. She responded instantly, the kiss soft, yet brimming with unspoken promises. Her hands slid to the back of his neck, fingers curling in his hair as she pulled him closer. She kissed him again, slow, tender, and lingering, as if sealing the moment forever. Tom's hands instinctively found her waist, and he held her tightly, unwilling to let go. The world around them faded, leaving just the two of them enjoying a beautiful sunset beneath the open sky. And Tom knew he was the luckiest guy in the world. Chapter 47. T-3 days. Sam took the last shift on sentry duty. It had always been his favorite when he was sailing, to be on watch through the last couple hours of nighttime into the early morning when he got to see the new dawn. Tom woke up early and came to join him before the sun broke over the crests of Ras Dashan. "Good morning," Sam said. "It is a good morning," Tom agreed, the seemingly permanent new smile still plastered on his face since Genevieve proposed to him the night before. Sam said, "Congratulations, Tom." "You said that last night, but thank you." "I was just getting in early, before we board the Tahila. That way you have time to think about who you want as your best man. I mean, without Matthew or Veyron taking offense." "I'll keep that in mind," Tom said, a bemused smile on his lips. "All jokes aside, you're one of the luckiest guys I know. Genevieve is, well, I don't need to tell you what Genevieve is." "Yeah," Tom agreed. "All the same, thanks." "You're welcome," Sam said. "Actually, we've all been wondering what took you so long." "I could say the same thing about you and Amira." "No, you can't." "Why not?" Tom asked, his voice suddenly serious. "I know you love her to bits. What are you waiting for? If you don't propose to her soon, you'll lose your chance. Do it while you're ahead, or she might find someone else willing to take a bullet for her daughter. I'm serious. What is stopping you from proposing?" Sam laughed. "Nothing. I already proposed." "Oh, yeah? What did she say?" Tom asked. His tone indicated he thought Sam was joking. "I can't remember exactly, but I think she said she liked the idea." "And then?" Sam frowned. "Then she shot me in the back of the head." Tom suppressed a grin. "I don't know if that's a good sign or not." Sam grinned. "We'll just have to wait and find out." The first light of dawn crept over the mountains, while white fog covered the valley. Sam leaned against a weathered boulder, his eyes fixed on the horizon as the sun slowly crested the distant ridgeline. The crisp mountain air felt sharp in his lungs, but it carried with it a stillness that he hadn't realized he needed. Beside him, Tom stood with his hands stuffed into the pockets of his jacket, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. Neither of them spoke. Words felt unnecessary in the face of something so vast and timeless. Sam exhaled, watching his breath form a thin mist that drifted away on the breeze. As the fog disappeared, the landscape below seemed to stretch endlessly, deep ravines and towering cliffs that rolled on forever. "It's beautiful," Tom finally said, breaking the silence. His voice was quiet, reverent. "Yeah, it is," Sam agreed. "If dying taught me anything, it's that life is beautiful." The sun rose higher, casting long shadows across the valleys below. Sam straightened, feeling the warmth beginning to touch his skin. They had miles ahead of them, but for now, they stood together, watching the world awaken around them. Tom said, "We should go." "Yeah, we need to get a head start on the relic hunter," Sam acknowledged. Tom stopped Sam for a moment. "Sam." "Yeah," Sam replied. Tom met his gaze and smiled. "For the record, you'll always be the best man I've ever known." A warm smile spread across Sam's lips. "Are you asking me to be your best man?" "Don't be ridiculous," Tom laughed. "It was always going to be you." Chapter 48. Sam drove the Land Rover Defender. He'd learned to drive in an early 1990s model of the classic Land Rover four-wheel drive, back when it was built entirely for off-roading, without a second thought for comfort or luxuries. Kelly was in the passenger seat. Despite the danger they were in, the newly engaged couple were in the back seat, cuddling. They looked like a couple of lovers being chauffeured somewhere. The Defender rumbled over the rocky path, its tires kicking up clouds of red dust as Sam guided it down the winding trails of the Simeon Mountains. The peaks gradually gave way to the vast arid expanse stretching toward the Danakil Desert. The sun hung low, stretching across the horizon. Kelly glanced at Sam. "Where are we headed?" "I'm not sure yet. We need to get out of Ethiopia, but the relic hunter will have people at each of the airports." Sam frowned. "We need to think of somewhere completely unexpected, somewhere the relic hunter would never guess." "What about Djibouti?" Kelly asked. Sam pictured the small country in the Horn of Africa, bordered by Somalia to the south, Ethiopia to the southwest, Eritrea in the north, and the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden to the east. It could be perfect. "Can we cross the border by car?" "Sure. There's a major border crossing at Galafi, near Afar." Kelly's eyes narrowed, as though she were picturing the maps in her head. I studied the place a few months ago when I was thinking about traveling there next." Sam glanced at her, wanting to make a joke about near and afar, but was concentrating too hard on negotiating the dirt road along the cliff line to do so. Instead, he shook his head. "The relic hunter will have someone at the border gate. There's a less common crossing at Diwali, which services trains." "That might work, but still it's risky. It means booking tickets and waiting for a train." Kelly said, "There's another way that doesn't involve border crossings and guards." "Perfect. Where?" "Through the Danakil Desert." "That could work," Sam said excitedly. "Let's do that. The more I think of it, the more I know Djibouti will work. Once we're through the desert, we should be able to get off the continent easily enough." "That depends," Kelly mused. "On what?" Kelly frowned. "On whether or not you know anyone with a boat." Chapter 49. The helicopter came out of nowhere. The thrum of rotor blades echoed across the valley. Sam squinted up at the sky, spotting a Scout Aero 3-seater banking hard to the left, shadows flickering over the Defender. Sam said, "We've got company." The helicopter dipped lower, and before Sam could respond, gunfire erupted. Bullets raked the ground beside them, spitting up dirt and stone. "They're shooting at us," Kelly shouted. Sam slanted her a look. "You don't say." Genevieve swung her sniper rifle up, leaning halfway out the window. "I see them." Tom grabbed his shotgun, already clicking shells into the chamber. Sam kept the Defender steady, weaving between boulders. Another burst of automatic fire crackled overhead, forcing Genevieve to duck. "Can you drive a stick?" Sam yelled at Kelly. "Of course. I might be 20 years younger, but I grew up driving my grandpa's old truck. I can drive a stick." Sam bit back a retort about not being that much older. Instead, he said, "Good. Climb over me and take over." Kelly hesitated for half a second. Then she swung one leg over the gear shift, slipping into Sam's lap as he slid beneath her. The Defender swerved slightly as she adjusted to the pedals, but she had the wheel under control before the tires could skid. Sam grabbed his rifle from behind the seat. He leaned out of the passenger window, bracing himself against the door. Tom fired the first shot, a slug ripping through the air just beneath the Scout. Genevieve followed, her bullet pinging off the helicopter's skid. Sam casually lined up his shot, waiting for the right moment. Kelly swerved the Defender, trying to make the four-wheel drive a harder target. "If you get a chance, Kelly," Sam said, his tone relaxed and measured, as though offering navigational advice. "Do you want to try keeping the Defender straight while Genevieve shoots the pilot?" "Oh, you want me to keep the Defender straight while Genevieve shoots the pilot, do you?" Kelly said, a bemused tone of disbelief in her voice. "Yeah, that would be great. It won't take long if you can hold it steady." Kelly said, "You guys all seem pretty calm with this. Do people try and shoot at you often?" "All the time," Tom laughed. "It's Sam. People tend to get along with me and Genevieve, but for some reason or another, they like to take shots at him." A moment later, Genevieve took her shot. The round struck true, landing in front of the helicopter's canopy. Its polycarbonate windshield was designed to remain intact, unlike glass. Even so, a spider web of cracks formed in the dome. The pilot veered off sharply, retreating toward the mountains. "That's right," Tom growled. "Run, you coward!" Sam lowered his rifle, but the sound of another helicopter pierced the air. A Bell 505 Jet Ranger 10 swept into view, circling wide before cutting low across the horizon. Genevieve lifted her rifle, ready to fire. She aimed. She squeezed the trigger. Sam knocked the barrel of her rifle at the last second. The shot fired. It struck the base of the pilot's feet, potentially grazing his foot. The helicopter banked and flew away. "Hey, what gives?" Genevieve asked. "I had the pilot in my crosshairs. Another second and I would have put a round in his head, and that helicopter would be a smoldering wreckage by now." Sam said, "Amira's on board that helicopter." Genevieve swore, and her sullen look evaporated instantly. "I've never been happier to miss a shot." Kelly turned to look at her. "You guys all seem to like Sam's girlfriend plenty, despite the fact she shot him in the head only a few days ago." "Amira?" Genevieve asked. "Yeah, she's the best. We still don't know quite what she sees in Sam, though." Kelly said, "But she shot him." "Yeah," Tom smirked. "If I had $1 for every person who wanted to do that—" Sam said, "She's kidding. I get along well with plenty of people, but every now and again, people sometimes try and shoot me." Tom said, "And sometimes they succeed." "Yeah, that happens too." Genevieve said, "Keep your eyes peeled for another helicopter." Kelly shook her head and kept driving. "You know, it could be a generational thing. We used to play I Spy whenever we used to spend extended time in the car. I must say, you guys make road trips a whole lot more interesting." Chapter 50. Danakil Desert, Ethiopia. The Land Rover Defender crept into the desert. Kelly had never seen anything like it. The Danakil Desert stretched before her, an alien expanse of raw, unrelenting heat and primal forces. The land seemed to shimmer, not just from the scorching sun overhead, but from the earth itself, radiating a dry, searing heat that pressed against her like a cloak. Kelly knew it was one of the most consistently hot places on the planet. Temperatures soared beyond 113 degrees Fahrenheit, and even at night, the air was thick and oppressive. The desert floor cracked under the tires of the Defender, brittle and sharp like shattered glass. The surface, a medley of sulfur-stained yellows, rust-colored reds, and ash grays, portraying a hostile canvas. Black rock from ancient lava flows poked out unpredictably, as if the earth had been torn open and hastily stitched back together. This was the Danakil Depression, over 330 feet below sea level, and part of the East African Rift, where 3 massive tectonic plates were slowly pulling apart. New land was being born here, though the process looked more violent than miraculous. To the north, she could see plumes of steam rising from Erta Ale, one of the world's few volcanoes with a persistent lava lake. It glowed like a distant wound in the earth's crust. The scent of sulfur and scorched minerals permeated the air, acrid and biting, carried by the faintest stifling breeze. Pockets of acid bubbled nearby, green, yellow, and red in toxic pools that hissed and churned as if part of a witch's cauldron. Dalal was further ahead of them, a crater of otherworldly hues and twisted formations. Around it geysers spat sporadically, and the land bubbled, suggesting that molten rock is never far beneath the surface. Kelly could almost taste the metallic tang in the air, a reminder of how near she was to the Earth's raw power. She brought the four-wheel drive to a stop, trying to find a way around a large pond, which looked like it might burn the truck as soon as one of its wheels touched its toxic liquid. All 4 of them stepped outside. The Danakil was more than just barren. It was alive, in a way that felt prehistoric and untamable. As she stepped out of the Defender, heat rippled around her like an invisible tide. Sweat evaporated almost instantly, leaving nothing behind but a fine dusting of salt. The landscape seemed to hum, a low, inaudible frequency of the planet itself. Sam said, "Look at the birds." Kelly's gaze turned to the water's edge, where the mineral pools were littered with small bird bodies. The toxicity of the water was killing them when they stopped in the hot desert to take a drink. "Well, that's disturbing," Genevieve said. "I guess I'll wait until the next stop to fill up my drink bottle." "Good idea," Tom said. "Shall we get back in the Defender? I feel like just breathing out here is going to kill me." "Agreed, it probably will." Sam looked toward the faint outline of a worn four-wheel drive trail through the moonscape. "That looks passable." Kelly glanced at it. "You think the Defender can take it?" "Sure. Just don't let its wheels touch that liquid, or you'll be driving on the rims all the way to Djibouti." When they got back in the car, Kelly exchanged a glance with Sam. "You want to drive?" Sam shrugged. "You seem to be doing a good job of it." "All right, but if I bog us and get us all killed, it's not my fault." "Okay." She got back in and started the Defender again. Driving slowly, she gently maneuvered the Land Rover at a crawl toward the Djibouti coast. The Danakil Desert unfolded like a fever dream, a surreal landscape where the surface of the earth was in a kaleidoscope of colors and chaos. As Kelly guided the Defender deeper into this alien expanse, the land glowed with luminescent ponds of yellow and green, shimmering as if they held liquid fire. The air was thick with poisonous chlorine and sulfur gases, stinging Kelly's nostrils and throat, forcing her to keep the windows cracked just enough to breathe. In the absence of rain, molten rock brewed just beneath the surface, ready to break through at any moment. It was one of the most alien places on Earth. Vegetation was sparse, and animals were non-existent. Dalal itself is devoid of permanent human settlement, but not far away the nomadic Afar people have made their home in Hamadila, a semi-permanent village that survives on the edge of this inferno. Even among Earth's hydrothermal zones, Danakil was unique. While places like Yellowstone exhibit geothermal activity, nothing matches the searing intensity of Danakil. Its waters registered an average pH of 0.2, which is practically acid in its purest form. It was capable of dissolving most materials and searing flesh with even the briefest touch. The trail through the Danakil Desert shimmered in the afternoon heat, waves of mirage rolling across the cracked earth like ghosts. Kelly drove the Defender with the ease of someone who'd done it 100 times, her eyes sharp, hands steady on the wheel. They were close to the Djibouti border now. Kelly could almost feel the shift in the air, the faintest promise of cooler winds coming from the coast. But the low thudding of rotor blades snapped her out of her thoughts. Sam twisted in his seat, eyes narrowing at the dark shape approaching from the north. A helicopter, sleek and predatory, skimmed the horizon. The nose dipped slightly, and a sudden flash caught her attention. Kelly shouted, "Rocket!" Chapter 51. With a sharp curse, Kelly yanked the wheel to the right. The Defender lurched violently, bouncing over uneven ground before careening toward a wide expanse of sickly green water. The rocket exploded 10 feet from them, its force knocking them toward the lake. "Hold on," Sam shouted, bracing as the Defender shot down a slope, and plunged into the acid lake. The impact hit hard, the acidic liquid splashing over the hood in steaming sheets. Sam's hands flew to the door handle, but he hesitated as the Defender bobbed once, surprisingly buoyantly. The surface of the lake hissed where it lapped against the metal, already eating away at the paint. Kelly threw the gear into first, panting. She tried the accelerator. The wheels spun freely in the liquid. "We're floating!" "Not for long." Sam's gaze flicked to the helicopter, which had begun its descent, rotors churning up the desert dust as it landed a few hundred yards away. He shoved his shoulder against the roof hatch, the metal groaning before it finally popped open with a sharp creak. A wave of acrid air rolled in, burning his throat as he hoisted himself halfway through the opening. "Come on," he barked, reaching back down into the cabin. Kelly was the first to scramble up, her boots slipping on the dashboard as she grabbed his hand. Sam braced against the roof, pulling her through the narrow gap until she collapsed beside him, coughing against the fumes rising from the lake. "Next!" Sam called, leaning back down. Genevieve climbed up, one hand gripping Sam's wrist, the other pushing against the edge of the hatch. She swung herself onto the roof with ease, scanning the desert beyond the lake with narrowed eyes. Tom was the last to escape. The Defender bobbed uncertainly beneath them, its roof sagging slightly under the collective weight. Having scrambled onto the roof, the metal beneath them was growing warm as toxic fumes rose in thick tendrils around them. Sam's eyes burned, but he could see the rocky edge of the lake a short jump away. "Everyone off," Sam suggested. Genevieve jumped first. As she moved toward the back of the Defender, the vehicle dipped, and she dropped her sniper rifle. It slid off into the toxic water with a hiss, giving everyone a first-hand view of what would happen if they stumbled and fell. Tom went next. He cleared the jump easily and waited on the side of the lake, with his arms outstretched to help Sam and Kelly. The Defender began to tilt, the corrosive lake water licking at the edges of the roof. Sam said, "Time to go, Kelly." Kelly glanced down. "I hate this plan." Sam gave an apologetic smile. "It's the only one we've got." Kelly squirmed. "I don't want to jump." "And I don't want to die. You've got this. It's a small jump, and Tom's going to catch you." Kelly looked back as if there might be another way. A massive volcanic bubble surged, throwing the Defender over towards the edge of the lake. Sam grabbed her hand. He yelled, "Jump!" And together they jumped. Tom grabbed Kelly and pulled her away from the lake's edge. Sam landed and climbed up away from the toxic shore. He glanced back over his shoulder just in time to see the truck give a final shudder, disappearing beneath the bubbling surface with a gurgling hiss, the last traces of the vehicle dissolving into the green abyss. Sam watched until the ripples faded. "Well," Kelly said, brushing grit from her palms, "so much for the Defender." In the distance, he heard the Aero Scout helicopter's engine shut down. Sam said, "We've got company." Chapter 52. Sam reached for one of his revolvers. It was missing. Not missing. Right where he'd left it in the passenger side door, along with his rifle. In his haste to get out of the sinking Defender, he'd left all his weapons inside. His mind quickly turned to Genevieve losing her sniper rifle over the side of the Land Rover's roof. He looked at Tom. "Do you have a weapon?" Tom frowned. "Sorry, the Defender sank too quickly. I left the MP5 submachine gun on board." "What about the shotgun?" Sam asked. "That too." Kelly looked horrified. "Are you telling me you're all unarmed?" Sam said, "Afraid so." I have a knife, Genevieve said. It's not much against 3 people, but it will have to do. Tom looked at Kelly's backpack. She was the only one who'd managed to get out of the Defender with anything of her own. He said, I don't suppose you have a weapon stashed in your backpack? Kelly opened the backpack. Afraid not. Only this useless obsidian staff. Right now, I think I'd happily trade the Elixir of Life for a weapon, Sam said. Come on, let's run. The trail twisted and turned beneath their feet as Sam, Tom, Genevieve, and Kelly sprinted along the narrow path toward Djibouti. The air grew thicker, dry, and oppressive as the toxic landscape closed in around them. Each step kicked up dust that clung to their boots, while the heat shimmered off the rocks in rippling waves. Ahead, the trail forked abruptly. Sam slowed, his hand instinctively rising to signal the others to stop. His eyes flicked between the 2 paths, both equally uninviting. He glanced at Tom, who shrugged, and without another word, Sam veered left. They pressed on, their pace steady but cautious, until the path narrowed and curved sharply. As they rounded the bend, the ground flattened into a wide, barren expanse. The trail had simply ended. Sam stopped, his brow furrowing. Dead end. The others came to a halt behind him, catching their breath. Tom wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, his eyes scanning the desolate surroundings. Great, now what? Sam's gaze drifted ahead, where something unusual caught his attention. He turned around looking for a solution. Parked, almost concealed by the edge of the road, was a small vehicle. It was a Vanderhall Motor Works Venice GTS, its polished chassis standing out against the scorched earth. Sam grinned and looked for its owner. A moment later, 3 of the Relic Hunter's violent thugs approached. The big one greeted him with a shotgun in his hands. End of the road, Sam Reilly. Chapter 53. Sam scanned the area looking for something, anything, desperately trying to buy time. He said, You want to shoot me first. I'm the one you want. These are just people I met along the way. I'm afraid they all have to die by association. Sam frowned. Tough crowd. He stepped back toward the acidic lake. The big guy pointed the shotgun directly at him. That's far enough. You get shot right there. Your body can fall into the lake and turn to soup. Sam said, I always wanted to be part of an African safari up close. This wasn't exactly what I had in mind. No, I'm sure it's not. Well, that's life, eh? Sam spread his arms. What are you going to do? All right, the big guy said. Where do you want it? Sam grinned. How about I turn around? Maybe you put a bullet right into the back of my head. Make it nice and quick for me. A slight smile crept up on the man's lips. Then it grew, and soon he was laughing uncontrollably. What's so funny? Tom looked at the laughing man. Hey, that's incredibly bad luck, Sam. Someone finally starts to get your jokes, and you're about to be killed. Sam gave a philosophical shrug. Yeah, tell me about it. Finally, the man with the shotgun stopped. You're Sam Reilly. Now the whole ghost thing makes sense. Really? Tom asked. Because I'm still trying to work it out. I put a dive tank into the back of your skull back in Jordan. I felt the crunch, the sound of your skull crushing. The man smiled menacingly. Thought I'd killed you, but by some miracle of modern medicine you pulled through. I figured even then you must have had cranioplasty. Then I got to thinking. An old vet mate of mine from Afghanistan took a mortar fragment to the back of the head. He was just outside the blast radius, and the injury didn't kill him. but it did damage the bone at the back of his skull. Anyone want to take a wild guess what they replaced those bone pieces with?" Everyone remained silent. "That's all right. I'll say it for you." The guy with the shotgun grinned. "They replaced it with titanium. We all joked that now his head was armored like an M48 Patton tank. He could take a bullet to his head and survive." He was nearly bent over with laughter. Sam, Tom, Kelly, and Genevieve weren't joining him. Finally, he stopped laughing and said to Sam, "So the question I have is, did you have one hell of a headache after you got shot?" "You bet I did," Sam grinned. "So it's to you that I owe my life." "Me?" the big guy with the gun asked curiously. "Yeah, now I know where I remember you from. You're the one who hit me with the dive tank, crushing the back of my skull, resulting in surgery that included the implantation of a titanium cranium, which saved my life, while giving me one hell of a headache. So yes, I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life." "Titanium cranium," he chuckled. "I like that. But it's ironic, isn't it?" the man said, aiming the shotgun at Sam's head. "I started it, and now I'll be the one to finally finish the job." Sam said, "I have a better idea." "Yeah?" the man asked. "What have you got for me?" "You turn around, walk away, and we forget any of this ever happened. You go back to being the sort of scumbag you are. I go kill your boss, the relic hunter, and everyone else gets to live happily ever after." The man with the shotgun made a self-deprecating gesture. "I regretfully decline the offer." Sam shrugged. "All right, then don't say I didn't warn you. I've had enough with these games." He glanced at his two companions. "Kill them all." "Okay, shoot them now," Sam shouted. Nothing happened. Sam's eyes darted around, looking for some sort of savior. The big guy laughed. "Nobody is coming to help," Sam said. "Shoot!" 3 shots rang through the air, each one in immediate succession. All headshots. The big guy's 2 companions were both dead before they hit the ground. The big guy's jaw was clipped so badly that blood was pouring out of the exit wound. Yet he was still alive. The man fought with his left hand to stem the bleeding. His right gripped the shotgun, swinging round to aim at Sam. Sam ducked. Another shot fired. This one was planted right between the big guy's eyes. He took 2 steps and crumpled into the lake, his body hissing violently as the acid melted away the flesh. Sam turned to Pax. "You took your time." Pax West stepped down from his hiding position on the rocks above them, from directly behind their 3 attackers. He grinned at Sam, grinned at Tom. "Hey, guys, what's been happening?" Chapter 54. Sam introduced Pax to Kelly. He then brought Pax up to speed about what had been happening and how he had become a ghost. When he finished, Pax started to laugh. No, Sam. The term ghost is a story. Nothing more. You didn't have to go to the trouble of getting shot and buried for that to happen." Genevieve said, "Listen, I'm really grateful that you shot those 3 thugs and saved our lives, but why don't we all catch up on board the Tahila instead of sitting around until our lungs melt?" "Good idea," Sam said. Then, turning to Pax, he said, "There's only 3 seats in the helicopter. Do you mind taking Kelly across the border through to Djibouti?" "Not a problem." Pax tilted his head, checked with Kelly. "Are you happy to drive with me?" Kelly blew out a breath. "I'm happy to drive with anyone if it means getting away from this heat and horrid smell." "Great. Where do you want me to meet you in Djibouti? Pax asked. Do you know the main harbor? Of course. The Tahila's going to be meeting us there shortly. Where are you going from there? Pax asked. We'll sail through the Suez Canal and then head up the Adriatic Sea, anchoring somewhere near Croatia. What's in Croatia for you? Nothing, Sam smiled. Plenty of things. But we're going to stop by Pernstein Castle to rescue Amira's daughter. Amira? Pax said the word. Wasn't that your girlfriend? That's the one. And her daughter has been taken prisoner and is trapped in that castle? Yeah. Okay. Okay what? I'll get a lift with you through to Croatia. Then you can drop me off. I might do some sightseeing in Europe. Sam smiled. Agreed, and with pleasure. Chapter 55. Djibouti. Sam strapped himself in the Aero Scout helicopter. He gripped the controls and switched on the engine. The familiar hum of the engine vibrated beneath his hands as the chopper lifted smoothly from the ground. His view was mildly obscured by a spidery crack in the polycarbonate-domed windshield, but he would make do. The curved dome wrapped around him, otherwise offering an unobstructed view of the Danakil Desert sprawling endlessly below. He had seen the desert from the ground, and that was bad enough. From above, he got an idea of the magnitude of the lethal desert. The landscape stretched out like an alien world, a scorched, cracked expanse of earth in hues of orange and red, punctuated by black rock formations and pools of sulfur that shimmered like molten gold in the blistering sun. Vast salt flats shimmered with mirages, giving the illusion of distant lakes that disappeared as they drew closer. Tom leaned back in his seat on the opposite side, arms crossed, while Genevieve sat between them, gazing out the window in quiet fascination. Sam's eyes narrowed as movement below caught his attention. Far in the distance, kicking up a trail of dust across the barren moonscape, Pax's Vanderhall Motorworks Venice GTS tore across the desert. Its sleek beige body gleamed against the harsh terrain, the red seats a vibrant splash of color against the neutral tones of the land. Despite the heat, Pax had the windows open, enjoying the relatively fresh air as they blasted over the sand. Kelly sat beside him, her hair whipping wildly in the wind, holding on as Pax accelerated. Sam eased the helicopter into a slow bank as they left the desert behind. Within minutes, the terrain began to shift. The parched and lifeless expanse gave way to rolling hills, and soon after, the coastline of Djibouti came into view. The city spread out, a cluster of pale sand-colored buildings, tightly packed and cascading toward the water's edge. Narrow streets wound through the city, bustling with life, markets, and the distant glint of metal roofs under the relentless sun. The harbor lay at the heart of it all, a horseshoe-shaped inlet where cargo ships and fishing vessels bobbed gently along the piers. Beyond the industrial port, white yachts lined the private docks. Their sails furled and sparkled in the afternoon light. There she is, Genevieve said, leaning forward and pointing. At the far end of the harbor, the Tahila was unmistakable. The sleek, gunmetal gray hull glistened in the midday sun, her streamlined shape cutting a stark silhouette against the bright blue water. Sam guided the Aero Scout down in a smooth descent, the skids touching gently on the aft deck. The rotor blades slowed, their rhythmic chopping fading into silence. As the engine wound down, Sam flicked a few switches and powered off the controls. He unbuckled, sliding the headset from his ears. Took a while, but your honeymoon suite awaits. Eyebrows raised, he smiled broadly as he exchanged a teasing glance with Tom and Genevieve. "Welcome home." Chapter 56. T-minus 2 days. It was a short trip north through the Suez Canal, and then up into the Adriatic Sea to the shores of Croatia. Kelly was impressed. Clearly, the Tahila was much more than a fishing boat, as Sam told her. She left the Elixir of Life with Sam, and told him she knew he would know what to do with it. He was surprised to see Pax and Kelly hit it off. Despite their age differences, they seemed to entertain each other. Each time he looked, one of them was enamored by whatever anecdote the other one was telling or debating concerning the value or lack of in various areas of society throughout the dawn of civilization. At a glance, Sam would have said they were both travelers seeking answers. Their journeys were completely different, yet perhaps for a while, to his surprise, they might travel together and enjoy each other's company. Sam caught up with Pax and shared a beer, or two. He wished the man would stay around a little longer, although he was grateful he showed up when he did. "You're a pretty useful guy to have around," Sam observed. "Any chance I could offer you a job?" Pax shook his head. "I have the good fortune to have come into some money a little while back. Ever since then, I really don't have any need for a job." Sam grinned. "I didn't say anything about paying you." "You drive a hard bargain," Pax laughed. "It's a good offer, but I'm trying to get out of that kind of business." "Let me know if you ever change your mind." "Will do." Sam said, "Don't be a stranger." "Don't get yourself killed," Pax replied. Kelly asked, "Where are you going, in Europe?" "I don't know," Pax said honestly. "Maybe I'll start on the Amalfi Coast in Italy, then see where it takes me." "Sounds amazing." "You want to join me?" Kelly smiled hesitantly. "Are you serious?" "Sure, why not?" Pax chuckled. "I can always get rid of you, or vice versa, if the traveling thing doesn't work together. I don't think I've ever traveled with someone else." "Okay, I'm in," Kelly agreed. When they reached the Salento Peninsula, the Tahila pulled into a harbor and let Pax and Kelly off, along with the Vanderhall Motorworks Venice GTS. Sam wished them both good luck and fair travels. Kelly wrapped her arms around Sam's neck and gave him a big hug. "Thank you for everything." Sam hugged her back. "You're welcome," he said with a smile. "I hope you find whatever it is you're looking for." Kelly said, "Me too." Chapter 57. Pernstein Castle, Czechia. Matilda stood outside the heavy wooden doors. It was the master's chambers at the very middle of the keep, in the heavily fortified section of the castle. She didn't know why she had been summoned, but so far in life she had learned that being summoned by those in charge was never a good thing. A helicopter flying above the castle had captured her attention briefly. Before she knew she wasn't supposed to linger, she had been ordered somewhere. Her heart fluttered with a nervous energy she couldn't quite explain. The stone walls of Pernstein Castle loomed around her, their cold presence familiar yet distant. She had been called to these chambers before, but this time felt different. There was a weight to the summons, as if something important was about to happen. She gripped the edge of her dress with small, anxious hands and slowly pushed the door open. The room inside was warm, the glow of the fire casting long shadows across the stone floor. At the far end, by the window overlooking the castle grounds, stood Master Diaz. Her name was Lily, or Liliana, she remembered, but everyone called her Master Diaz. Tilda didn't know why. The woman had always been kind to her, offering soft smiles and gentle words, and the occasional sugary treat. But there was a distance between them Tilda never understood. Today, Lily was speaking in hushed tones to someone Tilda couldn't see. Tilda stepped further inside, but neither of them acknowledged her right away. Her small feet made almost no sound on the floor, but as she approached, stray words drifted toward her. "Give her time," Master Diaz said quietly, her voice strained in a way Tilda hadn't heard before. "She's unlikely to recognize you." "Recognize who?" Tilda furrowed her brow. A moment later, the other woman in the chamber turned toward her, someone she didn't know. The woman's eyes softened, and the weight in the room seemed to lift. The stranger crossed the space between them, kneeling down to meet Tilda at eye level. Her dark eyes glowed in the firelight, and Tilda felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over her. She couldn't quite place it, couldn't name the feeling, but she knew this woman. Deep down, in the places she rarely thought about, she knew her. "Hello, Tilda," the woman said softly. "I don't know if you remember my voice." Tilda's breath caught in her throat. Her vision blurred with sudden tears as the realization hit her like a thunderclap. "Mom!" she screamed, her voice cracking with the force of her joy. Without hesitation, she launched herself forward, wrapping her arms around her mother's neck. Her mother's arms folded around her, pulling her close in an embrace that felt like home. Tilda buried her face against her shoulder, and for the first time in as long as she could remember, she felt safe. "I've missed you so much," Tilda said. "I missed you so much, too," her mom replied in a whisper, her voice muffled but trembling with emotion. Her mom had tears streaming down her cheeks. "I knew you would come one day," Tilda said. "I drew a picture and everything, and it was exactly like this." "I'm so glad," her mom said, holding her tight. Her mom. She had a mom, and she was real, and she looked just like her. "I'm happy for you both," Master Diaz then turned toward Tilda's mom. "But you know what I'm not happy about?" Tilda felt her mother's body tense. "What?" Master Diaz said. "I'm not happy to hear Sam Reilly's alive." Chapter 58. "Who's Sam Reilly?" Tilda asked innocently. Neither grown-up answered her. Amira's heart was breaking. How could the relic hunter be so cruel to a 5-year-old child? "It's okay, Tilda. We're going to sort this out." The relic hunter drew a pistol and pointed at her. "It's time for a new deal. The Elixir of Life for, well, your life, Amira." In a big voice, Tilda screamed. When the sound died down, she gasped. "This wasn't in my picture." The relic hunter glanced at her apologetically. "Sorry, sweetie. Life can be cruel." Tilda snapped. A lifetime of dreaming of finding her family, and all of a sudden the relic hunter was already threatening to take it away from her. Tilda threw herself at the relic hunter, her small hands locked around the woman's arm as she tried to aim the gun at her. The relic hunter barely flinched, shaking her arm to dislodge the child. "Let go, you stupid child!" the relic hunter yelled. But Tilda clung tighter, the stubborn weight of her tiny frame dangling off the arm like a ball and chain. The relic hunter's patience snapped. With a rough shove, she threw Tilda to the stone floor. The child let out a sharp cry as she hit the ground. Amira lunged forward, but the relic hunter leveled the gun at her again. "One more step, and Tilda becomes an orphan once more," and this time I promise you it will be permanent." "What do you want me to do?" Amira pleaded. The relic hunter said, "Call him." "I don't have his number. Remember, we got rid of his cell phone when we buried him." "Then I suggest you call the Tahila, because I'm sure someone there knows his new one." "Okay, just wait a minute." The relic hunter handed her a cell phone. Amira tried ringing the Tahila. Nobody was picking up. After a few attempts, she said, "No one's answering." "That's too bad," the relic hunter said, "because at the end of a minute, Tilda becomes an orphan." "No, please don't hurt my mom," Tilda said with as much defiance as possible. The relic hunter started to count down from 10. When she reached 5, the relic hunter's watch started to beep incessantly. The sound was annoying, so the relic hunter glanced at it. It wasn't her watch. It was Sam Reilly's, a trophy that she had made Amira retrieve from Sam's supposedly dead wrist. "What did you do?" The relic hunter's eyes shot accusingly toward Amira. Amira said, "I haven't done anything. It's not my watch." The watch flashed again. It was an audio message. The relic hunter frowned and clicked the accept button. It was Sam's voice. "Whatever you do, don't look up." The relic hunter immediately looked up, aiming her gun toward a mezzanine floor above her chamber. Her eyes narrowed. "Where is he?" she called out loud. Then 3 shots fired. Each one landed at the center of the relic hunter's chest. She hit the ground hard, dropping the gun. Sam was standing right next to her. "I told you not to look up." Chapter 59. Tilda stared at the man holding the gun. He had just entered the room and had taken authority over everything. She smiled. "Are you Sam Reilly?" "Yeah," said the man, squatting down to meet her. Tilda decided she liked his eyes. They were blue and reminded her of the ocean. She said, "Okay, this wasn't in the picture I drew, but I wish it was." Then, looking at Sam, she said, "You and I are going to be friends." It was a statement, not a question. Sam smiled. "I'd like that very much." Her mom was on her a split second later, wrapping her arms around her and hugging her and making sure she was all right. Tilda smiled. She'd never had anyone check to make sure she was all right. She closed her eyes for a second, taking everything in. When she opened them, she screamed. The cruel woman who had been shot dead suddenly got up and ran out the door. "Just what we need," Sam said. "She must have been wearing a bullet-resistant vest." A moment later, they all heard the mean woman call out, "Guards!" Chapter 60. Sam looked at the young girl. "What's the fastest way to the top of the castle?" Without hesitation, she replied, "There's a spiral staircase all the way there, right next to the keep." "Do you know where the guards are stationed?" "The keep, and on 4 watchtowers surrounding the battlements." Sam replied. "That's no good. Is there any other way out of here without being seen?" She thought about it. "There's the servant passageways." "Great. Lead the way." Amira took her hand and followed. Sam kept up, his Glock ready to fire. They stepped across the small battlements and then began to make their way through the servants' staircase. Up ahead, Sam saw several armed guards moving. He pulled Amira and Tilda into an alcove and waited for them to pass. A small boy looked at Matilda with a concerned expression on his face. "Tilda, what's wrong?" "Oh, Jack, Master Diaz wants to kill my mom." The boy looked at Tilda and then Amira. At a glance, the boy seemed to get the picture. He'd obviously seen all the increased security around the castle. "Where do you want to go?" he asked, looking directly at Sam, who had taken charge and was holding a handgun. Sam said, "The tower." "There's a couple of secret passages that will take you there." Jack started trying to explain the direction, and then gave up quickly and said, "Never mind, follow me." The cold stone pressed against Sam's palm as he steadied himself against the narrow wall. The passageway twisted upward in a tight spiral, each step uneven and slick with centuries of wear. Jack moved ahead of them, his sure footing and swift pace at odds with the tremble of torchlight flickering across the ancient masonry. "This way," Jack whispered, glancing over his shoulder. His eyes reflected in the orange glow, sharp and full of urgency. Amira carried Tilda in her arms, the child barely stirring, her small arms wrapped tightly around Amira's neck. Sam brought up the rear, his hand brushing the concealed latch that had closed the passage behind them. The faint echo of boots scraping stone filtered faintly through the walls, guards moving through the lower halls of the castle. The passage narrowed further, forcing them to press sideways to ascend. The stone walls exhaled the damp, musky scent of forgotten places. Sam traced his fingers along grooves carved into the stone, marks left by hurried hands long ago. The knowledge that this path had been used for similar escapes only deepened the weight of their situation. Finally, the passage opened into a small landing. A wooden door reinforced with iron rivets stood before them. Jack pressed his shoulder against it, leaning until it creaked open, revealing the narrow walkway that wrapped around the highest tower. The wind struck them immediately, sharp and biting. The forest below stretched into endless shadow, the treetops swaying beneath the wind. Genevieve was waiting for them with 2 backpacks and a set of harnesses. Sam quickly introduced them, and they began getting fitted with harnesses. Understanding that his friend was leaving, Jack gave Matilda a quick hug and wished her the best. "I hope all your dreams had come true," he said. "Thank you, Jack." She stepped up on her toes and kissed his cheek. "You've always been so kind to me." He blushed. "Take care, kiddo." Matilda looked down, then looked at Sam. "We're trapped. How are we going to get off the tower? It's not like we can fly." Sam grinned. "My dear Tilda, what makes you so sure we can't fly?" Chapter 61. Matilda stood on the top of the tower, the wind tugging at her hair and the hem of her small jacket. The sky stretched out before her, a crisp blue, while the valley below rolled with the warm hues of autumn. Leaves blazed in shades of amber and gold, scattered like molten sunlight across the forest. It was beautiful, but the height made her stomach twist into knots. Next to her, Sam tightened the harness straps around her shoulders, his hands steady and calm. "Ever dreamed of flying?" he asked, his voice light, but filled with a quiet confidence that made her feel safe. Tilda nodded hesitantly. "Of course." Sam connected his harness to hers, so they were together the same way her mom was attached to Genevieve. A smile tugged at Sam's lips. "Let's see how this compares to those dreams." With a smooth pull, he unfurled the canopy, and the bright red and white fabric billowed into the air above them. Beside them, Amira and Genevieve did the same. Their paraglider began rising like a pair of wings catching the breeze. Tilda's fingers tightened around the edge of her harness, but Sam gently pried them loose. "You'll love this," he said, lifting her up to stand on the edge of the battlement. Her toes curled over the stone, and the world spun for a dizzying moment as she stared down at the valley floor far below. Before she could think too much about it, Sam stepped forward. The wind caught them immediately, lifting them into the air, as if they weighed nothing at all. Tilda gasped, her heart leaping into her throat. But Sam's arm was firm around her waist. The forest stretched beneath them like a patchwork quilt, the trees swaying gently with the seasons' change. Small streams glittered through the foliage, winding between rocky outcrops and rolling hills. She could see a narrow road snaking through the woods, and far beyond that the castle perched high on the cliffs, growing smaller as they soared further away. The air smelled fresh, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and for the first time since arriving at the castle, Tilda felt a strange sense of freedom. Her mother was just a short distance away, laughing softly as the wind swept through her hair. The woman called Genevieve guided the strange parachute easily, occasionally calling out directions to Sam, although he hardly seemed to need them. Tilda couldn't stop staring at the world below. Birds flitted through the trees, and she spotted a family of deer moving slowly through the forest, their shapes barely distinguishable through the thinning canopy. She reached out instinctively, even though she knew they were far too high to touch anything. "Amazing, isn't it?" Sam said over the wind. She nodded, the fear ebbing away, replaced by the rush of excitement. "Such little animals! It feels like magic." They glided lower as the valley widened, following the river that cut through the landscape. The open field came into view, just beyond a bend, and as they approached, Tilda noticed the dark shape of a helicopter waiting, its rotors still. Sam expertly angled the paraglider downward, and the ground rose swiftly to meet them. With a gentle thud, they landed on the soft grass, Tilda stumbling slightly as her feet touched solid earth. Sam kept her upright, steadying her until her legs felt strong enough to hold her. Her mom and Genevieve landed moments later, their glider collapsing behind them in a rustle of fabric. Amira immediately rushed to Tilda, wrapping her in a tight embrace. "You were so brave," her mom whispered into her ear. Tilda held on, but her eyes stayed fixed on the forest they had just flown over. For the first time in as long as she could remember, she felt like maybe, just maybe, everything was going to be okay. This was quickly shaping up to be the best day ever. Chapter 62. On board the Tahila, Croatia. T-minus 24 hours. Tom and Genevieve were at the controls, flying the Airbus H-160 south over Austria, Slovenia, and Croatia, before approaching the Tahila. In the back of the helicopter, Sam, Amira, and Tilda sat together like a brand-new family, each one eagerly interested to know more about the other. Sam watched Matilda in awe. Her entire world had just changed completely. And yet here she sat, wide-eyed, her intelligent young face lively and animated. Sometimes looking out the window, other times asking questions, but mostly looking at both Sam and Amira, her mouth set in a broad smile. He hoped she would be able to hold on to that joy for many years to come. Genevieve began to set up for the landing on board the Tahila's helipad. Viran had taken apart the Aero Scout and stored it in the ship's garage down below. Sam looked at Tilda. "Do you like boats?" "I've never been on a boat." "Well, today's your lucky day." Sam looked at her and smiled. "Today you not only get to go flying for the first time, you get to step foot on your first boat." "Really?" she asked excitedly. "Really." He pointed to the Tahila resting at anchor in the turquoise waters along the bay off the shores of Croatia. "That's our boat there." "I don't believe you," Tilda asked. Sam shrugged. "Okay." There was nothing he could do to convince her. Better he simply waited for them to land, and the truth would be harder to dismiss. A few moments later, the helicopter landed on the Tahila's helipad. Caliburn started barking excitedly. Matilda tried to stand up to get a better look at the dog, but her seatbelt prevented her. She fought it, and Amira had to quickly unclasp it for her. Tilda ran to the edge of the helicopter, trying to look out at Caliburn. Amira stepped behind her and said, "I hope you like dogs." "I love dogs." "That's good," Amira said, "because we have a dog that lives with us." Tilda's face beamed with pleasure. "I always wanted a dog." "That's good," Sam said, "because he's always wanted a child to play with." "Really?" "Yes." Genevieve killed the engine, and the helicopter's rotor blades slowly settled to a stop. Sam opened the door, and Caliburn came racing up the steps to greet them. Amira smiled. "Tilda, meet Caliburn." Tilda burst into happy tears and ran forward to hug the dog. Caliburn looked equally happy. His tail was wagging incessantly, while his whole body seemed unable to remain still. They nuzzled up together, and Tilda looked at Caliburn. "I'll bet you're a super smart dog." Caliburn barked. "I'm going to teach you tricks, and we're going to be best friends." Amira introduced Tilda to Matthew and Veyron and Hu. Then she told Caliburn to go show Tilda her new bedroom. Matilda laughed so hard. She thought it was funny, the idea of a dog listening to what her mom had said. But when Caliburn walked away in a purposeful direction, she had just as happily wandered off following him. They had dinner together, everyone on the Tahila. At some point, Matilda asked, "Where am I going to live?" "With me," Amira replied without hesitation. "Yes, but where do you live?" Tilda persisted. "Well, currently I live on the Tahila." "You live on a boat?" Tilda asked incredulously. "I do." "So that means I'm going to live here now, too?" Tilda asked. "Yes," Amira agreed. Matilda was silent for a long moment, processing this incredible news. "Good," she finally said. "What chores do I have to do before I'm allowed to go to bed, and in the morning before I'm allowed to eat?" Amira seemed mortified. "Tilda, you're 5 years old. At least for the time being, we're happy with you just being a 5-year-old girl. The only thing you have to worry about for the time being is having fun and being a kid." "But how will I eat?" There was genuine worry in her face. Sam said, "You're part of our family now. You eat when we do, with us. We'll always take care of you." She tilted her head, confused. "Even if I don't wash the floors?" "Even then," Sam said. Tilda seemed to be lost, trying to get her head around the concept that she no longer lived in the servants' section of a medieval castle, but instead on a futuristic motor yacht. "So I'm going to live on a boat," Matilda said to herself. Sam was about to try and reassure her that the Tahila was a very nice boat and a lovely place to live, and that she would get to live all over the world as the boat spent a lot of time traveling. But no sooner had he thought up these potential solutions to her problems than Matilda had changed tack on her thoughts. Matilda said, "Can Caliburn sleep with me?" Sam gave a bemused smile. "If he wants to." Amira's tone was already a little more motherlike. "I'm not sure, honey. Caliburn usually sleeps next to the golem." "Is that the ugly-looking statue in the cool games room?" Matilda asked. "Yes," Sam said. "It's currently our mission room, but there's probably a little bit of space to make it a pretty cool games room, too." Later that night, they tucked Matilda into bed in their quarters. She would share the king bed with her mom, and Sam would take one of the spare rooms. They would have to come up with a better plan long term, probably with Matilda taking one of the spare rooms for her own, but for now it would be nice for her to be close to her mother. Amira read her the first chapter of Harry Potter, which Matilda said Jack had started to read to her and had never finished. But she didn't make it very long, and soon she started to drift off to sleep. A moment later, Caliburn left the golem and quickly jumped up onto the bed. He turned around a couple of times, trying to find just the right place to lie down, before finally settling protectively at the end of the bed. Matilda rolled over, repositioning herself in her sleep to be with Caliburn, and cuddled up to him. Sam wrapped his arms around Amira's waist and watched them both. "I don't know which one looks happier," he murmured softly. Amira nodded. "Neither do I." Sam grinned and looked at Amira, moving in to kiss her too. "Well, it's early days yet, but I think she's going to be okay." "I do too." "Smart kid," Sam said. "She must take after her mother." "Her father was also very clever." Sam said, "I don't doubt it. Anyone who's managed to marry you must have been a good catch. I'm sure I would have liked him." "Perhaps," she said, in a way that gave him some doubt. The man had been dead for more than a year now, making the subject a little moot. Sam said, "I'm glad you're okay, but I hate to think the relic hunters won." "What makes you say she's won?" Amira asked, a wry grin on her lips. "Well, she got away. She knows I'm alive and willing to do anything to keep you and Matilda safe, which means she has me under her power somehow. I'm ready to do something proactive instead of reactive and go get her. To make matters worse, she's seen all 3 golems and must by now know the exact location of the necropolis of the gods." "Then we'll just have to beat her to it." "How?" Sam asked. "We don't have a clue where she is or where she's going." "That's not exactly true." "Really?" "No." Amira giggled. "I put a GPS tracker on board the relic hunter's private jet." "I knew there was a reason I love you," Sam said, and kissed her on the lips. Chapter 63. Secret Farmstead, Texas. T-6 hours. Genevieve drove the white van smoothly through the winding roads away from the airport. Elise sat beside her, scrolling through the tracking app on her phone, while Sam, Tom, and James occupied the back, silently preparing their weapons. The quiet hum of the engine was punctuated by the soft clinking of magazines being loaded and the metallic snap of bolts locking into place. Elise had done well, as always. The arsenal was ready and waiting for them the moment they stepped off the plane. No delays, no unnecessary stops. Sam watched Tom methodically check the chamber of his Benelli M4, his eyes narrowing with focus. His dad carried his 2 customary magnums like some sort of Wild West folk hero. They followed the relic hunter back to an old homestead on a 100-acre lot. There an automatic garage opened, and she drove through before disappearing behind the closed garage door. Sam scanned everyone in the van. Armed to the teeth, they were all geared up with bullet-resistant vests and body armor. The relic hunter's homestead looked vacant from the outside, but that could be camouflage. There could be 100+ people inside, just waiting to draw them in, or 1,000 orichalcum scorpions. Sam was glad that at least while he was still in possession of the Elixir of Life, they couldn't be awoken. Besides, this wasn't the place to store the scorpions. They needed humidity and a thermal pool. Texas was dry heat. Sam said, "Well, do we wait or do we go?" Genevieve turned to James. "How long until your team of ex-Special Forces Army can be here?" James said, 4 hours, minimum. "All right," Genevieve said. "Scratch that idea." Tom asked, "Does it matter if we wait? I mean, it's not like she's going anywhere." "Yeah, but what if she comes out? Then what do we do? Do we follow her or stay at the homestead?" "You want to go in now?" Genevieve said. Sam nodded. "Yeah, let's do this." "Tom," Genevieve asked, looking at him. Tom said, "Let's go." "Elise?" "I've checked the electric companies," Elise said. "It looks like whatever she's been doing in there, she's been pulling in huge amounts of electricity." Sam said, "Could it mean they have been heating up water to keep the humidity high for the Scorpion army?" "It's a possibility, but I doubt it." Elise thought about it for a moment. "I mean, it's a big building, but I don't see space for 1,000 orichalcum scorpions." Genevieve looked at James. "What do you think?" Sam's father said, "I don't want to screw this up again." "Okay," Sam said. "So what do you want to do?" "It's all open fields here. Nowhere for the relic hunter to run." James made a note of gesturing toward the large open grassy fields. "We have her trapped. If we go in there guns blazing, there's a chance, albeit a small one, that she gets lucky and escapes. Let's wait for my team to come in, and then we overpower with superior numbers." "What if she comes out before your ex-Special Forces team are in position?" Sam asked. "Then we hedge our bets." James grinned, playing his winning card. "We wait for my guys to get here, and if she tries to leave beforehand, we block her only exit route and do whatever it takes to stop her." Sam looked at the rest of the team. "What do you all think?" There was a unanimous nod of agreement. "So we're in agreement then." Sam looked around, meeting everyone's eyes with a grin. "We wait for backup, and we make certain we get this one done right." At exactly 3 hours and 56 minutes later, 3 Black Hawk helicopters circled the homestead before landing along its perimeter. Chapter 64, T-minus 3 hours. The raid was anticlimactic. Inside, the homestead had been abandoned. No one was home. There were large amounts of drums filled with liquid and chemistry equipment, and if Sam didn't know the relic hunter better, he would have said she'd gotten involved in producing narcotics, but he'd never heard of her dealing before. They searched the place and came up empty-handed. Not quite empty-handed. They found the third golem. Sam took a photo of its celestial map, and when matched with the other 2 known maps, they would quickly be able to triangulate the location of the necropolis of the gods. All in all, it took 3 hours to completely clear every room of the 16-bedroom old farmhouse. The relic hunter was gone. Sam kicked the door into the garage open. Her car was missing too. "Where the hell did she go?" Sam asked. "I mean, we parked the van at the gate. There's no way the relic hunter reversed out of here." Elise stared at the empty garage and suddenly smiled. "Kind of a cool magic trick." Sam said, "Except it wasn't magic, and the person performing it was determined to awaken an ancient army from hibernation." "Relax," Elise said, eyeing the back of the garage. "Look at this." "What about it?" Sam asked. "There's a blank wall here." "So?" Elise grinned. "There doesn't appear to be a room behind the garage. There should be a room, but there isn't." The drywall at the back of the garage was attached to some sort of mechanism that allowed it to move. They all looked for a hidden beeper that might open the secret door. James lost interest in waiting. He pumped his Remington M870 and fired twice. It put a hole big enough to walk through in the drywall. One by one, they stepped through. On the other side of the garage wall, it led to a deep underground car park. They carefully followed it. When they reached the other side, Sam swore, because it led to a second exit 1/2 a mile down the road. The relic hunter must have gotten wind that they were following her and decided to lead them on a wild goose chase. She probably never even intended to return to the homestead. Sam said, "Why bother coming here at all? She already had the location of the necropolis of the gods. What did she get out of coming to this place?" Sam shook his head. Nothing but sending us on a wild goose chase, I guess. That's it. What's it? His dad asked. A wild goose chase, Sam said. The relic hunter needed to get rid of us. She was wasting our time. Why? Tom asked. Sam said, so that she could beat us to the necropolis of the gods. That doesn't make any sense, Elise said. Why come here at all? I mean, if she wanted to beat us to the necropolis of the gods, why not go straight there? James asked, do we even know where there is? Yeah, somewhere in the desert near Morocco, Elise said. I used the celestial notes from the third golem to triangulate the exact GPS coordinates. When we have time, I'll work out whether it's Western Sahara, Mauritania, Morocco, or Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. James frowned. So the relic hunter knew all along that the necropolis of the gods was somewhere in the region of Morocco? Then why did she go to her old homestead in Texas? Realization suddenly dawned on Sam. Because she needed the elixir of life. Tom said, but we had the elixir of life with us to keep it safe. A moment later, Tom swore. James said, let me guess, you left it in your checked baggage. Which we left with the airline company, with information that we were running late and someone would pick it up in a few hours. Sam's lips formed a hard line. Now it suddenly makes sense. How? His dad asked. The relic hunter must have known she was being tracked. Thus she set this whole thing up so that we would be forced to leave our luggage at the airport where her team could easily go in and get it. She reeled us in with the hope of capturing her and then use the tunnel to escape. By now she's probably got the elixir of life and is halfway across the Atlantic. Elise said, quick, call the airline. Sam called the airline, spoke for a few minutes, thanked the person, assured them it wasn't their fault. Everyone looked at him expectantly. Sam said, there was a fire, and the entire baggage area was burned. They're very sorry, but a full insurance figure for the baggage would be paid out. Chapter 65. T-minus 60 minutes. Elise brought up the GPS tracker that Amira had left on board the relic hunter's cargo jet. Got it, she said. Sam looked at her. Where is it? Over the Atlantic. She's got a 6-hour head start on us, James cursed. No way we can make up that time. Even if we race to the airport now, got on my Gulf Stream, we can't catch her. Elise said, that's not actually true. Really? James said. Do you know something about aviation and relative speed that I don't? We still have that AI spacecraft, Elise said to Sam. The one you found at the bottom of Lake Vostok in Antarctica. Does it work? James asked. Elise nodded. You bet it does. Sam said, I hate to ruin your bubble, but it won't work. Why not? Elise asked. We mothballed that AI spacecraft a year ago. It would take close to a week to get it out of its mechanical hibernation and ready to launch. Elise smiled. You don't think I thought of that? Did you? Sam countered. Yes, I started prepping for launch 7 days ago. Why? As soon as I found out you were missing, I thought there might be a possibility that you were going to be taken against your will somewhere on the globe. Whatever happened, I knew having the secret power to beat anyone to any single point on the globe was going to be an advantage. So you began the launch sequence? Yes. Thank you, Elise. Then it's agreed, Sam's dad said. What? Sam asked. James said, we're going by rocket, blasting off to the necropolis of the gods. Chapter 66. T-minus 10 seconds. The spacecraft sat motionless on the runway. its sleek alloyed surface absorbing the sunlight, blending into the morning sky like a shadow. Its shape mirrored the design of a B-2 stealth bomber, a flying wing that appeared more like a predator than a vehicle of exploration. The absence of seams or rivets gave it an ethereal quality, as if it had been carved from a single block of metal by forces far beyond human understanding. Inside the cockpit, Sam, Tom, and James sat shoulder to shoulder, encased in state-of-the-art spacesuits. The air around them hummed softly, the only sign that the AI controlling the craft was awake and waiting. There were no physical controls, no buttons, no levers, only the soft glow of digital displays embedded in the walls. Everything was automated. They were passengers on their own mission. Their flight path was an intercontinental suborbital trajectory with a total flight time of 45 minutes. Most of this time would be spent climbing to the edge of space and descending, with a brief 12-minute coasting period in the middle. Sam glanced at the countdown timer projected on the glass panel in front of him. 10 seconds. Tom exhaled slowly over the comms. "I still can't believe you talked me into this." James grinned behind his visor. "It's a hell of a way to avoid traffic." The timer hit 0. The twin nuclear fission jets ignited beneath them with a low, rumbling roar that rapidly crescendoed. The spacecraft leapt forward, accelerating down the launch strip like a conventional jet. The force pinned Sam to his seat, vibrations rattling through the fuselage as the AI executed each micro-adjustment with inhuman precision. Faster. The craft skimmed the runway, its nose lifting until the sky filled the windshield. "Brace for vertical transition." The AI's calm voice echoed in their helmets. The engines thundered and the nose pitched skyward. Within seconds, they were rocketing straight up, slicing through the thin veil of the atmosphere toward the black curtain of space. Sam felt the weight pulling him into his seat, a reminder of the delicate balance between human limits and machine capability. Then, as quickly as the ascent had begun, the engines softened to a whisper. The violent force faded, replaced by an unsettling stillness. The horizon curved below them, and the blue glow of the earth bled into the ink of space. When they broke the Kármán line, weightlessness took hold. Grinning like a 10-year-old on a trampoline, Tom unclipped his harness first, floating with an awkward kick. "I'm free," he announced, spinning gently. Sam followed, the straps of his harness releasing with a soft click. It felt like a daydream as he drifted upward, his body light, his mind struggling to reconcile the disconnect between up and down. James joined them, the three of them hovering in the center of the cockpit, spinning lazily. Through the glass, Earth stretched beneath them, a patchwork of green and brown landforms, white clouds, and blue oceans. It was beautiful. Sam said, "Hard to believe that's home." James drifted closer, his gaze fixed on the same view. "Oh, it's home all right, warts and all." That thought brought Sam crashing back to reality. He suddenly said, "Thanks to this spacecraft, we're definitely going to beat the relic hunter to the necropolis of the gods." "Oh, yes," James said, a wicked grin forming. "And this time it ends. She won't even know what hit her." The end. This has been The Elixir of Life, written by Christopher Cartwright, narrated by David Gilmore. Copyright 2025 by Christopher Cartwright. Production copyright 2025 by Christopher Cartwright. This is David Gilmore. Thank you for listening.